That is what we can confirm. And also,
if the air defense system has been activated, if the air defense system has been activated around Jammu, that means this could be an attempt by the Pakistanis to target the Jammu airport area.
India's S-400 missile defense system and Akash air defense system foiled all Pak attempts to harm an inch of Indian soil. India drowned 2 F-16 fighter jets of Pakistan. Barring Doda, all other parts of Jammu were targeted by Pakistan. India's military stations in Jammu, Pathankot and Udhampur were also targeted by Pak drones, which were neutralized by India. There were also heavy artillery firing on the ground in Jammu city, Akhnur and in Samba sectors. The attack on the Arnia air base in Jammu was also foiled. Artillery firings began in Akhnur, Poonch, Kupwara and Uri around 11 on Thursday night. Meanwhile, a total blackout was declared in several bordering districts of Punjab, including Gurdaspur, Amritsar, Taran Taran, while sirens were heard in Chandigarh as well. There were drone attacks on Jaisalmer in Rajasthan, which were also foiled. The drone attacks on Jaisalmer, which took place at 10:30 p.m. on Thursday night, were neutralized by Indian Armed Forces. A drone attack on Pokhran by Pakistan was also neutralized in the operations. India also foiled Pakistan's attempt on Sir Creek in Gujarat. 3 Pakistani drones were neutralized in Kutch on 11:30 p.m. In a counter-attempt, India unleashed airstrikes on Lahore and Sialkot, destroying Pakistani airborne warning and control system. Amid India's all-out war with Pakistan, US Secretary of State Marco Rubio dialed External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar and reiterated US's commitment to work with India fighting terror. Dr. S. Jaishankar also conveyed to his US counterpart about India's determination to counter any escalation. Secretary Rubio also dialed Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif and asked him to end support to terrorism. The External Affairs Minister also spoke to the European Union President Kaja Kallas and reiterated to her India's firm stance on retaliating any attempt of escalation by Pakistan. Meanwhile, neighboring Nepal conveyed a strong message to Pakistan, saying that it will not allow its soil to be used against India.
Okay, we have an official confirmation now, not official though, but through defense sources. Last night, when Pakistan made a failed attempt to send swarm drones all across various places along the line of control and international borders, over 50 drones were successfully neutralized during a large-scale counter-drone operation conducted by Indian Army air defense units in the areas of Udhampur, Samba, Jammu, Akhnur, Nagrota, Pathankot. The engagement involved extensive use of L-70 guns, Zu-23mm, Shilka systems, other advanced counter-UAS equipment demonstrating the Army's robust capability to counter aerial threats. And it's been a long night. We're getting in, as the assessments are made. Mr. Dubey, 50 drones successfully neutralized. That's a big number. None of them managed to hit the target.
Actually, we have got a very strong system to counter these drones. Basically, Pakistanis were not aware of the fact, because they must understand that the preparedness was going on, and we have read the mind of Pakistanis right from beginning. And the second issue is that to defend the complete 192 kilometers land borders, I mean, on the northern side of Punjab, that is the Paharpur post and above. So those areas have been very challenging right from beginning. As you know, in the past, they have ventured drone-driven all the nonsense since last 3 years. So tackling the drone and tackling the challenges posed by the drones for dropping the armaments, ammunition and narcotics in these areas have been a practice from Pakistan side. So the counter drone measures, Army was well prepared there. Second layer Nakas, the complete second layer defense from the BSF, again reinforced by the Indian Army from the depth, and the plugging every gap in that particular area, which is a sensitive area. So the complete infiltration route or passing through the Indian territory is completely blocked. Now, if we talk about the drones, there is already mechanism placed there So, I mean, the equipment itself is so sophisticated and so effective that I don't think Pakistan will waste any further ammunition. I mean, to venture inside the Indian territory, it's approved since last 72 hours. So, to down these many numbers of drones before it can become effective in our territory is itself a lesson to Pakistan. So, our preparedness is complete, and this is a very good battle trial, very good ground trial of all these things. Oh, I don't think there could be any better opportunity to test and try every technology to teach the lesson to the Pakistan misadventurism. So I take it a very great success to the Indian Armed Forces.
Sir, I have my colleague Shravan also joining us live from the Republic newsroom right now. He's got this detail firsthand after speaking to his sources. Shravan, we had different numbers coming in from different locations for the number of drones downed, but now we have a number, 50 drones just overnight. That is a big number. Take us through what you've picked up of the operation in the last 12 hours.
Well, in fact, now we have authentic information coming in, and we can confirm that late last night, roughly around 8 o'clock, a little after 8 o'clock in the evening, when we were told that a swarm of drones were moving towards the line of control and the international border, particularly hitting out at various cities in Jammu. Now we have a confirmation that about 50 drones carrying a payload were moving towards Jammu and a few other places. This is a confirmation now coming in from highly placed sources. They're saying 50 drones were successfully neutralized during a large-scale counter-drone. Now, as far as some of the affected areas are concerned, last night, Niranjan, if you remember, the information that we had was apart from Doda, almost every other part of Jammu was targeted. We are being told that it was Udhampur, which happens to be the headquarters of the 16 Corps. And then you have Samba, Jammu, Akhnur, Nagrota and Pathankot areas. Nagrota too, remember, has a military base. Now, as far as the engagement from the Indian side, we were told that not just the S-400, but the L-70 guns, Zu-23mm Shilka systems and other counter-US equipment were basically used by the army to neutralize this threat that came in from the Pakistanis. This morning too, remember, this was an information that we've had late last night, that the agencies essentially were suspecting, the intelligence agencies were essentially suspecting that the Pakistanis would once again send out another, there could be a fresh wave of drone attacks from the Pakistani side. My colleague Gursibran did get us the confirmation earlier today that the Pakistanis did send out another wave of drones. We are just going to check with regards to what's the current situation like. As far as the line of control and the international border are concerned, both have been extremely active through the night. We haven't got a confirmation with regards to what's the situation like. Perhaps in a short while from now, Niranjan, I would be in a better position to confirm for our viewers what is the situation like on the ground.
Shravan, be with me, because a lot of speculative reports, doing the rounds, and we heard that a few Pakistani jets were down. No, we don't have a number to it. There is no official word on it, but different news agencies also reporting that Pakistan jets were perhaps down. What do you know from your sources on that front?
There's been a lot of speculations that have been doing the rounds, but let me just tell you from various sections that we've tried to get an information and a confirmation. First information came in that perhaps in Pathankot there was a fighter jet of the Pakistanis that was brought down, but the Western Command, under which Pathankot basically comes in, they have denied. In fact, we've also checked with the paramilitary forces, the Border Security Force, as well as the CRPF with regards to any information of a Pakistani pilot being in their custody. That too, there has a denial that has come in. But having said that, what has been a pattern like from all our sources that we have spoken to is the fact that there's been an ongoing operation, and that is something that the forces have actually maintained through the day, and it goes a little beyond than what has been spoken so far, because they have been emphasizing on the fact that this time the operation operation is all about retribution. That was the last word, and I'm emphasizing on this word because right now, Niranjan, it's important as part of a responsible reporting. We basically look at each of the words that have been used by our sources because that is indicative of what's really on the ground. Because the forces, perhaps Mr. Dubey will be able to tell you more, that during an ongoing operation, it's very, very unlikely that you would actually get a specific details of that nature. And that's the reason why, perhaps if you can get in Mr. N.N.D. Dubey, he'll tell you why when the forces say that they're taking an aggressive posturing and the fact that there is a retribution in sight, what does that essentially mean from the military parlance?
Mr. Dubey.
Can you repeat this part again? Last part?
Dubey, there's been a lot of speculation that have been doing the rounds, but here at Republic TV, we believe in responsible reporting. I was told by my sources within the defense establishment, as far as this operation is concerned, the Navy is at an aggressive posturing. And as far as this entire operation is concerned, sources within the IDS indicated that there is an ongoing operation, which is a clear indication of what's really happening on the ground.
You are very right, because last night I heard this. I mean, aggressive posture of Navy from Arabian Sea. And I appreciate the word used for that, because until unless there is an official commitment or there is something very confirmed, and a media channel has to carry a very huge responsibility on their shoulder. So the reporting has been very accurate, and anything which was not confirmed was not reported. And that is a very responsible reporting. I must agree to that. And I mean, because already there are machinery of propaganda already floating in the social media, particularly created and generated by the Pakistan handles, by the international community. I mean, there are few diaspora of Pakistan settled outside the country, and they are also generating lots of false propaganda. So we definitely carry a very great responsibility to reporting to the public. I mean, millions and millions of people are viewing this, the development of the most serious conflict zone of the world. So once India and Pakistan are in conflict, I mean, the basic point is to respond to the terror attack of Pakistan-sponsored terrorists on the soil of Pahalgam. So our reporting has to be very responsible, and it's going on. So this is appreciable, and only the things which are confirmed on the ground are being reported. So we are taking time to take the details from the ground, and then only we are coming out to that. Whatever I spoke, I confirmed first from the ground forces, then only I am speaking to this channel. Otherwise, I mean, just communicating anything which is not confirmed will not be fair. Thank you.
Thank you for that, sir. Yeah, Shawan, go ahead. Yes, Shawan.
Just a quick point I wanted to make is because Pakistan currently is indulging in what we know as psyops, and that's extremely crucial to point it out for every viewer who's tuning in right now, because they would rather want this false narrative, and they have, right from the time the Pahalgam attack has taken place, false flag operation is the key buzzword within the DG ISPR, and that is the reason why we've been extremely cautious at this point in time, because as the operation is underway, we were given to understand there are layered responses that is coming in from the forces at this point in time.
Yeah, and we don't have much information that's come in from Pakistan, because we're hearing that Pakistan has cut off internet.
No press conference.
No press conference. There's no internet in most parts of Pakistan. Last we heard that there was an explosion close to the residence of the Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, and he was taken to a safe house, safe location. Nobody knows his whereabouts. We also saw some pictures, can't confirm them yet, but pictures were reported of Imran Khan's party holding large rallies asking for him to be released, saying that this current establishment has failed to even strike a single target in India, and they know how embarrassing it's been for Pakistan globally. I'd like to get in a report now, and then I'll go across to Major Tur. Tensions continue to soar along the line of control as Pakistan intensifies its shelling. This morning the shelling has continued. This time they've targeted innocent civilians in Poonch. Many have been left injured, including children. Here's a report that we have of Pakistan shelling in the last 12 hours at least.
At least 12 civilians were killed and 42 injured as the Pakistani army restored the intense artillery shelling along the line of control in Poonch district on Wednesday. The action came hours after India carried out precision strike on 9 terror targets in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir to avenge the pahalgam terror attack. Officials confirmed multiple casualties, including the death of 4 children aged between 7 and 14 years. Almost 48 hours later, as India foiled and dismantled another one of terror state Pakistan's nefarious designs, Pakistan continued heavy shelling across the line of control in Jammu and Kashmir. Pakistan has been using mortars and heavy artillery to target areas like Uri, Kupwara, Poonch, Tangdar, Karna and other such places.
Mentioning heavy artillery has opened from both the sides, but first it was opened from the side of Pakistan, the retaliatory. In retaliation, as you can hear the sounds of the shelling, that side is the Degwar mountains, from where major heavy artillery in retaliation is opened from the side of Indian Army. Latest we have got to know from our sources is that almost 20 shells have fell in different parts of Poonch district, which includes Mender, Surankot, Mankot, and also at the border villages in the Poonch. The flashes are continuously being seen in the air from the side, which is the mortar, which is because of the mortar shelling from the side of the Pakistan. Also heavy shelling continues right now. What we can hear the noises in the air for now.
Earlier, Pakistani drones were intercepted by the air defense system of India across multiple locations. With tensions between India and Pakistan only escalating, it is only the beginning of the end for Pakistan.
And as we get you the details of how many drones were intercepted by our forces in the last 12 hours alone, over 50 is the official number that we have, or the number that we have got from our defense sources after confirmation, verification. Major Tour, also hearing that at least 8 missiles were intercepted. I have that map. I'll just play that map. And if you want to talk us over what they've tried to do overnight. You were here in our studios when we saw that onslaught. They tried an onslaught on Jammu, right? And they failed. We are hearing that at least 8 missiles were fired.
See, Niranjan, as per the 3 places that you mentioned, the terrain which is alongside Pakistan is quite flat. It is a flat ground and it has open nalas. If you do the terrain analysis, it doesn't have much of barriers other than minefields and other basic military obstacles. So this is the story on both the sides. And I strongly feel that yes, this is one of the most likely approaches, because this is the bulge that the Pakistanis have always taken advantage of since 1971. And whatever the pattern of attacks are, this is nothing new. This is very much acquainted with the Indian forces for n number of decades, and we are well prepared to counter these attacks from the locations that they're actually responding from.
Yeah. Okay, so there's a map that I have here that I'd just like to show about the different locations where we've intercepted the Pakistani
all
missiles.
All are in the bulge. Araspura, Arnia, Samba, all are in the bulge.
This is in the last 12 hours alone.
Yes.
In Araspura, Arnia, of course, the first pictures came in from Jammu, but after that, Srinagar, Satwari, Jalandhar, Araspura, Arnia, and Samba, at least 8 missiles were intercepted, and we hear from our sources that missiles were aimed at Jammu as well. Shawan, if you're with me, you were speaking about the kind of weapons that have been used by our forces to repel that drone attack, to counter that drone attack by Pakistan.
Well, in fact, you'll have Major Toor who will be able to tell you a little bit more, but I'll just quickly take our viewers through, because now we have got additional details as far as what exactly does the army essentially mean by the kinetic and non-kinetic forms. But let's take a look at the weaponry that has been used to carry out what many would say one of the most successful operations, and the threat that has been completely neutralized. Starting with the L-70 guns, these are basically high-velocity anti-aircraft, anti-cannon fire guns that was used. Again, these are used largely for any precision strike. In fact, Niranjan, I've just got a video that has been shared by a source of mine from the defense establishment that essentially will show you, if you take a closer look at the video, which perhaps in a short while from now we'll be able to put this out for our viewers. It exactly shows how the interception of the drones have actually taken place. And of course, it is fantastic in the manner that our systems have been able to see this barrage of drones that were basically sent across from the Pakistanis. Zoot 23mm, that's the twin barrel rapid fire system. Once again, this basically enables you to neutralize the threats coming from multiple directions. The Shilka systems, these are the radar guided quad barrel firepower, and it basically tracks and destroys with precision. And also, okay, so we now have got that video also. Niranjan, I'll just try and explain this. If that's the video, if we can just get a confirmation if that's the video.
Yeah, that's playing out right now.
Yeah.
Will,
So,
that's playing out right now,
Major
yes.
Toor, if you're watching this, you could just help us to, explain this to our viewers, how the tracer guns are basically trying to locate it, and thereafter the interception of these drones are taking place. But there is a challenge, because I was told late last night there was a bit of an issue that, the forces essentially were looking at, because the worry was, with multiple drones coming at the same point in time. So that's where the challenge basically increases. But take a look at this. You would perhaps have to, put up the nats right now, Niranjan, on this.
Yeah. Let's put up the audio. If you can put up the audio in that one.
This is a swarm of drones. It's not that you're sending in just 2 to 3 drones. It's a swarm. So it's like, throwing pebbles at a target. So, you can get away with the majority of them, but a few will definitely go through. I mean, a few days back, if we see the example of one of the missiles that Houthis had fired into the Ben Gurion airport. So probably at times, 1 or 2 may give it a slip, but majority of them are not able to do so. So I think, this is war. This is war. So definitely the intensity is going to be high. And but I mean, it's impressive with the rate and ratio of fire of the anti-aircraft capabilities and anti-drone systems. I think it's quite commendable in terms of the damage control that has been done. The collateral has been really negated, and it's really gotten a lot of attrition to the enemy weapon system. I mean, this is the sasta China ka saman, I mean sasta Chinese drone, and probably I'm sure that there would be an argument with their supplier, whoever is giving them this stuff. So, I mean, the enemy needs to introspect, think twice, and probably avoid this misadventure again, and especially during day, because everything's visible during day. They dare not take any chances, because this is a clear and present sign of escalation. Nobody expected this. And Pakistan itself had gone to the UN. And I fail to understand, in none of the official statements by the government of India has this country been named. We have declared war against terrorism, and terrorism alone, and the backers of the terrorists or the jihadi tanzeems. So I really do not understand that why Pakistan is getting involved when we are busy taking out the terrorist launch pads and their infrastructure. So I think there has been a communication misunderstanding from the Pakistan side. They have misunderstood the actions of what India has been doing, and I think probably United Nations, the Americans and the British would make it amply clear to the Pakistanis as to what the actual objective of Operation Sindoor is? Shravan and Niranjan.
Yeah, stay with me, Major Tur. Shravan, on the Navy's moves in the Arabian Sea, once again, a lot of speculative reports, but what are your sources telling you about where we are placed? Because some reports also spoke about Karachi and some explosions being heard in Karachi, some attack on Karachi. Any update on that?
Well, in fact, there was a certain realignment. That was the last known update that I got from my sources within the Navy. And of course, I've been pointing out, which has now been picked up by almost all other media networks, the aggressive posturing. This is the line that I was told by my source within Navy. Now, does that really indicate that they have basically breached and they've carried out what we saw back in the 1971 war? We do not know at this point in time with regards to how far have they basically carried out an action. But what I can tell you with some amount of certainty, Niranjan, that there have been certain developments. They're extremely tight-lipped about it, perhaps because of the nature of the offensive and the fact that perhaps the government has a plan in place, and that is the reason why, in all likelihood, sometime later in the day, you would have again a joint briefing. As I told you, Niranjan, late yesterday morning too, also when we got the first set of details, and those details were with regards to a possible briefing, and that's exactly what happened later in the day, that there was a briefing and we got full details of it. So we'll have to wait for it. As far as the offensive in Karachi, all that we have been told is that in the Arabian Sea, the Navy has taken a very, very aggressive posturing and realignment of certain assets, which perhaps would mean that from the eastern side to the western side, there would have been certain realignment in terms of the positioning of our submarines as well as our warships.
Okay. Getting in a word from Ambassador Deepak Vora as well, was in our studios last evening. Good morning, Deepak, Ambassador Vora. Sir, waiting for more details, and that big briefing expected a little after 9 a.m., but everything's gone silent on Pakistan's end. We are expecting them to assess their damage, count the number of aircrafts that are down. The number of drones, the conservative estimate we have on record is that 50 drones at least have been shot down by India. What sort of a response do you expect from Pakistan? What do you think is going on? What are you hearing?
What I have been trying to assess and analyze, first of all, thank you very much for the opportunity. I did manage to get an hour's sleep. You haven't even got that. I don't know how you keep going, but I did get some rest. Thank you. What I've been trying to understand and analyze is exactly the question that you asked. How are they going to respond? As far as I understand, so some of my friends living in the United States who are from Pakistan, especially from Karachi, say that the mobile network seems to be down.
Yeah.
I don't know whether we've taken it out or it's just collapsed. This is with specific reference to Karachi. They're not able to reach their families, etc. over there. So that's the first thing. Second, as far as commercial shipping is concerned, they've all run off from the sensitive area, so to speak. We've told them to get lost, don't come anywhere within sort of shooting distance of Karachi harbour. Otherwise, you will be fair game for whoever wants to take a pot shot at you. So that is good. The second thing, Pakistanis will try and show their own people. Now it's no longer trying to put pressure on India or to carry out that Ghazwa Hind or whatever, become Ghazis, etc. Now it's to tell their own people. And this happens in many wars, I've seen it. But particularly when things don't go as you had planned, as that mad Mullah Munir had planned. I think now they're trying to tell their own people that don't worry about it. We may have taken a few tight slaps, but we are still able to get up off the floor of the boxing ring and continue the fight. And that itself is a victory. We've been knocked down, but we haven't been knocked out. This, I think, is the kind of message that they're trying to send their people. I've seen this before. So my assessments are we'll wait for the briefing by the Ministry of External Affairs and our defense people. The briefing will indicate what the situation on the ground is and what we are going to do. But three things I think will be very important. One is, of course, to tell the IMF that, guys, you better not give these fellows any money because it's going to be used for all kinds of funny things. Second, to try and see if we can put them back on the FATF enhanced monitoring list, what we call the grey list, or maybe a total non-compliance, which is the black list, although there are only 3 countries there at the moment. I think North Korea, Myanmar, and possibly Iran, if I'm not mistaken. I can't remember. So this is the 2 big areas that we are going to act on. And the third, of course, sir, I think will be putting pressure, because Saudi is going there, etc., putting pressure through its own friends, who it considers its friends, to tell them to lay off. Now, if they wish to de-escalate, they have to make the first move. They made the first move to escalate. We have retaliated, and very forcefully. We've shaken them up badly. If they want now to retrieve the situation, well, then they have to make the first move. I think these three things is what is going to go. Otherwise, as far as we are concerned, it's a fight to the finish. You yourself reported yesterday that in Baluchistan, Pakistani flags are being removed from government buildings, and Baloch flags are being put up. I've seen this in Dhaka in 1971. The forces don't move out of the cantonment, and all the other buildings are taken over by the freedom fighters. So this is exactly, it's a replica. I can see my mind goes back to 71. It's a replay of, the ploppy is being replayed. So they will take over all those government buildings and then close in on whatever small number of Pakistani troops are left around there. Those people will surrender. And then they'll declare the liberation, total liberation of Baluchistan. I see that coming within the next 48 hours.
Expecting a big announcement on Baluchistan, okay, because there have been very, very fast-paced developments. I have Kritat also joining us in the newsroom right now. Let me go across to him, the big breaking news update we had this morning. Kritat, if you can take us through the update that we had on the last 12 hours, when the first attack began on Jammu, or at least the attempted attack by Pakistan. They failed. If you can take us through the updates, the news updates, Kritat, in the last 12 hours.
Indeed, Niranjan, and we have seen significant amount of news updates that have come in the last 12 hours, and Republic has been reporting live and breaking all throughout the night. It all started at around 8:30 p.m. last evening when the lights and sirens went off in Jammu. A drone swarm attack was reported at first at the Jammu airport, following which there was a blackout measure that was imposed all throughout the western front, in Amritsar, in Jammu, in parts of Rajasthan, and even coming all the way down to Gujarat. Then there were multiple reported instances of various drone strikes. Defense sources at the moment say that as many as 50 drones were drowned. The most important update is, as far as the defense sources are concerned, that the Integrated Defense Command has also confirmed that there was no significant damage done to any of the military installations, which were the primary intended target as far as the information that is available to us at the moment. More than 50 drones intercepted, and almost nearly 100% interception rate of the air defense system, including the S-400, the Shilka, and the ZU-23mm guns, which are the anti-drone guns, which are self-propelled guns, almost four cannons mounted on them, and all of them had almost near point accuracy in terms of intersection of all these drone swarms that were coming in. There were also reports of missiles being launched by Pakistan, and some other unconfirmed reports also about certain aircraft being targeted. More clarity is awaited when the Ministry of External Affairs and Ministry of Defense will hold their press briefing later today at around 9 to 11. That is the window that we are looking at. The official timings are yet to be out, but the Ministry of External Affairs and Ministry of Defense is expected to come and break silence on it. Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri, followed by the Air Force and Army counterparts, are also going to brief the media. That's the big update.
Wanted to get a word from Ambassador Vora. Sir, wanted to ask you, but just slipped out. But what do you make of the American response? Because J.D. Vance was asked a straight question. I think it was on Fox News, an interview, and he said, what's happening between India and Pakistan is none of our business. It's none of our business. It becomes our business if there are nukes involved. Do you see a change in America's tone there?
What they are trying to say is that as long as it does not reach the level of nuclear warfare, because they've been wanting to take out Pakistan's nukes for a long time. I wouldn't say that it becomes our business means we'll send the Marines in and we'll denuclearize both sides. No, that's not the game. The message being sent out here is to Pakistan that don't try and, you keep threatening to let loose your 20 gram or 50 gram or 200 gram nuclear weapons against India. Don't overplay that card, because then we'll get very angry. And when we get very angry, we can hurt you badly. I think that is the message they are trying to give. Otherwise, just as Donald Trump had said, we have outsourced Bangladesh to India. Pretty much, they have outsourced dealing with Pakistan to India. That is the impression that I get, not just from the official statements, but also from the assessments and analyses of my counterparts in the United States. Bharat, deal karo with these wretched fellows, but if they try actually begin to make their missiles and their nuclear warheads, well, then we are going to hit them very hard. And let me also tell you, sir, don't rule out. There's another fellow sitting on the sidelines waiting and watching what will these chaps do with their nukes, and that is Israel, sir. You might recall that some years ago there was talk of the United States, India, Israel getting together to denuclearize Pakistan. Didn't happen, whatever the reasons, I don't remember. But they're also going to be watching very carefully, as are a number of other countries, what happens to Pakistan's nukes. A dangerous country possessing nuclear weapons. What will the rest of the world, the big powers, including the United States, Russia and India, do? It will be a message to all those who think that getting a nuclear bomb means we are the kings of the world.
Yes. So be with me. I have my colleagues Achal also joining us along with Krutat. Achal and Krutat from the Republic Research Desk joining us live with the updates. Achal and Krutat, you've been tracking, Achal, the response that India gave last night. If you can take us through what we have done as a response to Pakistan's targeting of cities across the border.
Amid intense speculation about what has been happening between India and Pakistan during this situation, which is somehow being called to be a war situation, there is a statement released by Defense Staff, Integrated Defense, that says that amid the escalating tensions between India and Pakistan, the Indian Armed Forces have successfully failed a large-scale drone and missile attack launched by Pakistan to target military stations in northern and western India, including Jammu, Pathankot and Udhampur. So this is an official confirmation from the Defense Forces of India. So there is no scope of any further speculation. We have strike back. The Pakistan tried attacking us, but we have given them back with equal force and equal resonance. And this is a victory for India.
And the locations that have been targeted across the border that we have seen over the night, multiple updates have been coming in that certain military installations may have been targeted by India. Remember that the response has been very symmetric in the escalation metrics in the last 24 hours. Targets which are specifically targeted as per the information now confirmed by the Integrated Defense Command. This means that if India has retaliated against Pakistan, the information that came in last night was Karachi, Rawalpindi, Sialkot, Lahore, which air defense went off almost 24 hours ago in the Sindhu 2.0. All of these were key targets where explosions were being reported. Further information will be confirmed when the Ministry of External Affairs and the Ministry of Defense officially does their press conference later today at around 9 to 11. That's the window that we are looking at, ladies and gentlemen. But those are the significant updates that we can confirm on the basis of official inputs that have come from the armed forces that military targets were attacked. There was a massive drone swarm attack that struck Jammu, confirmed, and the Integrated Defense Command has confirmed that no military bases sustained any damage. Back to the studio.
Yeah, between 3 and 5 a.m. this morning, we had an update also coming from Amritsar. In fact, that update read that all citizens are requested to stay indoors and away from the windows, keep lights turned off and window curtains drawn. There is no need to panic. A siren will blow now, and we will pass the message again once it's clear. This came from the Amritsar DPRO. So something was ongoing in Amritsar, and we are hearing that around 5 a.m., close to the Atari-Wagha border, there was news of a drone that was downed by India, and the Punjab police also investigating that. We don't have a confirmation, but quickly, if you can, both Achal and Krita, tell us about the different targets that Pakistan tried to go after on the Indian side and the number of drones that we have downed. If you can take us through what they tried and the response that was given.
Yes, so there are multiple reports coming from across India, then multiple number of drones and different parts of Pakistani defense system are being found on different places. So this does prove that India has struck back, and the news of India striking Pakistan's defense systems and their coming missiles into India is not false. They have done it. There is official confirmation, and places in Pakistan like Lahore, Sialkot, Rawalpindi, which are the places which are not much away from their actual military bases, have been struck by India. And this is a siren, an alarm for Pakistan, which should make it rise open to the occasion and just accept its mistake and go back.
Indeed, and the most important part here to look at is also that the number that defense sources, very credible defense sources, are putting to Republic is that around 50 drones were drowned across the entire Western Front. Now, there were multiple attacks that were reported throughout the Western Front, all the way from Poonch, all the way up to Jammu, and most of these concentration of the drone swarm attacks was in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, particularly focused on Jammu and the Jammu airport.
Okay, we have a confirmation now, Krutat, that the government briefing will happen at around 10 a.m. That's the joint MOD-MEA briefing, and Arnab is also joining the live coverage. Arnab, good morning.
Good morning.
Over to you. Over to you.
Niranjan, thank you for holding fort. Fantastic job. And ladies and gentlemen, it's 18 minutes past 7 in the morning today, and we've been anchoring since yesterday. We've been non-stop breaking. I'm happy to tell you that the Republic Media Network team has been non-stop breaking overnight. This is not a crisis. I look upon this as an opportunity for us to end the battle against terrorism. This is not a moment of challenge. It is a moment of great opportunity for the nation. And that's the way we should look at it. These moments come but rarely. And we are blessed to have, at this point of time, when this situation unfortunately faces the nation, to have Narendra Modi as the Prime Minister of India and Ajit Doval as the National Security Advisor of the country, and the three chiefs working in smooth motion. Ladies and gentlemen, the fact is, while I do a recap, which I will bring to you, good morning NND Dubey Sahab, good morning to you, sir. Good morning, sir. Good morning, Samar. You know, a lot of people asking us, what is the latest situation? What has happened last night? Can you tell us? Well, I think that I would not like to speculate very much, but you have the visuals. The latest visuals are telling you the story. We have latest visuals that are coming in from Amritsar, ladies and gentlemen, and we have some pictures of last night which we are receiving tonight, and these pictures are coming right now, and essentially these are interceptions in different situations, different sets of interceptions. So we are seeing a lot of drones. Some estimates are saying 50 to 75 drones are what have been possibly been brought down, and you can see here the net sounds over these pictures. Essentially all our air defense artillery units were awake all of last night, and now you want to hear some of that background music? I think we can, no problem. Thank you very much. But it's okay. This is all army sourced footage. So you're seeing the firing, you can hear the background commentary. I think you're going to hear some army personnel there. Let's hear that.
You see that, sir, the blinking thing? Saw that.
जितनी पार्टीज है अपने सामने वो रखिए, ध्यान कोई फिजिकल मूवमेंट ग्राउंड पे ना हो आपके सामने.
You see that, sir, the blinking thing?
Okay. Samar, you want to explain what people are seeing this morning? These are the visuals of last night from Amritsar. Samar, on screen, please, while we talk about this. Thank you.
The red colored tracer that you see, which is going in the sky, is basically us firing the anti-aircraft rounds into the incoming swarm drones. So, it gives an advantage that, it's something like a tracer round, which gives a general direction as to where the incoming drones, swarm drones are, and hence all other guns open up in the general area. And these are upgraded anti-aircraft guns with thermal imaging and infrared imaging. So anything in the night cannot escape its camera, and the heat signatures are easily caught. And so the rate of fire and the success rate of this anti-aircraft gun is approximately 90 to 94% bang on target. So that is the reason why there were so many noises, because that is where it has actually gone and intercepted the suicide drones which were heading for the Indian civilian population and military targets from the enemy end.
Okay, while this has been going on, we are also told that around the Kupwara area there have been a lot of attempts at ceasefire violations. What you've seen last night, in case you missed some of those events of last night, you would know that what has happened last night is that we've had swarm drone attacks. What are swarm drone attacks? And these swarm drone attacks were happening especially in Samba, in Akhnur, and I can share here that L-70 guns and other anti-defense artillery of ZU make, and then there was another which I forget, which is the
L-70 and the Shilka.
The Shilka as well was used. Can you tell us about the Shilka, the ZU make anti-defense artillery which we used last night, but a lot of extensive use of L-70. So what was used last night was not even the S-400 last night. So it was not the
It was not the. It's an anti-aircraft
last night,
missile. S-400 is basically the anti-aircraft missile. Now the radius that the S-400 covers is basically 400 kilometers in radius, and the altitude that it detects any movement is 30 kilometers. Up to 30 kilometers in altitude.
Yeah.
So anything within 400 by 30 kilometers is detected there and then by the S-400.
Okay.
Now S-400 is a missile system which is basically used for any fighter jet or else to intercept any incoming enemy missile system. So you see, when an enemy activates its aircraft or its missile, so they have separate electronic signatures, which come up onto the radar system. So the S-400 is able to recognize that yes, this is the aircraft, and it differentiates between the aircraft and the missile systems,
so,
as well as the drone systems.
And also a lot of misleading information since yesterday being put out from Pakistani handles. They are looking very actively for a face saver. So the Press Information Bureau has said that one particular visual being put out of an explosion, which is being used by the Pakistanis as a face saver, is actually an old video from an unknown location that I cannot share right now, of an oil tanker explosion, but that is 5 years old, from 2021. The Pakistanis are putting out, and they are claiming an attack, that this is an attack on Hazira port. I'm putting that in breaking news. The Press Information Bureau says that this is an old oil tanker explosion, vintage 2021, which the Pakistanis are trying to pass off as a Hazira port attack, which is completely untrue. This is breaking news. Good morning, Deepak Vora Sahab. We are waiting for. Good morning, sir. We are still having a lot of shelling going on in Uri and Kupwara this morning, but we are in a situation where we can now send our reporters to different locations, Voraji, and tell you what's happening. A lot of neutralization, a lot of Pakistani drone debris lying around. But we have very little information of what has happened in Pakistan, the extent of our attack. We'll get to know this morning. What is your expectation of how the day will proceed, sir?
Well, thank you very much. The first thing that makes me so happy is to see, I left you just a couple of hours ago, and here you are back again, fresh as anything. Amazing. Do share your diet with me so that I know what you do. And then, of course, I was able to get an hour's rest because our sons like Major Toor are around, they are awake, they are defending us. So thank you, Major Saab. Thanks to the Indian Army for doing what they are. So what I see is the press briefing, which will come in about just over 2.5 hours from now. They are going to tell us exactly what is happening. My anticipation, sir, you are seeing the Karachi stock market, the lower circuit breakers have been activated, which means trading is pretty much over there. I don't know if it's going to resume today. Second, the run on the banks continues. The restrictions remain. Number 3, Pakistan is now looking not to score any great victories over India or not to do this, that and the other, but to tell its own people that, look, we still have the capability to trouble India, which we had earlier. All that nonsense about Munir, we are a different people, superior race, superior civilization, all that has been thrown out. Now it's just reassuring their own people, please stand by us, because this is now becoming a fight, not for, he talked about Kashmir being the jugular vein of Pakistan. Now it's a fight for Pakistan's survival. And with the Baloch having done what they have. Sir, I saw this in Dhaka, where in 1971, where began the Mukti Bahini by removing flags from all the government buildings that were outside the immediate cantonment area, putting up their own flags. The same thing the Baloch are doing. I think apart from the Kalat cantonment and 1 or 2 other places, all the flags from government buildings, private schools, etc., the Pakistani flag has been removed and replaced with Baloch flag. So that blow has been struck. And if, I think, the Pakistanis start looking elsewhere and their chaps surrender en masse, as I expect they will in Baluchistan, well, you might even expect the declaration of Azad Baluchistan today, sir, as quickly as today.
Well, that's absolutely true. I think what you said there about the Karachi circuit breakers is true. I don't even know if they have a stock exchange left. By the way, today is the morning, ladies and gentlemen. Critical meetings in IMF. We're holding firm on that position, and I think the IMF, should not be clearing the Pakistani bailout package without extreme conditions. Arawat is joining us live from location. We'll go live to Rawat, and he will tell us more about the shelling that's going on in Uri. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're watching our broadcast, you will realize here that the Republic reporters are the only network reporters who are ahead on the ground where the shelling is happening. We are choosing to be there in the areas where there is shelling, and I think our reporters are doing a very good job. Some of those have come to areas which are 100 to 200 meters away from where the shelling happens. And Arawat's present location, he's on the move. He keeps changing his location like all our reporters do every 15 minutes. Arawat, good morning. Uri ki halat kya hai? What is the situation in Uri and the adjoining areas? What are you seeing around you? The places where there were all these drone strikes yesterday, or where there was these heavy shelling going on, what is the situation now? What is the morale among our forces? What are you hearing? Arawat from Uri in Jammu and Kashmir. Arawat.
Very good morning, Arnab. We have seen continuous shelling in the Uri sector from yesterday late night. We have also seen that the Indian Army is giving them the befitting reply. We have seen this shelling has started yesterday late night, and it's continuously. Also, we have seen that the administration is on the toes there. Also, we have seen that the forces are giving the Pakistani troopers to befitting reply. Also, we have seen there are some reports. There are some posts in the Uri sector where we have been told from the sources that the Pakistani troopers have left their bunkers and stepped back some 6 to 7 kilometers in the Uri sector, and also the local population of the entire area has been evacuated to the safer places by the district administration, Jammu and Kashmir police and other forces there. Also, we have seen that the continuous shelling is going on, and the Indian Army is giving befitting reply to Pakistan's unprovoked firing towards the civilian areas in the Kashmir Valley. Also, we have seen that they are not targeting only the residential areas or the bunkers of the forces, but yes, they are also targeting the Islamic locations like the masjids, and also the Imam Baras of the Uri sector have also been targeted by the unprovoked firing by the Pakistan. As we have seen that there are some residential areas which has hit with the mortar shells, but yes, we have seen the evacuation process is on in the entire Uri, or also in the North Kashmir's Karna sector. We have seen we have seen that the back-to-back mortar shelling is going as of now. We can't show the visuals right now of the entire area due to security reasons, but yes, we have seen that our forces are there and they are capable to give them the befitting reply. Also, I'll request my Vijay to show you this entire area. This is the area where you have seen that's the area where you can see that the shells are coming out. This is the entire ridge in the Uri sector where from we have seen already the infiltration route, but we have seen there was also attempt of the infiltration in the various sectors of the Jammu and Kashmir, but we have seen that the forces are here and they are giving them the befitting reply to in the entire area. Also, this is the area where we have seen yesterday the firefight was on. Also, the small arms are still are being fired by the Pakistani troopers in this area continuously, but we have seen that the Indian Army is giving them the befitting reply.
Okay, we have a video which has been released by the ADGPI, which is the media corps of the army, and they've also issued a tweet. I want to read out the tweet. Great job there. Keep moving your location. Keep moving your location. A very few vehicles behind you, and those which are moving, And so I would request all our reporters on the ground in areas where the shelling is going on to keep changing their location every 15 minutes. Now, ADGPI has put out a tweet, ladies and gentlemen, and the army has said that there have been multiple armed forces. Pakistan armed forces launched multiple attacks using drones and other munitions across our entire western border on the intervening night of 8th and 9th May 2025. The Pakistani troops also resorted to numerous ceasefire violations along the line of control in Jammu and Kashmir. The drone attacks were effectively repulsed and a befitting reply was given to the ceasefire violations, CFVs. And the Indian Army remains completely committed to safeguarding the sovereignty and territorial integrity of the nation. All the nefarious designs will be responded by force. Indian Army #justice served. There's also a video of the Indian Army which has been released officially this morning, and I would like to play that out next. There's this video which has been put out, Operation Sindoor 2 video. Samar, you saw that video. What are they trying to convey there?
They're trying to convey that, firstly from the lens, a bird, a flying object was, clearly visible. I think that's a bird, or, or it might be an observation drone. I don't know. I mean, but it's clearly visible that they are being watched.
Yeah.
Their every move is under scanner, and one wrong move and they are going to meet their makers.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, we're also getting news of across the country, voluntary boycott of Turkish businesses
and tourism,
and Turkish tourism and Turkish business. Ladies and gentlemen, Goa Villas, for example, on their hashtag says due to Turkey taking an due to Turkey's non-cooperative stance in the current global scenario involving India and Pakistan, we have decided not to offer any accommodation services to Turkish citizens in Goa. We stand firmly with our nation. While we believe that individual citizens are not responsible, it is time for collective action vis-a-vis businesses. We need to hit Turkey hard, ladies and gentlemen. And I have been told that there is a Turkish company which supports cargo services in our country. I won't take names right now.
Complete cargo.
Which has cargo handling services?
All major airports in India.
And this is a Turkish company?
Yes.
And I believe that no Turkish company.
The son or main person of the current regime, Erdogan.
Yeah, then I am of a view that no Turkish company can be allowed, ladies and gentlemen, to be doing any kind of aviation holding or aviation, support services in our country. The civil aviation must call it out. I also believe that this is not the time to be playing IPL. It is very unfortunate that IPL is still going on. It is very unfortunate that the players of IPL are not taking a stance. It is very unfortunate that the cricket board, it is very unfortunate that individual teams of the IPL still believe that this is a time to be doing this kind of entertainment cricket. At a time when the nation is facing a crisis, I call upon all the channels that are broadcasting the IPL to reconsider their position, given, what do you think, Samar, given the gravity of the situation that we are facing and the battle on the border, this is not the time to be distracted with things like IPL. I hold a very clear and unambiguous view on it, and I will not change my position on it. Samar.
I mean, Arnab, we are at war here.
Yeah, and this is not the time to be trying to entertain ourselves by playing limited overs entertainment cricket.
I mean, look at the seriousness of the war which has taken place. Look at the magnitude, right from Bhuj up to Leh.
Yeah.
I mean, this is no joke. The enemy has planned in deliberation and is also selected religious sites with deliberation.
Our people have been killed. Our people have been killed. They continue to play IPL. Our people are being killed. They continue to play IPL. Our forces are responding. They continue to play IPL. Pakistani ceasefire violations happen. Pakistani drone attacks are happening. Indian artillery, Indian air defense artillery is on. We're in a state of war, and all they want to do is make money through IPL. I think this should stop. I'm calling for this because this is too much, Saurabh. This would not have happened in any other country, but this is nation first.
Very immoral.
This is nation first. I'm sorry, I'm shifting the mood away, but this is the reality. Someone has to say it here.
I completely endorse it. This is the time of national unity. Everyone would be thinking, the organizers, I'm sure, should be thinking about it. And with your call, I think better sense should prevail, because, not only are you in solidarity with our armed forces who are standing, sacrificing their lives on the border, but also it diverts attention, because security agencies have to secure, the people. They cannot be guarding IPL stadium or anything like that. I think the government should create an advisory. Any big entertainment concert, matches like these should be completely postponed in line of, we are in the midst of a national emergency of sorts.
Yeah.
And this is what everybody should be thinking. And one more thing, Arnab. I am really surprised about the silence of so-called Bollywood biggies at a time when they should be standing up in solidarity, issuing, talking about this to
they
their
don't do it
millions of followers.
without a nudge. They won't. I call upon Jaya Bachchan and Amitabh Bachchan. I call upon all leading Bollywood personalities not to need to be nudged to speak about the situation. This is the time they need to use their social media handles to call for a complete boycott of Pakistan, Pakistani products, Pakistani actors, Pakistani support services, Turkish products, Turkish entertainment products. And I wish Bollywood and cricket were to show some spine and to understand here that when you keep saying the country is united by cricket, where is cricket when the country is united against Pakistan? They say Bollywood, the country is united by Bollywood. Where is Bollywood when the country is being targeted by Pakistan, when our forces are on the border? At a time like this, when they behave like this, they really let the nation down. Ladies and gentlemen, we have breaking news coming in, of news that is coming in from 15 core sources. Pakistan has targeted civilian areas. Pakistan has targeted civilian areas. This is a 15 core sources. Shawan has more news. Shawan, are you there live with us? We got news from... Okay, Shawan will just be coming back in a while. In the meantime, while Shawan comes back, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome. Deepak Voraji will be joining us in the studios for in some time, I'm told. And viewers, if you're listening to my recap broadcast this morning, I expect... Shawan is okay. Let's do that after Shawan tells us the latest information from 15 Corps and the implications of that, the geographical location of the 15 Corps, the significance of this attempt at targeting civilian areas.
Well, two quick points here. When I spoke to my source in 15 Corps, that's based out of Srinagar, they're saying that the line of control is absolutely hot at this point in time. There has been intermittent firing that has taken place, particularly in Kupwara and Uri. Once again, Pakistan has basically targeted certain civilian areas. There have been certain losses that we are being given to understand, civilians who have been injured in the indiscriminate firing that the Pakistanis have done over through the night. Important to point out here, Pakistani posts have also been decimated. Major Toor, perhaps Arnab will be able to tell us a little better, because surprisingly, the Pakistanis switched over to small arms. Whether at all they've run out of ammunition or it is for some other reason, because there was heavy artillery firing that was going on through the night. But in some areas, they switched over to small arms.
Samar?
Well, these are the telltale signs of their fire. Maybe that they've run short of ammunition at the moment. Maybe that this was the first reply, and could be that they've done a tactical withdrawal to a rare location where their actual ammunition and bigger caliber artillery guns are present. So right now I strongly believe that there has to be observation of these Pakistani locations from high altitude observation equipment, which is going to give us a very clear and a present idea in terms of where they are and what their modus operandi is, and why have they switched on to the small arms weapon systems. So I think it is only with time which will decide and make things amply clear as to why they have done this. But as far as logic is concerned and the present statistical data was concerned, they have only 10 days of artillery ammunition. So it depends as to whether they've finished it off for the certain day, or they're going to now consume the leftover ammunition for the day number 2. So we really have to assess and check through satellite imagery and drone observation equipment as to what they are up to.
Okay, NND Dubeji, good morning, and can you tell us your views about what happened yesterday? Last night, Pakistan, as you know, made many failed attempts to send these swarm drones in various places along the line of control and the international border. We are told over 50 drones were successfully neutralized during this large-scale counter-drone operation. How do you expect things to move ahead today? And what do you make of the use of drones that they did yesterday all over these areas? Udhampur, Samba, Jammu, Akhnur, Nagrota, Pathankot. You know these areas.
First, I'll take up the areas, plain areas. I mean, the 192-kilometer international border with Jammu. So they misadventured last night with the drones. But one thing is very clear, that they were doing this sort of job in the last 3 years. I mean, the intensity and scale is much higher, what they have done last night. But they were already doing their heinous job through drones by dropping armaments, you can say narcotics and other material on Indian soil stealthily during the night. So BSF is completely holding the 192 kilometers area there, and BSF is accustomed and used to take care of these drones. And currently the second layer of defense, a border security force, supported well by the Indian Army behind that. So Indian Army has very successfully downed all these drones last night, and no drone has been effective or successful at any of the posts or in the civilian area of Jammu. That is my report. I spoke someone in the 4 o'clock in the morning, and it was reported that some of the Pakistanis movement was sighted through our devices near Samba area, but it was heavily replied upon by the medium machine gun and small arm fire by the border security forces, and the casualty is much higher, which Pakistan is not accepting at this stage. Vasantar area, which has been very notorious and it has been very favorite for the Pakistanis for infiltration, has been completely taken care of by illumination and by technical devices. So we are not bothered about the Vasantar area, that they will do something stealthily. Yes, they have done some efforts in Pura area and Akhnur area, which is again, there is no damage caused to our side. And the system which we have very initially mentioned about these anti-drone technology, it has been very effectively deployed. Now I'll come up to that Poonch area and Rajouri area.
Yes, sir.
That area has been definitely affected last night, and they have targeted our religious centers, Gurudwara, and a significant number of Sikh communities by their drone attacks, which is very, very condemnable. It has never done in earlier. And Poonch is basically surrounded from 3 sides. So tactically, that is little under their zone, and they always take advantage of the Poonch area. So that is one issue. Now let us go ahead to the northern side. Right from Tangdhar and down, they are doing cross-border firing, which is total violation of the agreed points between both the countries. But one thing very interesting, that now they have switched over to small arm firing, and there may be a reason that they are very miserly moving. They want to save their resources for the time being. That's why, because they know that they can't sustain for a very long time. But preparedness at LOC and Jammu area is very heavy from our side. We are used to that. This is a little higher conflict level.
Yeah.
But even before that, when no war, no peace situation, we are accustomed to take care of the Pakistani attack. So we are doing it very, very well and very effectively. Results are very good on that border.
Okay. Yesterday, US President, Vice President J.D. Vance said, Dubey Sahab, that, he said that it's none of our business. I want to go to Washington. Ladies and gentlemen, where we have Saurabh, who's looking at all the global reactions from Washington. And what J.D. Vance said, I think it was an interview to Fox News, he said that fundamentally it is none of our business. And America, it has nothing to do with America's ability to control it. But he said we are not going to get involved in the middle of war. That is fundamentally none of our business. None of our business. And America can't tell the Indians to lay down arms. Our hope and expectation, this is not going to spiral into a broader nuclear war or regional war. Only nuclear aversion is the main concern, but this is none of our business. How do you view that statement, and can you give us a sense, Saurabh, of the global reactions which you've been following? Is that going to play a part at all? And can you make a comment on the kind of alignment we are seeing here? Pretty open alignment. Samar was telling me a cargo plane is just about to land in Pakistan from Turkey, Samar.
Yes.
Right? So Turkey has got actively involved on the Pakistani side. This is breaking news. Turkey openly joins forces with Pakistan. There is no no-fly zone when it comes to Turkey. Turkish planes are carrying drones and landing in Pakistan. Am I right, Samar? Can you quickly update on that, Samar? Can you tell Saurabh on that and then take it forward? So Turkey has got directly involved with the Pakistani side. Samar and Saurabh, please. Yeah.
See now, Arnab, Turkey is using private airlines now, which is heading into Karachi. So firstly, it is amply clear that the Karachi airstrip is functional at the moment. But you see, a country during such a hostile situation has its battle frigate in the waters of Karachi, has its C-117s deliver Bayraktar TB2 drones in the last month to the Pakistanis, and now when Pakistan has imposed this war on the largest democracy of the world, you observe that Turkey's private aircrafts are now flying into Karachi to bring in the drones. So you see, it is an open provocation even from Turkey, and there has to be a dressing down of the Turkish ambassador. He needs to be called in and he needs to be told that this is not done, and they got to go out.
It's not a warship.
They got to have restrictions now.
Can I jump in here? I think that is being done. My source is telling me that India will certainly convey its displeasure through diplomatic channels, both in Ankara and in Delhi, because we know that this is a war against terrorism. Any country which is siding with Pakistan at this stage, and that too overt cooperation, military cooperation against India, this obviously tantamount to something that India will take very strongly. With Turkey, so many people, in fact the Turkish economy in many ways rely a great deal from tourism from India. Turkish Airlines profits out of India because it gets huge amount of passengers who travel on that airline onwards to many destinations. If tomorrow the government of India takes really stern measures, Turkey will be really facing the heat. So I think the government of India should be doing it, because this is the time when you use all the leverages that you have. And I'm sure the decision makers are hearing us through this broadcast as well, and they will take recourse to some measures. Coming to what you were asking me, Arnab, it's very significant. J.D. Vance's statement, and J.D. Vance was in India when this horrific terror attack happened in Pahalgam. He spoke to the Prime Minister. He was given a briefing by the US side as well on what exactly happened. President Trump has been steadfast against Islamist terrorism. He's somebody who's taken a strong position, and I've been told by sources in White House as well that the US position is very clear, that they stand with India when it comes to taking on Pakistan-sponsored terrorism, and India's voice is resonating here, both in Washington, in New York as well. Pakistan happens to be a UN Security Council non-permanent member. They have a term till 2026. They were trying very hard to get a resolution passed against India, trying to dub India as an aggressor. That did not happen. They tried to get an informal meeting. After that informal meeting also, there was no statement which was put out, because the members of the UN Security Council, including the permanent members, barring China, they were in unanimity that Pakistan should be doing something on these terror groups, and they pinned the blame on Pakistan. In fact, Pakistan was asked question about the manner in which these innocent tourists, they were killed. They were asked about their religion, then killed. They were also asked about the alliance that Pakistan has with Lashkar-e-Toiba, which is a sanctioned group. So clearly the heat is on Pakistan, and this statement coming from the US Vice President is significant because you also know that he's one of the key aides of US President Donald Trump, and also widely regarded as somebody
and in
who
the
may be
present in the present situation,
candidate
if it is true that a Turkish company is doing cargo handling services, then I think it's also a national security threat.
I mean,
for
the
the
visas
country.
have to be denied.
We cannot trust the Turkish. Pakistan drones have also been intercepted near Khasa in Atari, Shawan.
Yes, Khasa is in Amritsar.
BSF headquarters.
The main control.
Yeah, near the BSF headquarters.
Khasa is the BSF.
Can you give us the significance of that, Mr.
Yeah. It's very close to international border.
It's bang on the border.
Close to Atari, just bang on, half an hour.
Yeah. So this, we've had Pakistani drones intercepted in that area as well. So this is some information, some news breaks that we are getting. Viewers, Amit Shah had a huge review yesterday with the Director Generals of all the border guarding forces to review the current security situation along the borders. This meeting was aimed at assessing preparedness and operational readiness in the light of all these latest developments. And in that context, this attempted attack in what appears to be the major BSF headquarters is a matter of great concern. Ladies and gentlemen, we are still awaiting an official release from the Indian Navy. As far as the Navy is concerned, we do know this. We do know this, that we were told they were in a very aggressive posture as of last night. We are also told that Arnala, which is the first in a series of 8 indigenously designed anti-submarine shallow warfare aircraft, which are called SWCs, was delivered to the Indian Navy on Thursday. That's great news. They are anti-submarine warfare shallow water craft, which are indigenously built and delivered to the Indian Navy on May 8th yesterday. So this is great news that while we are in a war situation, we are continuing here to build our maritime strength. And we have Harsha live with us. Harsha, what is your location, Harsha?
My location is Poonch right now. I'm in the Poonch city.
Can you tell us what's happening there?
Because yesterday night there was intense mortar shelling in the entire Poonch city, where I reported also from KG Top and the other location. Right now the situation in the city is that there's no electricity. There's no electricity in the city, and that is the reason we are not even able to charge our batteries as well. And most of the peoples have vacated from Poonch city. There is no one. We see no one. There are checks, but we also don't see any police official or any SOG team right now. Most of the people, most of the civilians are inside their houses. They are in the safe house or either in the bunker. But yes, what we heard for half an hour back also was there was shelling. So the shelling still continues in the Poonch city. Yesterday we reported from the top where the heavy mortar and also LMG was used from all the side of Naushera, Mendar and the Rajouri and Surankot region of the Poonch city. So right now this is the city visuals which I'm showing right now, and no electricity. Again and again I'm mentioning there's no electricity in any of the houses. The power cut is completely in the city. In fact, the signals of most of the networks are also not working in the Poonch city right now. So these are the visuals from where I'm reporting. There's a main city area of the Poonch, and also there was one house. There's one house. I'll take you there where there's an impact of mortar shelling. The shells were bored. The shells were dropped, fell in the Poonch city. In this shop below there was a shop, and this is the visual. So I'll show how this entire house and shop completely destroyed and collapsed from the mortar shelling. These are the visuals. These are the visuals from the night when there was heavy mortar shelling from each and every site of the Poonch district. So these are the visuals from Poonch, from where I'm reporting right now. I'll turn my
No, that's all right. You stay there. Harsha, I'm asking you something. There seems to be nobody around the city right now. So has there been complete evacuation, it appears, of that part of the city or that city, the whole area?
Yes, right now there's no one. Almost 80% of the civilians in the city have completely evacuated from this entire area. We have seen, I also reported from several lanes and locality where the locks have been put up in the house. We don't see more. as I'll show you that there's complete desertness in the city. There's no one, no civilian, no resident. In fact, there was an SOG team, the QRT team of the QRT unit of the SOG, which came here, and it also told the people who were wandering on the road to stay inside. They were continuously stating that there's a continuous shelling. We also see a few locals here. I believe I'll try and take a word from them also. सरदार जी, सब लोग खाली करके चले गए हैं, आप लोग कुछ ही लोग बचे हैं। तो यहाँ पे कोई रात में हताहत तो नहीं हुआ नीचे सिटी में? सब लोग ठीक है? So this is one of the locals we saw, but yes, most of the houses, the shops, everything is shut. Religious places is shut. In fact, the DC office and the police officials, none of them are right now in their house. In their office right now. We don't see any movement, neither at the bus stand, or neither at the railway station here. We don't find any shop open. In fact, we are not even able to find a small water bottle for ourselves also. We have not had any food or water from last 18 hours. And there's no possibility that we could find any, because there's no shop open right now. The entire city has been evacuated and vacated. Most of the people have moved to their village area, the safer place, or either they went towards Jammu. Back to you.
Okay, you're doing a great job. I'll take a short break there. Ladies and gentlemen, reporting from Poonch is Harsha. We're going live this morning. Poonch continues to have been under shelling. I will have several news reports. Thank you, Harsha. Be safe. Now, ladies and gentlemen, these are, the Pakistan Cricket Board has moved all its cricket matches to the UAE. We are told we call upon the IPL and the teams in the IPL to show some sense of responsibility and call off entertainment and cricket entertainment at a time like this. There have been infiltration bids in Samba. 8,000 disinformation accounts have been blocked. And we had Elon Musk complaining about it. But Elon Musk, if you want to do business in India, just comply. Don't say we feel freedom of expression, etc. It's all rubbish, Elon Musk. Don't be a hypocrite. You would not do this if you're in America. But obviously your business interests will be impacted if you deal badly with India. So it's very good that you have complied, whether voluntarily or not. Ladies and gentlemen, short break. I'm coming back. We are live this morning. Remember, the big Indian government briefing is exactly 2 hours from now.
At Amity, we are committed to building a stronger India through world-class education and research, to nurture ideal citizens who, together with the leaders of today and tomorrow, will make India a world superpower. Amity University, India's leading not-for-profit private university.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Of different weapon systems, because you cannot risk putting all eggs in one basket.
ये मस्जिद तैयबा मरकज उमर के अंदर ये नुकसान है.
Not risk putting all eggs in one basket. Not risk putting all eggs in one basket.
Mender here, and most
some
of the
visuals I can see some
are near the LOC.
No. This is a long shot. I can see in the sky there's somebody who shot something to light. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Indian government briefing is 1 hour 58 minutes from now. And I want to take some visuals full frame for all of you who missed some of the breaking news developments of last night. We've had a very long night yesterday, and these visuals, what we are seeing, first set of visuals, all will go full frame. Visuals, we are locating it, and you can see here, what you're seeing here is the impact of shelling, which is going on very heavily in the Uri sector of Jammu and Kashmir. All these regions have Republic reporters. These are verified and authenticated visuals. Then I want to show you the visuals of Amritsar.
Oh, you see that, sir, the blinking thing?
Visuals, ladies and gentlemen, that you're seeing from Amritsar. These are visuals of interceptions last night of Pakistani drone attacks. Now we are going to visuals from Jammu. These visuals came in from Jammu. You will see ADA, ladies and gentlemen, Air Defense Artillery of India, large and extensive use of L-70 guns. Then the ZU-23mm Air Defense Artillery, the ZU guns, and the Shilka systems. These are the visuals from Jammu, and you have flares put up in the night, which is also part of our overall counter UAS equipment. We have rich capability and robust capability of the Indian Army to counter aerial threats, and that is the reason why in several areas, including in Poonch, we were able to successfully neutralize the swarms of armed drones which were sent in by Pakistan. Now, all of this, please note, is with the full support of the Chinese and the active and open support of Turkey, ladies and gentlemen. And as a result of that, Turkish businesses, business contacts, and etc. are being boycotted voluntarily across India. These are visuals from Jammu. This is Jalandhar. Sorry, this is Jalandhar. Once again, part of the drone swarm attacks, all successfully neutralized. There were blackouts in various parts of Jammu. This is early morning, Chandigarh, ladies and gentlemen. Very, very early in the morning. This was around 2 o'clock yesterday. These visuals coming in from Chandigarh. This is surface to air systems which we activated while we told all the citizens to stay indoors, away from the windows, keep lights turned off, window curtains drawn. There was no panic. Our citizens were not panicked, and the message was very clear. This is the Indian Armed Forces which are on the job. All that the citizens have to do is stay indoors, no panic. And now the visuals I am showing are from Udhampur. Udhampur also, this is another area where there was a massive drone attack. These are all cantonment areas. Ladies and gentlemen, basically all of these were ADA units which were activated. Some areas like Akhnur were artillery shelling, and these areas were drone attacks. The drone attacks and the counter-drone attacks were very successful, and all of this continued for about 3 to 4 hours yesterday night. Pathankot visuals now on air, viewers. Pathankot visuals are now on air. And of course, we had a lot of visuals coming in from the Rajasthan side as well. Basically, we have a soundbite from, I think, Jaisalmer, from one of the eyewitnesses who saw the drone attack. I'd like to play out the eyewitness account.
रात को जब एक बार 9 बजे ब्लैकआउट की घोषणा थी थी, जैसे 9 बजे ब्लैकआउट हुआ, घरों में बैठे थे, तभी आवाज़ आने लगी। तो पहले तो महसूस हुआ कि कोई मुनादी है या कोई पटाखे फूट रहे हैं, लेकिन जैसे घर से बाहर आए, छत की तरफ गए, तो ऊपर देखे तो रियल बम, जो अपनी लाइफ में हमने कभी सोचा भी नहीं था, वो कल हमने देख भी लिया। तो जिंदगी में ऐसा अनुभव हुआ कि ये युद्ध भी हो सकता था, लेकिन उसमें पहला तो डर लगा। लेकिन जैसा कि हमारे परिवारों ने हमें पूर्व में सुनाया था कि 65 और 71 में जो युद्ध हुए थे, उसमें उन्होंने उनको सीधा लाइव देखा था और उन्होंने उस परिस्थिति को अपने साथ गुजारा था। उन्होंने हमें बताया था, उससे हमें थोड़ी बहुत तैयारी थी, और हम सरकार ने जो भी किया, जिस प्रकार से उसका रोका और उनको एक तरह से डिफ्यूज किया गया, जो भी पाकिस्तान ने जितने भी हथियार फेंके, सब के सब डिफ्यूज किए। ये सुनकर हमें बहुत ही खुशी है कि हम ऐसे भारतीय हैं कि जहाँ पे हम बिल्कुल सुरक्षित हैं। आज आप भी देख सकते हो पूरे शहर में कि जो भय का माहौल होना चाहिए, बिल्कुल भी भय नहीं है। लोगों में पूरा विश्वास है और किसी प्रकार का भी डर हमारे मन में नहीं है। हम बॉर्डर पे भले बैठे हैं।
Yeah, absolutely. Samar was making a comment here about the confidence, with which all the citizens there are responding to the situation. Absolutely no fear.
No fear.
Completely collected. Samar?
I mean, this is, a compliment to all the triforces that the civilians have come out onto the streets. I mean, there is no trauma, there is no fear. And I mean, people are equally more agitated and angry rather onto the enemy who's imposed this war on us.
Yeah.
So, I mean, hats off to the dedication and to what the Army Air Defense has achieved. And this is something spectacular. And I'm sure that, we are prepared for the worst. We're hoping for the best, but we are prepared for the worst. And at all costs, we are going to go all out to protect every and each living soul on our motherland.
Absolutely. L-70s have been firing all night, ladies and gentlemen, and I think things are going very well right now. Very, very well. And I want to go across to Saurabh, but before that, good morning to General K.K. Sinha. Good morning to General Sinha, who has served in these areas. Kargil war hero.
No.
Kargil war hero. General K.K. Sinha.
Jai Hind. Good morning.
Good morning to you,
Great
sir.
job.
Thank you. So how do you view this? How do you view the current situation? All the information that we have here. We had a massive drone attack from Pakistan. We had a missile blitz from Pakistan. And you know all the sectors, sir. And we've also countered them with a high-grade counter UAS systems with clinical precision. This was not defense. This was domination. How have we done? And we are still waiting the government briefing on what our counter action in Pakistan has been.
If you got time, I will review from north to south, right up to Bhuj. In north, the best information which I got it in the Neelam Valley. We dominated the area. That is Bandipura, Kupwara, Handwara and Tangdhar. That has been totally decimated. Pakistan, down below has been totally decimated. In that area, this is Kishan Ganga area. That is the north. It is north of Muzaffarabad. We have, casualties in Poonch and Uri area. That is just in front there because we are the Poonch town and Uri is slightly on the bowl and Pakistan dominate. We have got some civilian casualties. Now coming down further down below, this is also in front of Muzaffarabad area. And this is just behind is the Baramulla. Then we come down. When we come down, I think your all reporters are in this area. I heard someone was from Mendhar. Mendhar, it is in the just south of it is Bimbargali and further south is Rajouri. Poonch, Rajouri area, there have been, exchange of artillery fire and they have used the medium artillery on civilian area. This is absolutely a cowardice act when we have been firing into the military target in their military areas of POK. When we see this area, Muzaffarabad, Islampur, Kotli, Mirpur, that is the area. It has been a lot of artillery fires of our small arm fire, and in the most of the places we are dominating. When we come down to Nausara, Sundarbari, that has been dormant as on today. But just after that, when we come down to Palanwala, that is the area of Akhnur North, from where the actual LOC starts. The 0 point is Palanwala Mandiyala bridge. There is a huge escalation over there, and in that area I believe there is also a Pakistani jet has been knocked down over there. The major target of the Pakistan last night has been basically Udhampur, which is our northern headquarter, and Nagrota 15 Corps area, then to Jammu. And when you along the Sakargat Bulge, when we say Araspura, Arinia and Samba area, and then it takes a turn, and then basically the Pathankot, it takes a turn and Pathankot get into it. And this is the area of Basantar River. And the Sakargat Bulge has always been news in all conflicts of Pakistan. This is a low-lying area, and there is a tributary of Ravi River, where the battle takes place, and they try to infiltrate from this area. They have used and they have raised a drone brigade. Earlier in Sialkot, people do not know, but the people who track it, in Sialkot there is a drone brigade, and basically this drone brigade is Pakistanis, they have done it of their one corps. And this brigade is actually being used for carrying out the drone strikes in India. It has got about lakhs of Chinese drones. They have got something, also Turkish drone. I believe TV2 drones. Up till now, we have not seen. These are Chinese, and they're used as a swamp. So like 50 attacks last night, which started somewhere, I believe at 8 o'clock. I think we were there. I was with you that time. On your channel, the Hindi channel. That is the time when it started. And I think all have been neutralized. The beauty of our air defense system, basically your regiment, where we use L-70. And this is an anti-aircraft gun. These are towed guns, which is towed by your vehicle. And this has the mainstay. The Jammu strike, on the Jammu city strike and also their airfield strike, Ju-70 has come in a big way. The tracers which we are seeing, which is going from India towards Pakistan, was the tracers of L-70 to trace it and then hit the target. Then Ju-Silka, that is 23 mm, has also been, Igla has been used. And Igla is the shoulder fired, when we fire, that has been used. The integrated system, we have to understand, your viewers has to understand, we have got a Kaash, we have got a S-400, Barak 8, Tanuska. These are the mainstay in 2 layers. It has been so effective that Pakistan has not able to infiltrate through this. And all those strikes, which we know basically in Lahore area, where their HQ-9, their AD system was knocked down, and also in Sargodha, also in Faisalabad. So they have put 2 layers of their AD system in this area. When we say Gujranwala, Lahore, and in between Murudke. Murudke is between where that, Lashkar-e-Toiba Tanjeem was there. In that area, just behind is Sargodha and Faisalabad. I believe in Sargodha, yesterday, what I do not know, it will be get confirmed, F-16 has been knocked down in the Sargodha airfield. In Multan, air defense, there has been suppressed in Multan. It is very deep. It is just, if you see further toward the east of Bhavalpur. Bhavalpur is 100 kilometers. Further, that is about 88 kilometers is Multan. Multan is the major concentration of their military, which generally, in the plain sector also and into the desert sector, when they of Punjab, they operate in the area of Rahim Yar Khan. So that is a great, this thing. One very important thing came up when Bhaval Nagar is different. Bhaval Nagar is a bang, few kilometers is the main target of, if something goes. That has been hit very, very badly. That is the area where the Satluj, after crossing in Firozpur, comes to that area, and their canal system generally is based on Sulamanki. I think this has been badly damaged. And it is creating a condition for us, which you may see if this escalates, major thing is going to happen in this area. Coming down further south, when we say Pathankot, Amritsar, Jalandhar, that area, and then airfield, I will not take the name because it should be remain secret. And then down below is Bathinda, Bikaner, Jaisalmer, Barmer, going right up to Bhuj. I will, because major their concentration, because when we see Lahore and Rawalpindi, it may be just, you should take it in our side is Pathankot, somewhere it comes, and Jammu comes in between, and then Amritsar. Jalandhar is slightly in the echelon. That is the area there, I think major focus was there of Pakistan, and everything was knocked off, whatever they have sent this side. Major, I think, thing has happened in between Jaisalmer and Barmer. There are 2 areas that is called Falodi and Uttar Lai. In that area, they tried to come. I believe there was 70 missile attacks, stroke drone attacks. I do not know, because what today morning they were saying it was a drone. So it might be not the missiles they have hit. And in Ramgarh area, especially in Pokhran, there is a place called Lathi Nachna, where I think J-17 has been knocked down. The pilot has been captured. We will get the confirmation today. In Bhuj area, there was a picture has not come because that has got a linkages with the naval blockade, which the 26 ship towards Karachi, which has gone. This is very important because when we say run of Kutch, the run of Kutch, and then we say Bhuj. There was yesterday, Home Minister has spoken to the BSF. In the front line, all these paramilitary forces still intact. It means that generally in a situation like this, it is replaced by army. But I think army is, there is something, it's a design. And BSF is doing a great job, and the Rangers are also not replaced by the Pakistan army. This is what my overall understanding of the review when I say in a broader front.
Yeah.
I think it is a great job, and I think in the minutes, 2 minutes information coming from all and Republic, your team, your army, your warriors. I call them a media warrior. I salute them because it's a tireless effect, and it has got a major, because everyone is going all around the world. It is perception, when you give it a narrative which has not been tilted anywhere, a narrative which is not have been anything which is false narrative. It is exact narrative which is being retributed towards the Pakistan. Pakistan has a major strike, I believe, I do not know, this has not been confirmed, Karachi and Lahore, in that area, major. Bawalnagar, Bawalpur, that is the thrust line.
Not needed.
And if you see, that is the line I think we are concentrating. If something happens, it is going to happen. Pakistan is concentrating in Jammu, Nagrota and this thing. They are getting a backward drive because that is a very critical area, because our access goes through towards, Northern Command through this. And Pathankot Road, Jammu Road, Araspura, when we say these areas has to be very well defended, and I think we have got in this area, Pathankot is there, and they are doing a good job.
Yeah, General KK, I want to recap once again for all our viewers. By the way, Imran Khan's sister has now come out and busted all the Pakistani claims. There's a lot of pressure that is also building. Saurabh, are you there? There's pressure building from the Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf on how the Indian drones have reached, how the Indian attacks, precision strikes have reached Rawalpindi. So there's pressure building there as well. Viewers, if you're joining me tonight, I'm going to do a 1 minute, 2 minute recap and then hand it over to Saurabh, because last night Pakistan launched this coordinated drone and missile offensive. They've targeted Jammu, Pathankot, Udhampur, Rajasthan's border areas. We deployed our L-70 guns, our Zu-23 Shilka systems, high-grade counter-UAS systems. But this was going on all night. Sirens were blaring, lights went off, nobody was in panic from Jalandhar to Bikaner and Amritsar to Akhnur. Cities went into blackout on command. Citizens followed the established SOPs as per civil defense procedures. There was no fear. This was national discipline totally in action. But the Americans said this is none of our business. America knows that it can't pressurize India into backing down, and J.D. Vance made it clear there were no calls for restraint, no false or fake equivalence. We're not being told to stand down because India is standing up. Now, Imran Khan's sister's soundbite came in. Please watch this carefully. This is the kind of criticism that Shehbaz Sharif is facing. Let's play this.
जरा देखें तो सही, क्योंकि आपको शायद जंग का पता नहीं। मेरे हस्बैंड एयरफोर्स में थे, मेरे बहनोई भी एयरफोर्स में थे। ये जो क्लेम कर रहे हैं कि इन्होंने जहाज गिराए हैं, वो जो नवाज शरीफ की हुकूमत क्लेम कर रही है ना, तो यहाँ पे ड्रोन अंदर आ रहा है, मतलब इंडिया से अंदर पिंडी तक पहुँच रहे हैं। पिंडी तक पहुँचे कैसे? मीडिया पे हैं, जरा देखें तो सही, क्योंकि आपको शायद जंग का पता नहीं। मेरे हस्बैंड एयरफोर्स में थे, मेरे बहनोई भी एयरफोर्स में थे। ये जो क्लेम कर रहे हैं कि इन्होंने जहाज गिराए हैं, वो जो नवाज शरीफ की हुकूमत क्लेम कर रही है ना, तो यहाँ पे ड्रोन अंदर आ रहा है, मतलब इंडिया से अंदर पिंडी तक पहुंच रहे हैं। पिंडी तक पहुंचे कैसे?
Pindi tak pahunche kaise? Very relevant question here. Very relevant question. That's the kind of pressure coming in, and they're not being able to censor this kind of information that's coming in. Shawan, I want to go to you, Saurabh, right now. Saurabh, global reactions as we are building up to the MEA press conference. Can you unmute yourself for a moment, Saurabh? Thank you.
Sorry. Arnab, this is a very significant statement if you see what Imran Khan's sister is saying as well. And, you know, I'm gathering from my sources and the analysts that India should, while we are running our operations, we should also make sure strategically we have to make use of internal fissures in Pakistan. This is the time to do it because there are a lot of people who believe that this is India's moment. Now that we have done this operation, we should carry it through. And I'm sure there are enough forces within Pakistan who resent the fact that the country is in the throes of terrorism and also against the army and the ISI. So this is one track that we should be working on. On the diplomatic front, as I was saying earlier, from the US, there is a very clear understanding now India has that on the issue of terrorism emanating from Pakistan, they are with us. Obviously, the fact that this is significant coming from J.D. Vance, that it's none of their business. Otherwise, in the past, they would be sending an envoy to New Delhi asking us to stand down. That's not happening because they also realize that you have Narendra Modi as the Prime Minister who is firm-footed and also conveyed to them that India had never wanted to strike Pakistan. It's only the terror infrastructure that they've struck. It's Pakistan which has provoked us, has attacked our civilian and military facilities, and India will give a fitting reply. This is the message that we have sent to all our global interlocutors, and we are getting massive backing from them. And you will hear when the MEA does a briefing, and they usually don't do a briefing early in the morning. This is early when it comes to diplomatic standards, right? But it's something important that's going to come out, and I can tell you it's a massive multi-pronged approach that India has embarked on. This is not only Operation Sindoor that you see on the ground, but beyond that, through diplomacy, through economic squeezing of Pakistan. IMF, when we wake up here, it's pretty late here in Washington, D.C. Tomorrow morning, IMF is going to have, a decision on the bailout for Pakistan. There again, India is again arguing along with some of its friends and allies there in Washington, D.C. with the IMF that this bailout should not be given because this fund can be diverted by the Pakistani government, and obviously they should not be getting anything because of the fact of their support to terrorism. Another issue, which in fact some of the observers from Washington told me, that open brazen display of these terrorists along with the Pakistani army has been noted by all the key governments. The fact that the terrorists who have been sanctioned by the US are openly there along with the Pakistani army at the funeral of the terrorists who were killed by India. In some ways, India is being praised for doing the job which US and some of its allies should have also done in making sure the killers of people like Daniel Pearl, masterminds of IC-814 hijack, they've been punished. So India has done something which is for the humanity, for the world, for all those who have suffered constantly from Pakistan-sponsored terrorism from across the globe. Arnab.
Absolutely. Himanta Biswa Sarma, Assam Chief Minister, has cancelled all the remaining Bihu celebrations in Assam, saying that we need to resolve and show our national unity.
Absolutely.
But unfortunately, there has been no announcement yet by any of the IPL teams, the cricketers, Virat Kohli, Dhoni and all these guys. They continue to happily participate in the IPL, and they think that wearing black armbands is enough. We're sick of this symbolism. It's either money and cricket on the one side and national spirit on the other. We're sick of this symbolism. IPL should be called off. immediately.
BCCI should
They
should compensate to the victims.
Yeah, the BCCI should use its money to compensate the victims and not spend money on this luxurious entertainment sport. Ladies and gentlemen, we have non-stop breaking now. No announcement yet on cancellation of IPL, but Himanta Biswa Sarma cancels all remaining Bihu celebrations. Himanta Biswa Sarma cancels all remaining Bihu celebrations across Assam. Big announcement by him there. And we are going back. We're going back. A lot of support for Himanta Biswa Sarma's decision out there. We're going back to Harsha. Harsha on her existing location. Please, Harsha. Back to you, Harsha. Give us a strong ground report from where you are now. Harsha.
So right now, I have come to one of the locations, the locality. As we were speaking about that there's a complete desertness. Most of the civilians have been evacuated by the police and the Jammu and Kashmir police and the SOG Jawan. But on our visuals, we'd like to show the houses as well. Each and every house is completely evacuated. These are the shops, houses. It's near to the bus stand and near to the main area. We'll show you the locks as well. How the locks have been put up in each and every house. This you can see, these are the locks which have been put up. The civilians are leaving. We'll show you more visuals. More visuals of the civilians with their luggage, with whatever they have. They are leaving for a safer place, for a safer location, because they have been asked by Jammu Kashmir police to leave the area. भाई साहब सर आप लोग निकल रहे हैं यहाँ से किसी सेफ जगह के लिए? तो क्या पुलिस द्वारा कहा गया है किसी सेफ जगह पहुंचने के लिए, बंकर पहुंचने के लिए, या फिर अपने आप ही जा रहे हैं? तो रात में आप लोग जहां पे थे वहां पे कोई हताहत तो नहीं हुई? ठीक में है आप लोग? तो क्या कितना 2-3 दिन के लिए निकल रहे हैं या फिर अभी सामान है आपके, या फिर आ जाएंगे वापस? बिल्कुल डरिए मत, बिल्कुल डरिए नहीं, आप बिल्कुल हौसला रखिए, सब ठीक होगा. So these are the visuals as we see more and more civilians and residents who are leaving from Poonch city. We are in the locality. We still show you more shops. Each and every kirana shops, the grocery store, none of the grocery store is open right now. I'll walk. This entire lane is completely deserted. Everyone has left. We will show you this more. Akal Purak's house. This house is also completely shut. There's the office of the Deputy Director, District Employment Counseling. Each and every office is also locked. None of the place, no civilians and individuals or the residents have been asked to stay in the Poonch city. So right now, these are the visuals which we are showcasing, because yesterday there was a mortar shelling, heavy shelling, because we ourselves were reporting from the KG top, and we saw that how LMG explosions were coming from behind the mountains where we were reporting. We showcased to our viewers yesterday night as well, and now again we are walking, but we see few civilians as well. सरदार जी, आपने नहीं जाना छोड़ करके, आप यहीं पे रहेंगे? अच्छा यहीं रहेंगे, तो आप लोग की तरफ कोई खतरा तो नहीं है? तो अभी रात में सब लोग सुरक्षित है घर पे? यहाँ पे कहीं गोलाबारी तो नहीं हुई अगल बगल? लेकिन सिटी में सब सेफ तो है अभी? So these are the voices of the residents. There are few who are not ready to leave their house. There are few who say that they will not leave their house, but there are many who have locked their houses. They have put up the locks in their houses. There's one more house and one more shop. And right now the situation is there's no shop even where we can ask for a water bottle or a biscuit packet, because there's nothing to eat or there's nothing to drink. There's no water. We don't find any Jammu Kashmir police or SOG team right now, because all the police officials are busy in the evacuation of the civilians and residents from this Poonch city. There's right now the situation because Poonch city comes in the middle of the radar of the Pakistan, and also from where the fighting happens, Digwar. That region was the place from where the shellings were continuously happening on the Poonch city. There's one more place, locked, completely locked. These are the locks which have been put, and whatever mode of transport people are getting, they are leaving in that mode of transport. There's a house, the locks have been put up. So there's a situation right now in the Poonch city because heavy shelling, mortar shelling happened, and there are many shells which have fell on the city, in the Poonch city. They say right now no casualties have been reported, but yes, there are few houses which have been completely collapsed and destroyed because of the heavy shelling. We have almost walked 20 to 30 meters behind me, the lane completely deserted. None of the residents could be seen. And from where I was reporting, from there also, we don't see many civilians and residents. So these are the visuals from the Poonch city. And right now also, we can hear shelling. We can hear shelling, and that is the reason why SOG and the police team are continuously asking residents to leave, move to a safer location, either go towards Jammu or to go towards the bunker or the safe area. So right now, this is the situation. This is the place from where I'm reporting.
They're saying stay there on the camera. I'm just speaking over you. Stay there on the camera. Stay on this visual. Now tell me one thing. Where you were moving around yesterday, right? I mean, wherever shelling is going, you're saying shelling is happening. You can hear the shelling. How far away from approximately where you are? And are those populated areas? Or are they posts? Can you tell us the direction of the shelling coming in from Pakistan? And also, are you in touch with those doing the counter shelling from our side?
So yes, from where I'm reporting, the shelling is almost 50 to 100 meters away. The LC is very near. And yes, initial shelling we heard from the side of the Pakistan, and then the retaliatory shelling, artillery shelling, response we heard from the side of our army. And the area where the shelling is taking place continuously, that's a populated area, because that's the Julas village. It's the village which is on the border. It is on the border. It's only 10 meters from the Indo-Pakistan border. That's a populated area. Most of the civilians in that area have already shifted to bunker. We spoke to several residents there. Also, the local residents, we tried to speak to them on phone and ask them what's the situation over there. They clearly stated us that they have moved to a bunker. And right now also, the police team is continuously stating that in another 1 hour, there will be heavy shelling in the Poonch city. Because day before yesterday, when there was heavy mortar shelling at that time in the morning hours, there were the houses which were collapsed, destroyed. Almost 11 civilians that time lost their lives because of the mortar shelling. Many were sleeping in their house at that time, or there were shopkeepers who tried to open their shop, and there were twins also who lost their life. So there's the Julas area, and nearby the Indo-Pak border, from that side of the LC, the continuous shelling is happening from the Pakistan side. And yesterday, I was reporting from the KG top, which is the Krishna Ghati top. From that top, there's the Mender area, because Mender is the place from where first day also we reported. From Mender, there was a heavy shelling, but first from the Pakistan side, and then in retaliation from our side, from our forces side. And also we have got to know that Mendar, Mankot, these are the areas which are heavily impacted also because of yesterday's mortar shelling. We also took shelter in a bunker, in a safe house in the KG top. First we didn't find any place. We sat near a small temple, which was of a small temple. There was a small temple structure there at KG top. After that we moved to a safer location. Entire night we have been from 4 o'clock to 6 o'clock in a bunker, in a bunker house where almost 25 to 30 locals were already there, and continuously there was artillery sounds, continuously there were explosions. We saw illumination bombs as well, which are of red color from the side of Pakistan. Back to you.
What about the casualties in that area?
Right now, there have been no casualties. Reported. From where I was reporting also yesterday night, there have been no casualties reported till now. Only the destruction in the houses. But the houses which have been destroyed, there were no civilians or no resident inside those houses. The houses are completely vacated. There was no one inside that. So therefore, so far now, there has been no casualties reported.
Right. And no, you stay there with us. So you saying that the civilians who were there also moved into the bunker situation all night? So they were also in the bunker?
Yes. Civilians were there in the bunker. There were almost 25 to 30 civilians in the bunker. Me, my VJ, Gaurav, and our driver as well. We all three also were in the bunker along with our entire crew. There were 25 to 30 people in a bunker, and like that, there were almost 15 to 20 bunkers all together in the area from where I was reporting at night. Right now, the Poonch city, if I talk about, the Poonch city houses don't have a bunker. And therefore, the city people are specially being asked to evacuate to a better location. These houses don't have a bunker. These places, this entire locality, any house doesn't have a bunker. They don't have an underground bunker.
Give me a screenshot.
Only the villages have have underground bunker, and that is the reason city people are being evacuated continuously since morning 6 o'clock. This exercise is going on. People are coming, residents are coming out of their houses. They're rushing towards bus stand. They're rushing towards the police post to see if they can get any sort of shelter, if they can be moved from in the police van to a safer location, to a bunker. Back to you.
Well, this is very big out there. Okay, we're going to stay with these two locations on Poonch and Uri. And reporting from Uri, our reporters have spent the night on the move and in the bunkers, and reporting now from a different location, establishing his location. In Uri, we have Arawat. So Arawat, you're at a new location right now. What do you see around you? What is the present situation? Ladies and gentlemen, for the next 10 minutes, our reporters will bring us live updates from Poonch and Uri. Yes, Arawat.
Yes, Adam, right now we are here in the Uri sector, and you can see here the visuals. I'll request Vijay Firdos to show you the visuals. This is the house of the Hindu populated area. This is, and you can see that the entire area has been damaged by the Pakistan's unprovoked artillery firing towards the residential areas. Not only the Muslim area hit, but also this area is the Hindu majority area. We have seen in the 90s that the Muslims have left the Kashmir Valley, but this is that area which have not left the Kashmir Valley. They have remained here for the continuously after the abrogation of Article 3. We have seen that the new families have also visited here, and they have settled down here. But you can see that they have also been targeted in this. I'll request my Vijay to show you. This is the entire area where you can see that there are the marks of the splinters are here, and you can see that the entire area. I'll request my Vijay to take you through these visuals. It indicates that this is the place where the Hindus were worshipping. It indicates through these pictures, the posters on the walls, as you can see here, the entire area. And we have also seen that the villagers have been evacuated by the administration here, and you can see that this is the loss here in the Uri sector, as we have seen that the forces are also giving the Pakistan's unprovoked firing to a befitting reply. But right now you can see this is the house of the Hindu here in the Uri sector, as you can see here in the visuals, that the entire area here has been damaged. Also you can see there are the splinters of the mortar that was fired by the Pakistani troopers to this side. Also you can see here in the visuals, we will also try to speak with some locals here who were the eyewitness. आप मुझे बताइए कब यहाँ पर ये ऐसा फायरिंग हुआ, कब से चालू होगा शुरू?
ये कल लगभग 10 के 11 के दरमियान में हुआ जी।
तो ये किन का घर था जो यहाँ पर ये घर है?
कृष्ण गोपाल है, ये हिंदू बरादरी का है जी जी।
तो ये कब से यहाँ पर रह रहे थे?
ये तो इनको सदी इनके बाप दादा परदादा इधर ही है। इनके साथ हमारा भाईचारा है।
और कितने घर है जो यहाँ पर इस एरिया में जो है डैमेज हो गए?
घर तो बहुत इस नीचे वाले एरिया में बहुत सारे घरों को डैमेज हुआ, शीशे टूटे हैं किसी के, तो लोग भाग रहे हैं घर छोड़ के, माल मवेशी छोड़ के भाग रहे हैं।
कोई इंजर्ड वगैरह हुआ यहाँ पर?
अल्लाह का करम है, अल्लाह का फजल है, बस बच गई, यही बड़ी बात है। ये देखो मकान और इसमें कितना अंतर है, मतलब थोड़ा सा अगर 2 फीट पीछे हो जाता तो बेचारे इनका घर जो है डैमेज हो जाता।
Here are some more villagers also here. We'll also try to speak with them. आप मुझे बताइए क्या आप देख रहे हैं लगातार यहाँ पर ये घर जो है उधर चुके हैं?
रात जनाब गोला चला, रात फायर हुआ है बहुत ज़्यादा। हाँ तो फिर उड़ा है।
आप कहाँ थे तब फायर?
हाँ नीचे से वो मकान में, उधर भी लगा हुआ है।
तो कोई जख्मी हुआ, घायल हुआ वहाँ से आज यहाँ पर आते?
नहीं घायल हुआ कोई बात नहीं।
आप मुझे बताइए, इंडियन आर्मी लगातार मुंह तोड़ जवाब दे रही है, जो भी पाकिस्तान की तरफ से ऐसे घरों को निशाना बना रहे हैं, लेकिन फोर्सेस जो है उसे दुगना जवाब दे रहे हैं।
ठीक है, लेकिन हम चाहते हैं कि ये मुसीबत जल्द से जल्द जितनी जल्दी हो ये मुसीबत ख़त्म हो, क्योंकि हम बॉर्डर पर जो है ना, चाहे फायर उधर से आए या इधर से जाए तो मरते तो सिविलियन है ना, सिविलियन का नुकसान होता। हम चाहते हैं कि जल्दी से जल्दी इसका ये मुसीबत हमारे सर से टल जाए।
लेकिन पाकिस्तान क्यों सिविलियन पॉपुलेशन को टारगेट कर रहा है? लगातार फोर्सेस के सामने वो टिक नहीं पाते हैं, लेकिन यहाँ पर जो है सिविलियंस है, हिंदू फैमिली है, मस्जिद है, मुस्लिम फैमिली है, उनको ही क्यों निशाना बनाते हैं?
अब ये उनके दिमाग में, हमारे समझ में, हमारी समझ से बाहर है।
आप मुझे बताइए आप कहाँ रहते हैं?
हम यहाँ ही रहते हैं, नीचे घर है हमारा।
आप कब थे यहाँ पर थे घर में जब ये
नहीं, हम घर में ही थे। हम रात को करीबन 10 बजे थे, हमने खाना वाना खाया तो हमने देखा कि अटैक, हमने देखा कि बहुत सारे मतलब बॉर्डर सीज फायर जो थी वायलेट हो रही थी, बार बार वापस शेलिंग हो रही थी। तो हम डर गए सब, तो लेकिन हम नीचे वाले रूम हमारे थे, हम वहाँ चले गए। जो भी हमारे नेबर्स थे वो भी वहाँ सब आ गए थे। लेकिन 5 मिनट के बाद देखा कि इतने जोर का क्या पता, फिर ड्रोन उन्होंने दिए थे आपने या फिर कुछ और था, रॉकेट्स उन्होंने लॉन्च किए थे। उसकी वजह से हमारे जैसे पूरे हमारे जितने भी शीशे थे, हमारे साथ वालों के जितने भी शीशे थे, हम बैठ गए थे एक लॉबी में जाकर, लेकिन जितने भी इतने जोर की वो फायर हुई, पूरा हमारा घर हिला, पूरे शीशे टूट गए। और पता नहीं हम कैसे बचे, हमें भी नहीं पता। वो एक पता नहीं कैसे बच गए, पता खुद भी नहीं पता लगा कैसे बच गए, लेकिन किसी भी तरह। और पूरे शीशे वीशे टूट गए, पूरे जो भी उसके शेल्फ थे पूरी भी बॉम्ब्स के, वो हमारे टीन तोड़ के बिल्कुल अंदर आ गए थे छतों के अंदर से, लेकिन किसी तरह हम बच गए। और जिस तरह आप देख रहे हैं कि पूरे घर वर जितने भी टूट गए, दुकानें, हमने रात को हमें साथ वाले पड़ोसी में कि हमारे घर आ जाओ, हम निकलने की कोशिश की हमने, लेकिन जो पूरी दुकानें टूट गई, सब रास्ता बंद हो गया था। यहाँ जो लाइन्स थी पावर की वो गिर चुकी थी। अभी भी हम ये बोलना चाहेंगे पावर वालों की कभी वो पावर सप्लाई नहीं छोड़ें, क्योंकि लाइन बहुत सारी गिर चुकी है, कभी भी शॉर्ट सर्किट हो सकता है कहीं भी। तो रात को हमें इस बात का भी डर था, लेकिन रात पूरी कोई 10 बजे से स्टार्ट हुआ, लेकिन 6 बजे तक एक चलता रहा। और इनने सिविलियन को टारगेट किया था इस बार, क्योंकि इनको पता है कि आर्मी पर टारगेट इनको हो नहीं रहा है। इन्होंने सिविलियन को टारगेट किया, तो डराना चाहते थे पूरी इंडिया को डराना चाहते थे, सिविलियन को टारगेट है कि हमने बहुत ज़्यादा इंपैक्ट डाला है, क्योंकि उनको भी कुछ दिखाना है अपनी जनता को। वो भी पॉलिटिशियंस हैं कि हमें दिखाना है अपनी जनता को कि हमने क्या किया उनके खिलाफ। जब इन्होंने किया उनके खिलाफ तो वो भी कुछ करेंगे, क्योंकि ये तो पॉलिटिशियन है कि हमें क्या कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि वहाँ बहुत सारे वहाँ भी नेता हैं। तो उन्होंने फिर वहाँ अटैक किया, इंडिया पर अटैक किया, उन्होंने इंडिया के सिविलियंस पर अटैक किया, दिखाना किया कि हमने भी इन पर अटैक किया और बहुत ज़्यादा इंपैक्ट डाला है, इनकी बहुत ज़्यादा पीपल हमने मारे हैं। लेकिन जहाँ भी बहुत सारा लाइफ लेकिन यहाँ लॉस्ट नहीं हुए, लेकिन जो बहुत सारी प्रॉपर्टी हैं बहुत ज़्यादा लॉस्ट हो चुकी हैं, और अभी पता नहीं आज क्या होगा। इसलिए हम कोशिश करें कि जल्द से जल्द यहाँ से निकले।
वो डराना चाहते हैं, क्या आप डर गए हैं उनकी वजह से?
नहीं, इस बात से कोई नहीं डरा है कि आज जान को सबको प्यारी है, सब डरे हुए हैं, लेकिन सब बहुत सारी चीज़ें भाग गई हैं। हम ये सोच रहे थे कि एक दिन और बैठते हैं, आज रुक जाए फायरिंग, कल रुक जाए सीज फायरिंग वायलेशन होना, लेकिन ये रुकती नहीं है, दिन ब दिन बढ़ती जा रही है।
ये किनके घर थे, दुकानें थे यहाँ पर? क्या ये मुस्लिम फैमिली थी, हिंदू फैमिली?
नहीं, ये हिंदूज फैमिली थी, लेकिन आप आगे तो देखोगे जहाँ वो जल चुकी है पूरी दुकान, वो भी हमारे बहुत पुराने मतलब अंकल थे, वो भी बहुत पहले से यहाँ दुकान करते थे। उनकी भी एक शॉप थी, उनकी भी एक किराना स्टोर था, वहाँ पूरे सब्जी वाला स्टोर एक लगावा मार्केट में उनका ही था, वो पूरा उन्हें तबाह कर दिया। वहाँ से मतलब एक मेन मार्केट जहाँ हम सब्जी लेते थे, ये अंकल जानते, इनकी भी दुकान थी वहाँ, यही दुकान में बैठते थे। पूरी वहाँ मतलब सब्जी की दुकान पूरी उन्होंने नष्ट कर दी, पूरी उन्होंने डिस्ट्रॉय कर दी पूरी दुकान। और ये हम तो दुकानें देख सकते हैं आपकी, यहाँ भी ये दुकान थी, ये हमारी दुकान थी, वो भी हमारी दुकान है, उसमें आप देख सकते हैं ऊपर से टूट चुका है। और वो जो मकान आप देख सकते हैं टीम पीछे वाली टीम से पूरे वो टूट चुके हैं, उसके शेल्स आ चुके हैं। और यहाँ एक और प्रॉब्लम है, अगर यहाँ हम घर छोड़ के कहीं जाते हैं, लेकिन जो मंकीज़ हैं यहाँ जो सुराख करेंगे टीम, वो अंदर आएंगे, वो घर में और नुकसान करेंगे। इसलिए सब कुछ सोच के हमें जाना है, इसे सब कुछ बंद करके हमें जाना है। ये बहुत मुश्किल होता है बॉर्डर एरिया में। सब लोग तो सोचते हैं कि वॉर हो जाए, वॉर स्टेटस सब लोग डालते हैं, लेकिन सोचते कोई भी नहीं है। स्टेटस आपने सब लोगों को देखिए, ऑल आइज ऑन राफा, ऑल आइज ऑन ये वो, तो लेकिन कुछ करते नहीं है। ये सब कुछ डालने के लिए कि दिखाने के लिए लोगों को, उनके दिखाने से 4-5 नंबर लोग देखने होगा कुछ नहीं।
आप चाहते हैं कि
Come on, yeah, okay. Now, we're going to go back to Poonch for a minute for an update from Poonch. Ladies and gentlemen, what we need right now is to understand that when the drone attacks happened, we responded with resolve, coordination, technological superiority, and full spectrum battlefield awareness. Our reporters are on the ground. They're not pulling back out here. We're going to stay in Poonch for a while. And it appears there has been a period when the shelling is a little less right now. Do you still hear shelling around you? Can we stay with both Poonch and Uri, please, with our reporters on screen right now, so that I can go to the reporters at any time. Now you can give us a little bit of a report, because you've handed over your camera to your camera person. You've handed over your mobile unit to your camera person. Can we have Poonch and Uri both, and can that we can seize that interview, because I want both the reporters to be there. Can you tell us what you're seeing around you now right now? Okay, Arawat is not been disconnected. His feed is live, in fact. Thank you very much. We'll get Arawat back. Yes. Now we're going to go to Poonch. Can we locate it? Poonch? Ladies and gentlemen, okay, you can hear me from Poonch?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Now, has there been a little lull in the firing right now? It's about 8:30 in the morning right now. Sometime back you said the firing you could still hear. Can you still hear it?
Yes, I still heard it. It was 10 minutes back only when I heard the shelling and the impact of the shelling. I would like to show here that how the huge crater has been formed on the road as well. This is the place. This is a place exactly where the shell fell in Poonch. Yesterday I was mentioning there are almost 15 to 20 shells which were dropped in the Poonch in the Poonch region. But how the house is, what is the impact? What is the impact from the shell? This is mortar shelling. This is a gate. This is a door of the house. There's an entrance, and the small craters could be seen. the impact, the marks of the shelling could be seen. It clearly states that how many shelling, how many mortar shelling were guided at this particular place. So many marks here. This entire house is now destroyed from inside as well in the Poonch area, and there's a continuous shelling sound also, and the civilians have also been telling the same. Sir, आप लोग को लगातार shelling की आवाजें अभी भी आ रही हैं जैसे हमें सुनाई दे रही है? आप लोग अभी अंदर नहीं जा रहे हैं, सेफर लोकेशन पे नहीं जा रहे हैं, आप लोग को बाहर रहना आपको पता है ना सुरक्षित नहीं है, तो कल रात पूरा आप लोग का दहशत में डर में गुजरा क्या? ऐसा डर में अच्छा आपके कमरे के अंदर भी हुआ है? ठीक है, दिखा दीजिए, चलिए हमारे साथ. So the civilian is taking us inside his house. He says there's a huge impact inside his house. He was sleeping in the house. I would also like to show
As you are moving, we are losing your network. Maybe I think you need to go back because you are losing your network. And from Uri also, we see that there are a lot of people who are not moving back. There are a lot of people who are staying, but I would say about 50% have moved out. But many are also staying back, right, Arawat?
Yes, absolutely. Arnab, we have seen that the evacuation process has started yesterday evening, and then after we have seen that there were some people who were here in the various parts of the Uri sector, as you can see here in the visuals. Then after we have seen the entire area has been damaged, whether we'll talk about the Hindu majority area or the Muslim majority area, everything has been destroyed by the Pakistan's unprovoked fighting. Also, Arnab, I'm going inside the house where the Pakistani mortar has hit this area, and you can see here from this side. I'll request my Vijay to take you through this very side that the what's the damage here. Also you can see there are the splinters also here in the entire area in the Uri sector, but we have seen that the Indian Army is giving them the continuous and the befitting reply, and from this very side you can see the entire area what has been hit. If we'll talk about the ongoing operations here, we have seen that the strike on the terror camps in the Pakistan occupied Kashmir, we have seen that the launching parts of the Jaish and the Lashkar have been destroyed. That's the frustration among the Pakistani troopers now, and that's why they are targeting the civilian population area in the parts of the Kashmir Valley, not only here in the Uri sector, but we have seen, we are getting the reports from the Karna as well as here in the Uri sector. This entire area has been targeted by the Pakistani troopers, but we have seen that the Indian Army is giving them the befitting reply, and Firdaus is showing you the visuals continuously what has happened here in the entire area. And also I'll request my Vijay to take you through this area, as the locals here have already left the entire area, and this is the area that the splinters were hit. In fact, we have also spoke to the locals here, and they have told us that the Pakistan is trying to create the fear among the local majority here, but the locals are saying we are not afraid of anything. We are ready to extend our support to the forces here along the line of control areas here in the Uri sector as well as various, and you can see the evacuation process is still going on. There are the few family members here in this area, in the Hindu majority area, in the Uri's Bandi area, but we have seen that the evacuation process is still going on, and the people here are coming out from and they are going to the safer location, as we have yesterday seen that the entire area has been sanitized by the forces. Also we have seen that the unexploded shells are also here. That's why we are taking all the precautions, and after we are moving to these locations. Also we have seen the BDS squad of the Indian Army and the district administration has also sanitized the entire area, and you can see this is the, I'll request Firdaus to show you from the 360-degree the entire view of this area, and you can see this house or the shops here. This is the residential area in the Uri sector where we have seen that the deadly fire. It also indicates that the frustration among the terror groups, also the frustration of the Pakistani troopers after the strike in their terror camps there, and you can see the entire area. And we have also seen that the locals here have also shifted to a safer location by the administration. Also a few of them have received some injuries, but they have given the first aid also at the various locations. In fact, they have been shifted to medical colleges in the different districts of the Kashmir Valley for the advanced treatment. Also, I'll request my VJ to follow me. Will come out from this very house where the incident happened during the night hours, and then after I'll show you from this side, as Firdaus is continuously following me. I'll show you the entire area, that how the damage they have targeted this area. But you have seen that the Indian Army is giving them the befitting reply. Also, I'll request my VJ to take you through these visuals. These were the shops of some Hindu families here in this area. Particularly, we have seen the population of this area is the Hindu majority area. But we have seen that the area has been already sanitized by the forces. Also, I'll request Firdaus to take you through these visuals. The JCB is going towards to evacuate there in their places. Also, I'll request my Firdaus to not show the visuals of the forces movement here on the air, as we have following all the precautions while reporting the entire incident. Also, we'll try to speak with some individuals. आप मुझे बताइए कब यहाँ पर इंसिडेंट हुआ?
रात को हुआ, बहुत डरे हम, बहुत डरे।
आप कहाँ थे तब?
हम इधर पीछे इधर ही रहते घर में।
कितने देर तक फायर चला?
बहुत देर तक चला, पता नहीं कैसे बच गए, बचना बहुत मुश्किल था। ऊपर वाले ने बचा, जान बच जाए तो वही बहुत है। हमारे इधर बैकवर्ड वालों की क्या कोई देखभाल, कोई सुबह से इधर पड़े हुए हैं, कोई गाड़ी नहीं है, कहीं भागे हैं, कुछ नहीं है, हमें कौन पूछता है इधर।
पूरे अगर एरिया की अगर हम बात करें, कितनी हिंदू फैमिलीज हैं जो यहाँ रहती
हैं? मिक्स ही रहते हैं, हमें कोई ऐसी प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, हिंदू मुस्लिम से कोई प्रॉब्लम, अच्छे से रहते हैं हम। हाँ,
इंडियन आर्मी भी लेकिन मुंह तोड़ जवाब दे रही है पाकिस्तान की इस फायरिंग को, जो लगातार वो सिविलियन पॉपुलेशन एरियाज को टारगेट कर रहे हैं, मस्जिद हो, मंदिर हो, उनको टारगेट कर रहे हैं, चाहे गुरुद्वारा हो, लेकिन जो इंडियन आर्मी है वो लगातार मुंह तोड़ जवाब दे रही है।
हम क्या करें, देखो हमें कितनी प्रॉब्लम हो रही है इस वक्त।
Okay, thank you very much. They have seen that they want to create the fear among the locals here.
You stay on live with us. I'm going to Jammu because we are getting from defense sources and elsewhere the situation in Jammu. And Gursimran, देखिए बहुत लोग जो अभी हमारे साथ जितने दर्शक जुड़ रहे हैं वो पहली बार जुड़ रहे हैं। शायद सबने जो रात को 2 बजे, 3 बजे, 4 बजे की लेटेस्ट इन्फॉर्मेशन इनके पास नहीं है। मैं चाहता हूँ you give us a recap. We'll stay on this 3 window. Puri, Poonch, Uri will be live. So stay on live, keep your cameras going. Gursimran will take us through what happened since late last night, early in the morning, and what is the situation now. Please, Gursimran.
Arnab, it was a similar wave that we saw late last night at around 8 that started from the Pakistan, a swarm of drones coming and also missiles entering the Indian territory. The target was the military targets that they had taken, starting from the Jammu airport to the headquarters of the 15th Corps of the Indian Army, 16th Corps of the Indian Army to Northern Army headquarters. All were the targets. And today morning, another wave of the Pakistani drones and missiles came. This was carrying the same target. It was aimed at the Jammu airport and few other strategically important targets, some of which are the army installations in the Jammu. That attack has also been foiled by the Indian Army and the Indian Armed Forces. The grid that is there in place, that is counter UAV grid. And right now we are in the village of the Praladpur. This is a village that is 10 kilometers from the Jammu airport. But how Pakistan is telling a lies that this village exposes, because what has happened that here the civilians have been targeted by the Pakistan as they have dropped one of their projectile at this very place. Right now we are at the house of a man named Rinku who lives there, and his family along with his entire family. And yes, today morning at around 4:30 what we saw that one of his family members was here. They went inside upon hearing the loud bangs because it was the projectile, and then what we saw that it was a projectile that landed at his place. Not only that his family had a narrow escape, but he also had a narrow escape, and will be continuing with this rolling coverage right from the ground zero as the forces continue to thwart attempt of Pakistan.
यार मार्केट कैसा ऊपर नीचे होता है। सनसेट से पहले म्यूचुअल फंड के मैदान से निकलने का टाइम आ गया है।
अच्छा एक बात बता, तू इंडियन टीम का फैन कब से?
96 से सेमीज तक पहुंचे थे यार, ये हार गए।
तो क्रिकेट देखना बंद कर दिया?
अरे नहीं नहीं, ऐसे कैसे, टीम इंडिया फॉरएवर ब्रो।
एग्जैक्टली, करियर, इन्वेस्टमेंट और लाइफ में ऊपर नीचे होता रहता है यार।
वो तो है।
बस भाई डटे रहे, तभी तो अपने सपने पूरे कर सकता है। लाइफ और म्यूचुअल फंड्स में लॉन्ग टर्म सोचना
सही है।
सही है। हाँ।
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
पाकिस्तानी और इंडिया ने जंग शुरू कर दी है। अभी बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के जो है मदरसा है उसके ऊपर 4 मिसाइल दागे गए हैं। 4 मिसाइलों के साथ हमला किया गया है मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के मदरसे के ऊपर। हम फ़ौज पाकिस्तान के साथ खड़े हैं, लेकिन मेरा सवाल है कि हमारी एजेंसीज कहाँ सोई हुई थी, हमारी फ़ौज पाकिस्तान कहाँ सोई हुई थी जब ये हमला हुआ। मुजफ्फराबाद की भी खबर आ रही है कि मुजफ्फराबाद वाली साइड पे भी ये अटैक हुआ है, लेकिन सबसे पहले मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर अटैक हुआ है ब्लास्टिक मिसाइल के साथ। उन्होंने हमला किया है मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के मदरसे के ऊपर। 4 मिसाइल मारे गए हैं। अभी ये कहना कबल वक्त है कि गोया कितनी सच्चाई है इस खबर के अंदर, किस साइड से ये मिसाइल आए हैं, ये अभी कंफर्म होना बाकी है। लेकिन ये कंफर्म न्यूज़ है कि उनके मदरसे के ऊपर 4 मिसाइल मारे गए हैं।
At Amity, we are committed to building a stronger India through world-class education and research to nurture ideal citizens who, together with the leaders of today and tomorrow, will make India a world superpower. Amity University, India's leading not-for-profit private university.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते।
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते। And they listen to what I say. The new generation Orient BLDC fans, super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
Unlike in 2019 when we had hit Baluchistan, which was in the wilderness, and Pakistan got an excuse to say that nothing had been damaged or killed, that we had only killed some crows and pigeons and sparrows. This time we chose high visibility terrorist targets which have been around for decades, right? And they are command and control targets, terror training camps of big, very great magnitude, so that they cannot be missed by the people of Pakistan or the whole world per se. Otherwise, we had that syndrome of jungle mein mor nacha, kisi ne na dekha, etc., which Pakistan took the fullest advantage of to deny that it had been hit, and that was taken advantage of by some unscrupulous people in India. This has been a very calibrated, very calculated, meticulously planned and executed strike, right? It is non-escalatory in nature because it is proportionate, because it targets precisely the terror training camps. We have not hit the Pakistan.
We are here at the Uri sector, and we have seen that I'll request Firdaus to show you. We have reached the some 200 meters from the first location, and you can see that here was the shop, and this too was targeted by the Pakistani troopers by the mortars in the entire area, and you can see that the fire is still on. As we have seen the entire area, we have also seen here in the Uri sector that the forces are giving them the befitting reply in the entire area, and the locals have started to evacuate from this very place. We have yesterday seen that the administration and Jammu and Kashmir police has started the operation yesterday. Then after we have seen that these kind of attacks are in the residential areas took place in the various parts of the Uri sector. We have seen in the entire Uri. Also, Firdaus can show you from this very area where from we have seen that the evacuation process is going on. I'll request Firdaus to show you the visuals that the locals are leaving from the entire areas. Firdaus is showing you the visuals continuously. We have seen that there were some peoples here in the forward locations along the line of control area in the Uri, but we have seen that the complete 100% evacuation process is going on. Also, the local resident is here. आप मुझे बताइए कब यहाँ पर ये शेलिंग्स हुई?
10 और 11 के दरमियान में.
कब तक ये जो फायर चला?
ये पूरी रात को पूरे 5 बजे तक अजान तक चलता रहा. उसके बाद भी 9 बजे तक तकरीबन सिंगल फायर होता रहा.
यहाँ पर कुछ गाड़ियाँ भी है, वो उनको भी लगा है, हिट हुआ है शेल. ये किसका घर था? ये यहाँ पे शॉप था, क्या चीज़ था? यहाँ
शॉप थी, 2 दुकानें थी शॉप की. सजाद अहमद मंगरयाल है उड़ी का, उसकी थी. इसके साथ में एक लवली कुमार की दुकान है, वो बेचारा मकान है, वो भी डैमेज हो गया है. उसकी दुकान भी डैमेज हो गई. उसके साथ कृष्ण गोपाल, उसका तो वो तो दुकान ही खत्म है बेचारा. उसके गुजर बसर उसी पे था उसका, वो भी खत्म हो गई.
अभी लोग इन गाँव में हैं या उन्होंने शुरू किया है भागना?
सुबह से तकरीबन 40-50 फैमिली यहाँ से निकल चुकी हैं.
खाने पीने के लिए कुछ बचा है यहाँ पे? जो बच्चे हैं, बुजुर्ग है, लोग हैं या मेडिसिन है, वो यहाँ पे है या उनको इवैक्यूएट किया?
नहीं, अब जिसको घर में है वो कैसे उठाएगा राशन अपना, आप भी वो बच्चे भी. अब लोगों ने इतना समझा कि अच्छा कि अपनी जान ही बच जाए, आगे देखेंगे खाने पीने का क्या होगा. जो किसी के रिश्तेदार के घर, कोई डिग्री कॉलेज में, कोई कहीं पे, बस ऐसे ही है. पैनिक है हालात, वो लोग परेशान हैं. बस अल्लाह से मांगते हैं कि बस हमारा कुछ हो.
थैंक यू. आप मुझे बताइए, आप भी इस एरिया में है और लगातार हम देख रहे हैं किस तरह से यहाँ पे शेलिंग हो रही है. आप मुझे बताइए.
8 बजे शुरू हुई, परसों भी 6:45 बजे शुरू हुई. फिर शेलिंग ज़बरदस्त हो रही है यहाँ पर. हैं तो यहाँ पर हमारे 408 घर हैं हिंदू के. जगमोहन शर्मा मेरा नाम है. तो बाकी ये डैमेज आप देखें, ऊपर मेरे मकान को भी डैमेज हुआ है. तो बाकी वो भांजे का मकान है. बाकी शेलिंग फिर रुकती नहीं है, तो उसमें लोग परेशान हैं, कहाँ जाएं. कोई बोलता है बारामूला चलो, कहते जाओ, ना ठिकाना ना कुछ. इधर ही मैं भी सर्विस करता था और रिटायर होने के बाद यहाँ ही रहे हम. 1947-47 से लेकर इधर ही है. भाईचारा बहुत ज़बरदस्त है. 400-500 घर है हमारे हिंदू के. कोई पता नहीं चलता कौन हिंदू है कौन मुसलमान है, कुछ है. वो
लगता है कहीं ना कहीं पाकिस्तान जो वहाँ पे इनके लॉन्चिंग पैड से जिनको उड़ाया गया, उन पर स्ट्राइक की गई, कहीं ना कहीं उनमें फ्रस्ट्रेशन है और वो अब सिविलियन पॉपुलेशन को टारगेट करना चाहते हैं.
वो टारगेट करना चाहते हैं, वो चाहते हैं यहाँ से जो कुछ इधर उधर का हुआ तो वो उधर को मालूम होगा. बाकी वहाँ ये तो टारगेट करना चाहते हैं.
अभी कितने लोग इन गांव में बचे हुए हैं? जो कल भी हमने देखा इवैक्यूएशन प्रोसेस किस तरह से पूरे फॉरवर्ड एरिया
भाग रहे हैं. बारामूला लोग भाग रहे हैं, उड़ी हाई कंट्री में लोग भागे. हो सकता है शेलिंग और भी अवैध है अभी उनकी शेलिंग की.
लेकिन इंडियन आर्मी भी मुंह तोड़ जवाब उनको दे रही है. जैसे ये फायरिंग हो रही है, कैसे आप इस चीज़ को देख
रही है? इंडिया आदमी जो फायरिंग कर रही है वो उधर जा रहा है. जो इधर आता है वो स्ट्रेट आता है. एकदम ज़बरदस्त फायर है उनका भी.
आप चाहते हैं कि जल्द से जल्द उनको तबाह किया जाए ताकि वो सिविलियन पॉपुलेशन एरिया को टारगेट.
का मसला सिविलियन पॉपुलेशन है. आर्मी को आर्मी जाने, वो आर्मी जाने. जो सिविल वाले इस वक्त गए, एक राजवानी की लड़की थी कल, वो राजवानी में जा रही थी अपने माँ बाप के पास, उसको ब्लास्टर हुआ तो वो डेथ हो गई उधर ही.
Thank you very much for speaking to the Public TV and shown, as we have shown you the visuals of the entire area that the evacuation process is going on in the entire area. Also, we have seen already here in the parts of the Uri sector, in the North Kashmir Kupwara sector, the entire area has been sanitized by the forces. As you can see that there's some machines of like the forklifts of the construction company was here also. That has also hit with the shell here, as Firdaus is showing you. Yes, back to you studios.
Well, I'll just request you to stay on with us as you're getting us the live reports from Uri. We are given to understand that as far as the LC is concerned, that has witnessed intermittent firing through the night. Let me also go across to Gursimran, who's getting us the latest reports from the international border. In fact, what we have essentially seen over the last few hours, particularly in Akhnur as well as Samba district, there have been massive heavy artillery firing. What's the latest, Gursimran?
Sishavan, there has been heavy artillery firing that has been done by the Indian Army to target the positions of the Pakistani side. Reason being that these positions are being used to push terrorists into the Indian territory and also to inflict damage to the Indian Army. But yes, the Pakistan also is targeting the civilians here at the hinterland area, because the attacks that the Pakistan has carried out, many of them were aimed at the civilian areas. Right now we are in the Falai Mandal area, which is roughly 10 kilometers from the Jammu airport, which was one of the target of the Pakistani army. That attack was repulsed, but in frustration today morning, the Pakistani army has targeted the areas of the civilians, and these civilians that you see here, they are the one who were actually the target of the Pakistani army. And now this is the rooftop that has been damaged. A part of the rooftop has been damaged due to a shell that came at their place. It was early morning at around 4:30. They were inside because it was the second wave of the drones that was launched and the missiles that was launched from across the border, targeting the locations but also the civilian areas. This projectile that hit the ground first, and then it has shattered the nearby areas, the bricks that are here, and also the water tank that was here, that has completely been shattered. Had someone been here, because they were here 10 minutes prior to this is a rural area, people used to come to see the water levels early morning. Sir, आपसे जानना चाहूँगा हुआ क्या था आज सुबह?
सर ये 4:30 बजे की बात है। पहले फ्लैश हुई, फ्लैश के बाद यहाँ पे कुछ इसका मटेरियल गिरा, हम लोग डर गए। फिर उसके बाद हमने बच्चों को बोला कि आप अंदर चले जाओ। जब बच्चों को हमने एक साइड पे किया, उसके बाद आधे घंटे बाद हमने देखा कि आगे पीछे कुछ पड़ा होगा। हमारी पानी निकल रहा था टैंकी का, तो हमने टैंकी का पानी देखा, उसके बाद हमें पता चला कि यहाँ ही कुछ गिरा है।
तो आप कह रहे हैं कि आप लगातार यहाँ आते थे, अगर आप होते तो नुकसान ज़्यादा?
हाँ, अगर बच्चे बाहर होते, सुबह बच्चे जल्दी जाग जाते हैं, स्कूल के लिए रेडी होते हैं, तो अगर बच्चे बाहर होते तो नुकसान हो सकता था।
सिविलियंस को टारगेट कर रहा है पाकिस्तान?
हाँ, पाकिस्तान सिविलियन को टारगेट कर रहा है, लेकिन डरने वाले हम भी नहीं हैं। हम डट के उनका मुकाबला करेंगे, मुंह तोड़ जवाब देंगे हम उनको।
So see, Shawan, the spirits are high. The Pakistan is targeting the civilians, but they are saying that our spirits are high and we will fight with Pakistan. This is the spirit of the people living in the hinterland. But Pakistan continues to target the civilian. We have seen on the line of control how Pakistan, the coward Pakistan, has claimed the life of 12 civilians in the Poonch, and now in the Jammu as well, 10 kilometers away from the Jammu airport, which Pakistan claims to be one of their strategic target. They have targeted the civilian houses here.
Well, Gursimran, as we speak right now, there's also information coming in that Raksha Mantri is going to be meeting the three services chiefs in a short while from now. Late last night, the Chief of Defence Staff had also briefed Raksha Mantri about the ongoing operation. Apart from that, we're also being told that the CDS has already briefed Raksha Mantri about the misadventure on the part of the Pakistanis with the number of drone attacks that have taken place. Let me also go across to Harsha, who's getting us the report from Poonch. Now, just to give you a quick recap, since the time the drone attack has actually taken place, some of the areas in Punjab has actually seen intense shelling. Our reporter Harsha has basically documented every moment thereafter, looking at multiple sectors where this firing, the cross-border firing is taking place. Harsha, what's the situation like? You have been reporting from the Poonch city. What more details are you picking up?
So Shawan, right now in the Poonch city, and I'm right now showing you the aftermath of the heavy mortar shelling which we saw yesterday and reported also from the different areas of the Poonch. And there's a Poonch city area, the city area being targeted by Pakistan. That means attack directly on the civilians. Day before yesterday also, when there was a heavy shelling from the side of Pakistan, we saw that 11 civilians lost their life. There were women, children and males as well. Right now, this is the splinter of the shell, Shawan, which I have found from this location, because this is a location where destruction could clearly be seen. The boundary completely destroyed and damaged. The huge crater formed on the ground. could also be clearly seen. These are the visuals, which is because of the mortar shelling, heavy shelling from yesterday night from the Pakistan side. There was continuously the sounds of LMG, the sounds of artillery shelling from the side of Pakistan. There was also a heavy retaliation from our side as well. Right now, no casualties have been reported, but these are the sprinters which I have found on this road. There are many people also who are the residents of this place. There's the house of Vijay Lal, completely damaged from inside, destruction. From inside, I can't go inside that area because the entire road is cluttered with rubble. But right now, most of the people have left their houses, while many have chosen to stay also in this area. Right now, we see the electric wires lying on the road. There's no electricity in this entire Poonch district. None of the border villages, none of the city area, nowhere there is electricity. Sir, आपका नाम? तो रविकांत जी, एक बात बताइए, कल जब हेवी शेलिंग हो रही थी, आप लोग को काफी आवाजें आ रही होंगी, तो आप लोग बेसमेंट में चले गए थे? कहाँ पे थे आप लोग? अच्छा, सेफ जगह चले गए थे. So he's saying, क्या आप थोड़ा जोर से बोल सकते हैं ताकि आपकी आवाज जाए ठीक ठीक? आप ये कह रहे हैं कि कल रात को हेवी शेलिंग हुई, लेकिन हमारी जो फोर्सेस है वो भी ताबड़तोड़ जवाब दे रही है. जो आज हुआ ये छुप के बैठे होते. So Shravan, he's saying from last 40 the entire night, 40 minutes to 1 hour, most of the civilians were hiding in the basement area of their houses. The basement, they were not on the first floor or second floor. The first floor and second floor of most of the houses completely destroyed. I'll also try to show you what I am finding here, the remains, the marks because of the mortar shelling. These are the visuals. Almost 80% of the Poonch district is right now vacated. Police officials and SOG have completely evacuated most of the civilians who wanted to go to a safer location, while there are several Hindu pockets who are not leaving this area. They say that they will go in the bunker or under the basement, they will hide, but they will not leave their houses. The houses are completely damaged, but as I was mentioning, their houses where the logs have been put up. See, this house, completely logged. Many civilians have left. There many residents have left because this exercise from the side of J&K police was being run. That safer location, the individual, the civilians should go. But this is the house. The resident was not inside, but the damage could be seen. The glasses from the window, how because of the mortar shelling, it broke, and the marks could be seen on the ground. And yesterday night, almost 3 hours from 1 o'clock to 4 o'clock, there was no stoppage to the mortar shelling. And especially the mortar shelling was guided from the side of Pakistan at border villages, from Mendar, from KG Top where I was reporting, from Digwar area, from Noshera area, from Surankot area. These all were the areas which were heavily impacted. Also Manport and Mendar, from where I was reporting. At that place, the situation was that almost 25 to 30 villagers were staying in one bunker. We also took shelter in one of the bunker at around 3:30 a.m. In the wee hours of Friday morning. Also, we came out of that bunker at 6 o'clock because till 5:50 there was no stopping to the shelling. And when we came to the city, again there was shelling. So I'll show you the nearby area. I'll ask my camera person Gaurav to make a full frame of my mobile phone so I can show you the area and the damage and the destruction caused because of the mortar shelling. Right now, there has been no casualty reported in the Poonch district today, as it was day before yesterday. Till now, there has been no casualty, but yes, houses have been damaged. It's because the civilians vacated and migrated to a safer place. That's the reason why there has been no casualty. But yes, continuously it's being said that civilians should move to a safer location. Also, civilians are continuously stating that befitting replies being given, but more such replies needed to be given to Pakistan. It should not stop here because continuously civilians are being attacked. There are many who already lost their loved ones in the Poonch. 11 civilians died. There were women, there were twins, there were small children, there were males who all lost their lives. So this is the situation from the Poonch where I'm reporting, and there is no stop to the shelling. Just half an hour back, Shravan, I again heard these shelling noises in the air. I heard the shelling was guided from the side of Digwar only. Entire night, major shelling was guided at the Digwar area, and today morning it was the Digwar area, and then it was routed towards Julas. Julas is the border which is just 10 meters from the Pakistan border. 50 residents of that entire region are now living in bunker. They have not came out of the bunker from last night. They went inside bunker at 11 o'clock. They are not out yet. They say that still there's a mortar shelling. Our forces are giving a retaliation response heavily to the Pakistan. There has been no shelling dropped on the bunkers, but yes, they believe that it's better to be at a safer place and stand with the armed forces, because armed forces are fighting at the front line, but civilians are being said to be at the safe location so that there should be no casualty. So I'll widen the frame. There are several localities where the locks have been put up. There's no resident, no Kashmiris, no civilian in Poonch district. We can say it from our confirmed sources from the Jammu and Kashmir police. 85 to 90% of the residents have already vacated the Poonch area, and that is the reason none of the grocery store, none of the DC office or any other institution, no place where they can get any grocery or day-to-day base item, they can get it. There's no shop open, no office open, nowhere to go, and that is the reason people have vacated and evacuated from this area. It's been almost 32 hours. We also didn't had any water. We had no water since last night, since the time we started reporting yesterday when it's all started. And the situation here is like the residents are being asked, move to a safer location. It's better to save your life. It's better to stand and help the police so that there would be no casualties. Back to you.
Well, thank you very much, Harsha, for getting us that report from Poonch, as we are getting you the reports from those very areas that were targeted by the Pakistani army. In fact, civilian areas have been targeted in Uri as well as in Poonch, and some reports also coming in from Samba. We're also going to go across to my colleague Riyanka, who's joining us from the national capital. In a short while from now, we give it to understand that the Tri-Services chiefs would be meeting Raksha Mantri and briefing him about all the latest developments. As far as the ongoing operation is concerned, there is no clarity whether at all the joint briefing is going to happen immediately, because there were some reports coming in that it was scheduled for around 10 o'clock this morning. Now some reports are suggesting that there could be a slight delay as far as the joint briefing is concerned. Riyanka, what's the sense that you're getting in right now as far as the joint briefing is concerned, which the MEA is likely to hold?
Well, as for the information we had received, that there will be a joint briefing by the Indian government at the MEA, and the time was given at 10 this morning, but it looks like it has been postponed. We still do not have a confirmation and a new updated timing for that particular briefing to happen. But on the sidelines, there is a meeting that is shortly to begin at the Ministry of Defence with the three services chiefs already. They have reached the Ministry of Defence. Along with them will be CDS Anil Chauhan, and this meeting will be in fact chaired by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh. And this meeting is of course coming in after India had very successfully struck down the efforts of Pakistan. The drones that had come into our territory, those were knocked down, and in fact on the other hand, the review over that situation which is happening under Operation Sindoor will be undertaken, and this is a very crucial meeting that will in fact be taking place any time from now, and it is expected maybe after this meeting there will be a briefing from the side of Ministry of External Affairs. The time on that regard is awaited. Viewers, we will be now shifting to a very, very small break. We will be coming right back. Do stay tuned as we continue with our coverage from the borders as well as from the national capital, giving each and every minute-to-minute detail. Stay tuned. We are coming right back.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
यार मार्केट कैसा ऊपर नीचे होता है।
याद रख, करियर, इन्वेस्टमेंट और लाइफ में ऊपर नीचे होता रहता है यार।
वो तो है।
बस भाई डटे रहे, तभी तो अपने सपने पूरे कर सकता है।
सही है।
लाइफ और म्यूचुअल फंड्स में लॉन्ग टर्म सोचना
सही है।
सही है। हाँ।
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
अगर उन्होंने 4 की यार्ड करेंगे, डेरा मस्ती खाली करवा ली।
At Amity, we are committed to building a stronger India through world-class education and research, to nurture ideal citizens who, together with the leaders of today and tomorrow, will make India a world superpower. Amity University, India's leading not-for-profit private university.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
Of different weapon systems, because you cannot risk putting all eggs in one basket.
ये मस्जिद तैयबा मरकज उमर करा के अंदर ये नुकसान है।
Not risk putting all eggs in one basket. Not risk putting all eggs in one basket.
Mentor here. And most some
of the
visuals I can see some
are near the LOC.
No, this is a long shot. I can see in the sky there's somebody who shot something to light.
Well, getting in the breaking news right now, you have Rajnath Singh, Raksha Mantri, meeting the Tri-Services Chief. That perhaps is going to happen in a short while from now. That's the latest coming in. This after the developments that took place through the night as Pakistan continued with their misadventure, firing about 50 drones towards Jammu, Rajasthan, as well as Kashmir. The latest information now coming in that there has been an ongoing operation. Now there are details that are likely to come out in a while from now when the joint briefing actually takes place. We'll also try and see if we can go across to our senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor getting us the latest details. The other big news coming in is with regards to the fear of retribution within the Pakistani military at this point in time. We're going to take you through all the details in a short while from now, but let me also go across to Riyanka, who's we'll try and go to Riyanka in some time. But as far as the Pakistani army is concerned, there's been mass evacuation in the Pakistani military cantonment. In fact, let me just take you through some of the details that we have picked up from our sources with regards to what has happened thereafter, because India's befitting response after Pakistan's failed aerial intrusion has basically led to massive panic in all cantonments across Sindh and Punjab of Pakistan. Mass evacuation in Pakistan military cantonments is currently underway in panic. We are being told that this is happening in Karachi cantonment, Clifton cantonment, Faisal cantonment, Hyderabad cantonment, and the list goes on. We have actually got the full list of the cantonments in Sindh, Pakistan, as well as in Punjab province, where the evacuations are essentially taking place. Right now, they've been removed from the areas. A fear that there could be massive retribution. Slipping into a short break as we get you the latest details in a short while from now.
क्या हो गया भाई?
भैया आपसे सीखकर म्यूचुअल फंड्स में एसआईपी शुरू की थी, लेकिन कभी कभी अपडेट्स देखकर मेरा मन भटकने लगता है।
सुन, ये लिफ्ट जब ऊपर नीचे जाती है तो तू निकल जाता है।
नहीं भैया, यही तो सही मंजिल तक ले जाती है।
तो बस म्यूचुअल फंड्स का भी यही है, डटे रहेगा तो तू भी अपने सपनों के पास पहुंच सकता है।
हाँ बिल्कुल आपकी तरह।
सही है।
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
पाकिस्तान इंडिया ने जंग शुरू कर दी है। अभी मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के जो है मदरसा है, उसके ऊपर 4 मिसाइल दागे गए हैं। 4 मिसाइलों के साथ हमला किया गया है मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के मदरसे के ऊपर। हम अपनी अफवाज पाकिस्तान के साथ खड़े हैं, लेकिन मेरा सवाल है कि हमारी ये जंग कहाँ सोई हुई थी, हमारी अफवाज पाकिस्तान कहाँ सोई हुई थी जब ये हमला हुआ। मुजफ्फराबाद की भी खबर आ रही है कि मुजफ्फराबाद वाली साइड पे ये अटैक हुआ है, लेकिन सबसे पहले मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर अटैक हुआ है प्लास्टिक मिसाइल के साथ। उन्होंने हमला किया है मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के मदरसे के ऊपर। 4 मिसाइल मारे गए हैं। अभी ये कहना कबल वक्त है कि गोया कितनी सच्चाई है इस खबर के अंदर, साइड से ये मिसाइल आए हैं, ये अभी कन्फर्म होना बाकी है। लेकिन ये कन्फर्म न्यूज़ है कि उनके मदरसे के ऊपर 4 मिसाइल मारे गए हैं।
At Amity, we are committed to building a stronger India through world-class education and research to nurture ideal citizens who, together with the leaders of today and tomorrow, will make India a world superpower. Amity University, India's leading not-for-profit private university.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Unlike in 2019 when we had hit Baluchistan, which was in the wilderness, and Pakistan got an excuse to say that nothing had been damaged or killed, that we had only killed some crows and pigeons and sparrows. This time we chose high visibility terrorist targets which have been around for decades, right? And they are command and control targets, terror training camps of big, very great magnitude, so that they cannot be missed by the people of Pakistan or the whole world per se. Otherwise, we had that syndrome of jungle mein mor nacha, kisi ne na dekha, etc., which Pakistan took the fullest advantage of to deny that it had been hit, and that was taken advantage of by some unscrupulous people in India. This has been a very calibrated, very calculated, meticulously planned and executed strike. Right? It is non-escalatory in nature because it is proportionate, because it targets precisely the terror training camps. We have not hit the Pakistan armed forces, the army or the ISI. We have focused only on the terror.
Starting the edition with some breaking news now coming in. Fearing a massive retribution, there has been complete panic in the cantonments in Punjab, particularly in the Sindh and Punjab province. Republic TV has now got details of the cantonments in Sindh as well as in Punjab, where we are given to understand there have been mass evacuations that are basically taking place. What has essentially happened is that some of the missiles and the drones that were essentially launched, they were basically launched from the Punjab and Sindh province in Pakistan. In fact, what has happened is thereafter there has been a response coming in from India, and because of which we are now being told that there's been a mass evacuation that's taking place. Also, another breaking news coming in is right now from Chandigarh. Chandigarh has been put on high alert. There's been air warning that has been received from the Air Force Station. Sirens have been sounded in Chandigarh. We'll try and see if we can go across to Lalit, who's also reporting from Punjab, getting us the latest details, because we've seen Punjab here has also been on the target list of the Pakistanis. In fact, drones were basically intercepted late last night from Amritsar. And not just in Amritsar, there are other cities in Punjab that have also come under attack. You have seen what has happened in Pathankot, where the Pathankot airbase has been one of the key targets of the Pakistanis. We'll try and see if we can go across to Lalit, who's going to join us on this broadcast, getting us the latest details. We'll try and see if there are other reporters who are joining in. If not, can we just go back to the breaking news coming in with regards to what's really happening within the cantonments in Pakistan, because there is a clear response now coming in. Several of these cantonments in Pakistan where there is a mass evacuation that is going on. If at all there is a mass evacuation, then perhaps it's also linked to the fact that there is a fear of reprisal right now coming in from India, because remember, over the last 24 to 48 hours, what has essentially happened is that Pakistan has launched several drones. 50 drones were launched yesterday. All of it has now been neutralized by the army, but India has essentially maintained that there will be an equal reaction to every action on the part of the Pakistanis, but it will be as per our choice, our timing and choosing would be ours. Now that's an important position that India has taken. In a short while from now, we are hearing that there is a possibility of a joint briefing to take place, the joint briefing of the Ministry of External Affairs as well as the Ministry of Defence. We're waiting for that to happen in a short while from now. But a clear indication of the fact that Pakistan, which appears to be on a slippery wicket right now, particularly what's really happening with the army there. There is a clear factionalism that has taken place within the Pakistani army. In fact, my colleague Zeenat is also joining us right now. Zeenat, the latest information now coming in from Pakistan is that there has been a massive evacuation in certain cantonments in Pakistan, particularly coming in from Punjab and Sindh.
See, Shravan, they are trying to evacuate the people, knowing that the way they tried to launch yesterday evening and the late night, the missile and the drone attacks, which were intercepted and blocked by the air defense system, they definitely thought that India will retaliate, because India has been all open with its guns also, because it is the Pakistan who started it all on 22nd of April when the tourists were targeted in Pahalgam. Multiple warnings had been given to Pakistan not to carry or not to give boost to terrorism on their soil, but we have been seeing time and again they have been doing it, and in fact they also violated the ceasefire agreement which was in place since 2021 in February. It is all, we are in war situation in Jammu and Kashmir as far as the Poonch is concerned. We are seeing the highest number of shellings, and we have seen how the Pakistan has been targeting the men, women, even the children were not spared. The kind of videos that have surfaced on social media, those are the horrible videos that tells you the human right violations being done by the Pakistan through the drones, missile that they try to hit, even the kind of the artillery that they are using. In fact, the Indian Army is responding. We are seeing the damage from the Lagama, Salamabad in Uri, the Tangdar sector in Kupwara. Some of the shells had reached even to the Mohra in North Kashmir, where a vehicle was hit early morning and it has received a damage. The people who were on board, they have sustained minor injuries. It's all out in Jammu and Kashmir. We are seeing the installation, one of the important installations in Jammu and Kashmir has been put on high alert, be it in Srinagar. Srinagar has not only the VVIP movement, but one of the important installations of the Indian Army, Jammu and Kashmir Police, or the headquarters of the other forces and the other important infrastructure. There is already an alert that has been sounded in Srinagar. Most of the streets are flooded with the patrolling parties. In fact, the traffic, the civilian traffic on ground is very, very minimal. You hardly see people or moving around, or the vehicle percentage is almost 5 to 10%, which earlier the roads would be flooded with the vehicles. Right. Now, definitely that has been controlled to control the damage.
There's more breaking. Zeenat, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but there is more breaking news now coming in. Chandigarh has been put on high alert right now. In fact, Lalit is joining us right now from Khasa in Atari, because that's where a missile was also intercepted. What's the latest that coming in? In 30 seconds, quickly tell me, Lalit, what's the situation on the ground like?
Shravan, if we talk about in Chandigarh, there has been an alert from the Air Force that there could be a possible drone attack in Chandigarh. So just a few minutes before, there has been sirens which has been sounded all across the Chandigarh because of the alert. Now advisory has been given to follow the instructions and to remain indoor. Apart from that, if you talk about not only in Chandigarh but in the neighboring of Chandigarh, which includes Panchkula, Zirakpur and Mohali, there has also been given an alert to remain inside. Apart from that, if you talk about right now where we are standing here in Khasa in Amritsar, there also there has been a minimum traffic in the roads, as early in the morning around 5 there was an interception which was intercepted by the Indian Air Force, and the drone was being shot. So right now investigations are being on to find out where that drone has been shot. But apart from that, if we talk about, siren has been sounded in Amritsar early in the morning around 5 and then around 8 in Amritsar also. So there has been an alert all across Punjab and in Chandigarh right now. Back to the studio.
Well, sirens blaring in Chandigarh right now. This a clear sign of certain signals that have been received by the Air Force station there. In fact, the air defense systems that have been working through the night. Around 4:30 this morning, another fresh wave of drone attacks that were basically intercepted by the Indian Army. A consolidated list that has also now been put out with regards to the number of attacks that have actually taken place across the western border. We are being told that 50 such drone attacks that have taken place. Now, with these sirens that are being sounded in Chandigarh, remember a similar drill we are being told has been exercised in Srinagar too. This morning there were sirens that were blaring across various parts of Srinagar. These are precautionary measures that are essentially being taken if at all there are any missiles or, for that matter, drones that are being launched from the Pakistani side. So a close watch being kept right now. In fact, high alert in most of the cities close to the border right now. Air warning sounded in cities like Chandigarh as well as in Srinagar. Just a quick check that I want to also go across to Zenith. In fact, Zenith, a short while back, we were given to understand that sirens were also sounded off in Srinagar. What's the situation like from where you are reporting?
See, the situation in Srinagar continued to remain tense because yesterday evening the signs were sounded off at multiple places. There was a loud bang that was also heard in Avantipura. With the result, the entire south zone was kept on alert. We are seeing the deployment of security forces has increased manifold in the Srinagar city itself, where we hardly would get a sight of security forces. But now the deployment number, and also these security forces are with the BPs, their patkas and everything. They are carrying the huge attire with themselves, along with the automatic rifles that earlier was hardly a sight that now was visible in the Srinagar city after the situation improved post abrogation of Article 370. Now we see, since it's a fearful situation all around, mostly the people have stayed indoors, schools have been shut, the medical facilities have been enhanced, the doctors, those who have been posted with the medical facility, all their leaves have been kept, has been cancelled, and everybody, even in the J&K police, the people were being called yesterday evening. They were being sent messages that come back and join the duty. So it's a war situation in Jammu and Kashmir, where we see in Jammu the maximum damage has taken place in the Poonch sector, and as far as the Kashmir is concerned, we are seeing the artillery and the mortar shells that have been used by the Pakistan Rangers along the Tangdar as well as the Uri sector, where the people, one woman have lost their life and few of them have also received injury. But there is a property damage that has come due to the shelling of the Pakistan army, and the Pakistan government tried to use the missiles and the drones to hit the Jammu, Udhampur, Pathankot, but they were intercepted, blocked, and with the result, they failed to carry any attack in Jammu and Kashmir. But yes, the artillery that they use has created a mayhem in Poonch.
Well, thank you very much, Zira, for getting us the latest details. I'll quickly go back to my colleague Arnab now. Speaking about what's really happening in the border areas, what are the Pakistanis doing right now? They are essentially targeting civilian areas. Reports emerging from Poonch district, where civilian areas have been targeted. Remember, we've lost over 16 people. 16 innocent lives were lost because of the shelling being done by the Pakistanis. As far as Uri is concerned, over the last several hours, we've seen the entire area be extremely active. There have been intense artillery firing that's actually taking place. There have been intermittent, is what we are being told this morning when we checked with our sources. There have been intermittent firing that's taking place there. Give us a sense of what's the current situation like, and also show us the extent of damage that you're witnessing right now in the civilian areas.
Absolutely, Shaman. As we have seen that the entire area has been, evacuation process has been started in the entire Uri, as we have seen that the continuously shelling from the Pakistani troopers, and you can see here in the visuals that the evacuation process is going on. You can see that the administration is on toes. Also, some injuries were also shifted towards the medical college in the various districts of the Kashmir Valley. Not only here in the Uri sector, we have seen that the first aid have been given them and they are stable as of now. But we have seen that it's the frustration among the Pakistani troopers as well as the terrorists, as we have seen that the launching pads of the terrorists have been destroyed in the strike. Then after we have seen these kind of operations that the Pakistan is trying to hit the civilian populated areas in the Uri sector, and that Firdaus is showing you the visuals of the Lagama in the Uri's last village in the North Kashmir, and you can see there are the marks of the splinters, and here was the shop in the Uri sector, and here, Firdaus is showing you the visuals that the evacuation process is going on. The administration has assured that the 100% evacuation process should be here. And then after, we have seen already here in the Kashmir Valley, from yesterday afternoon, we have seen that the evacuation process was started. Coming to this side, this is the entire area that has hit with the mortar shell that was fired by the Pakistani troopers in the Uri sector. And we have seen that the entire area is
getting in some more breaking news right now. China has now done the balancing act, a statement that has been put out by the Chinese Foreign Ministry. They say that they oppose all forms of terrorism, and the fact that since both are China's neighbors, they are hoping that this matter would be de-escalated. But China says that we urge both sides to act in larger interest of peace and stability, and they maintain that they are ready to play a constructive role in easing the tensions. Now, this comes at a time when Pakistanis are essentially using fighter jets that have been loaned by the Chinese. The Chinese Foreign Ministry is making a statement at a time when the Pakistanis are also using Chinese missiles. Remember, the drones that were basically fired late last evening were also Chinese make, and the missiles, PL-15s, that have been used by the Pakistanis are also been given by the Chinese. So a lofty statement now being made by the Chinese Foreign Ministry, where they're essentially indicating that they would like to carry out a constructive role, play a constructive role, perhaps mediating between both the countries. Slipping into a short break. On the other side, we get you more details coming in from the border areas.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say. The new generation Orient BLDC fans, super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो और
Cricket fans.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
यार मार्केट कैसा ऊपर नीचे होता है।
याद रख, करियर, इन्वेस्टमेंट और लाइफ में ऊपर नीचे होता रहता है यार।
वो तो है।
बस भाई डटे रहे, तभी तो अपने सपने पूरे कर सकता है।
सही है।
लाइफ और म्यूचुअल फंड्स में लॉन्ग टर्म सोचना
सही है।
सही है। हाँ।
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
At Amity, we are committed to building a stronger India through world-class education and research, to nurture ideal citizens who, together with the leaders of today and tomorrow, will make India a world superpower. Amity University, India's leading not-for-profit private university.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने। इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
of different weapon systems because you cannot risk putting all eggs in one basket.
ये मस्जिद तैयबा मरकज उमर करा के अंदर
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say. The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought
Cricket fans.
MDH की देगी मिर्च
देगी मिर्च का तड़का अंग अंग फड़का
MDH की देगी मिर्च
पाकिस्तान इंडिया ने जंग शुरू कर दी है। अभी मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के जो है मदरसा है उसके ऊपर 4 मिसाइल दागे गए हैं। 4 मिसाइलों के साथ हमला किया गया है मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के मदरसे के ऊपर। हम अपनी अफवाज पाकिस्तान के साथ खड़े हैं, लेकिन मेरा सवाल है कि हमारी एजेंसीज कहाँ सोई हुई थी, हमारी अफवाज पाकिस्तान कहाँ सोई हुई थी जब ये हमला हुआ। मुजफ्फराबाद की भी खबर आ रही है कि मुजफ्फराबाद वाली साइड पे भी ये अटैक हुआ है, लेकिन सबसे पहले मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर अटैक हुआ है ब्लास्टिक मिसाइल के साथ। उन्होंने हमला किया मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के मदरसे के ऊपर 4 मिसाइल मारे गए हैं। अभी ये कहना कबल वक्त है कि गोया कितनी सच्चाई है इस खबर के अंदर, किस साइड से ये मिसाइल आए हैं, ये अभी कंफर्म होना बाकी है। लेकिन ये कंफर्म न्यूज़ है कि उनके मदरसे के ऊपर 4 मिसाइल मारे गए हैं।
And viewers, we are showing you these visuals of Defence Minister Rajnath Singh leaving from his residence as he will be shortly be arriving at the Ministry of Defence in the Raisina Hills, and he will be in fact holding a very, very crucial meeting with the Chief of Defence Staff as well as the chiefs of the 3 services. And this is a very crucial meeting that is going to be taking place as we continue with these visuals on your screens there. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh leaving from his residence. In fact, we know this is coming in as tensions continue to rise between India and Pakistan after India very successfully thwarted the attempts of Pakistan yesterday night. In fact, there were several other developments that had taken place in Jammu, in Punjab, as well as in Jaisalmer, all the western borders connecting India and Pakistan. There were high tensions that had happened, and at this point in time, we see Defence Minister Rajnath Singh all set to meet the CDS as well as the 3 services chiefs, and this meeting will be focusing on the review of the security situation, of the review of the successful mission that was undertaken under Operation Sindoor that happened yesterday, where there was successful strikes against the missiles and the drones that were launched by Pakistan, a series of missiles and drones that came in from the Pakistan to the Indian areas in the border areas, and that mission was successfully foiled by the Indian forces, by the Indian air defense. And on that note, there will of course be a review, and the meeting is going to be taking place any time from now after the defense minister arrives at the Ministry of Defence in the national capital. We are expecting that movement to happen anytime shortly, and people are of course looking into all the developments. And viewers, as we continue to bring you each and every details from the ground, from several other areas, from the borders as well as from the national capital, where many such meetings are expected to happen today, starting with the Defence Minister meeting with the Chief of Defence Staff, General Alan Chauhan, as well as the three services chiefs very shortly from now. And after that, it is expected that the Defence Minister may meet Prime Minister Narendra Modi to brief him about the strikes, the second level of strikes which were undertaken by Indian Defence Forces yesterday, as they successfully thwarted the attempts that had come in from side of Pakistan. And viewers, it's time for a very, very short break. Do stay tuned. We will be coming right back, hitting a short commercial break. We will be getting you all the details. On the other side, we will be, of course, seeing Defence Minister meeting with the Tri-Services Chiefs as well as the CDS, a high-level meeting going to be happening on the other side. Stay tuned.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
क्या हो गया भाई?
वो भैया, आपसे सीखकर म्यूचुअल फंड्स में SIP शुरू की थी, लेकिन कभी-कभी अपडेट्स देखकर मेरा मन भटकने लगता है।
अरे अपने मन को बोल, म्यूचुअल फंड्स टिके रहने का गेम है।
मतलब SIP चालू रखूं?
सुन, ये लिफ्ट जब ऊपर नीचे जाती है तो तू निकल जाता है।
नहीं भैया, यही तो सही मंजिल तक ले जाती है।
तो बस म्यूचुअल फंड्स का भी यही है, दूर की सोचेगा और डटे रहेगा तो तू भी अपने सपनों के पास पहुंच सकता है।
हाँ, बिल्कुल आपकी तरह।
सही है।
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say. The new generation Orient BLDC fans, super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो और
Cricket fans.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जलजीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिप।
अगर उन्हें 4 की यार्ड करेंगे, डेरा मस्ती खाली करवा ली भाई। हाँ देखना वाम कैसे आ रही है वहां से। कैच होगी? नहीं होगी।
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching live and breaking on Republic TV, and those are live visuals coming from outside Defence Minister Rajnath Singh's residence, where the movement is up and running. In moments from now, Chief of Defence Staff General Anil Chauhan, along with the Tri-Services Chiefs, are expected to arrive at Defence Minister Rajnath Singh's residence for a very key meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the biggest defence meeting in the country that is about to happen at Rajnath Singh's residence, and later on, there are expectations that further updates will be taken up all the way to the PMO. The big meeting at the moment, the big breaking news. Republic, the only network reporting live with the live feed coming outside Rajnath Singh's residence as Rajnath Singh now leaves his residence for a key meeting with the three services chiefs. That's the big breaking news update coming in. Those are vehicles now gearing up outside Defence Minister Rajnath Singh's residence. As you can see, the special commandos there of the defence clearing up the route so as the vehicles that can exit. The gates are now opening as the vehicles and the convoy of Defence Minister Rajnath Singh is expected to arrive at any moment and be en route to meet Chief of Defence Staff along with the Tri-Services Chief. This is the biggest meeting of the defence establishment since last night's escalations. Those are the live visuals coming in. There is massive movement outside Defence Minister Rajnath Singh's residence as he's now officially en route to meet Chief of Defence Staff along with the Tri-Services Chief. That's the cavalcade of Rajnath Singh. There we have first visuals only on Republic. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh's first visuals on Republic as he is en route now to chair one of the biggest defence meeting of the day. Riyanka, my colleague, is reporting live from Rajnath Singh's residence. Riyanka, Rajnath Singh is en route now to meet the Tri-Services Chiefs along with the Chief of Defence Staff. Take it away.
Oh, well, absolutely. Those are the visuals coming in from outside Defence Minister Rajnath Singh's residence as he is now leaving his residence, and he will be shortly arriving at the Ministry of Defence here at the Raisina Hills, and we are expecting a very, very crucial meeting to begin thereafter. And in this meeting, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh will be, of course, speaking with the CDS as well as the chiefs of the three services, and this is coming in as a follow-up and a review of the retaliation that India had given back to Pakistan yesterday night when the operation, under the Operation Sindoor, there were several strikes that happened successfully earlier. And in fact, when Pakistan had launched in a series of missiles and drones attacks on the border areas between India and Pakistan, there was a successful mission which was carried out. Their attempts were thwarted, and on that note, there is going to be a very, very crucial review which will be undertaken, a meeting which will be chaired by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh very shortly from now as he leaves from his residence. And I continue to be here at Vijay Chowk, and we will be very shortly showing you those visuals of Defence Minister arriving at the Ministry of Defence. We already know that the Chief of Defence Staff as well as the Army Chief, the Navy Chief and the Air Force Chiefs, all of them have already arrived at the Ministry of Defence already, and very shortly from now that meeting is going to be beginning once the Defence Minister arrives here.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Riyanka. And of course, we'll keep coming back to you as and when the meeting starts. It's a big one. The Raksha Mantri to be closeted with the Chief of Defence Staff and the three service chiefs. He has, of course, been in touch with them all through this exercise, which is an ongoing exercise, Operation Sindoor, and India really taking the battle right into the Pakistani camp with the kind of response we have been giving to every escalation being carried out by Pakistan. Yesterday, of course, Pakistan took it to the next level. 50 drones taken down by India's alert air defense systems. And look at the broad array of weapon systems that India deployed to down those Pakistani drones. And missiles, of course, 8 missiles on Jammu alone, and that's a big one. I'm sure the Indian armed forces are going to give a befitting reply, and as Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri said in the presser yesterday, it's for Pakistan to choose. There would be consequences. So obviously, if there are 8 missiles being hurled on Jammu, there would be consequences for that, and for which, of course, this meeting gains even more importance. The Defence Minister to have confabulations with the entire armed force leadership, which includes, of course, the Chief of Defence Staff and the three service chiefs. This meeting is going to start in a while from now, and we'll keep bringing to you latest updates insofar as the weapon systems. Okay, before the weapon systems, the breaking news development that Defense Minister has arrived at the Ministry of Defense in the South Block, and he's going to meet the service chiefs. Can we get the spelling right of the service chiefs? And service chiefs. And okay, these are the pictures coming in of Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh arriving at the South Block, Ministry of Defense. And in a while from now, the meeting should be starting. All right, we get it right. And the weapon systems, the broad array of weapon systems that were deployed by India overnight to repel the Pakistani drone swarm attack. It included L-70 anti-aircraft guns. Okay, let's go to Riyanka again for a bit because Defense Minister Rajnath Singh has arrived. Riyanka, you think the meeting is going to start anytime soon? The service chiefs have already arrived and the meeting to begin?
Well, absolutely. As we speak, the meeting is all set to begin any time from now because it was just 2 to 3 minutes ago when we saw the cavalcade of Defense Minister Rajnath Singh entering the South Block area. Of course, you know that the Defense Minister arrives from the back gate. It's not usually from the front side of the Raisina Hills, and we have seen that entire cavalcade of Defense Minister arriving at the Ministry of Defense, and very, very likely the meeting is very soon to begin between the CDS as well as the three services chiefs, and the review of the yesterday's successful operation is going to be undertaken, and many such discussions are also going to be happening. We are also being told, as per sources, that post this meeting, Defense Minister is likely to meet Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
Well, absolutely, and this is even as Pakistan continues to play the game of fooling its own citizens, while on the one hand it is escalating, putting itself in a cul-de-sac where there are going to be costs and consequences. On the other, we are seeing Pakistan going begging, asking for loans because it does not have money. And let's look at the array of weapon systems that were used overnight to repel the Pakistani attack, and which included L-70 weapon system. Remember, that's something which is used to take down projectiles coming over on our side, and other weapon systems. Yes, Abhishek. All right, Arnab Goswami is with us in the studios now. Essentially, overnight, Arnab, we have repelled a massive drone swarm attack coming in from the Pakistanis, including missiles. 8 of them on Jammu. There would be consequences, is what we are being told, and it's going to be absolutely massive and consequential insofar as taking down Pakistan hubris are concerned. Yes, of course.
India's military edge means nothing without the political courage to deploy it, and that's the key point tonight. We have a strong political courage. The meetings that we are reporting today are a reflection of that. Very steady situation. The government is very steady, very controlled.
Absolutely.
Well, no expression of excitement at the fact that we have been able to successfully, destroy this, the drone strikes yesterday. What are we seeing this morning? We are seeing Army's kinetic strikes, very, very quick movement. We're seeing expanded patrols of the Navy. Our warships are out there, our submarines are in action. We've surrounded the southern coast of Pakistan. We have border dominance by the BSF and very strong coordination of civil management by the Home Ministry. And ladies and gentlemen, we've been told that the Pakistan Ministry of External Affairs has asked for financial help. Yes. They've said that the stock markets have crashed, the war is out, the cost of war is unbearable, and there is a crowdsourcing appeal by the Pakistan government, to help de-escalate the situation, and also to it's a government account, and they have said that we urge international partners to help de-escalate. We have suffered heavy losses inflicted by the enemy, and it's a really desperate situation, Abhishek. I mean, Pakistan makes formal appeal for loans, which means, and another breaking news I have here is that there is a 3,000 rupee curb which has been put on one-time ATM usage, which means individual personal cash currency. There's a currency problem, there's a cash flow problem that Pakistan is having, and therefore it is urging people not to withdraw more than 3,000 rupees a day for their personal use from each bank account.
Yeah, absolutely.
So bank account, personal bank withdrawals have been limited to 3,000 rupees a day across Pakistan by most of the government-supported and government banks. Yes. So this is a situation, but I find that this appeal for loans, and I'll put out the graphic there also on what they have said there. It's not going to be of any help. I mean, because they are also facing a tough situation in the IMF. We'll be going live to all our partners in different situations. The world is watching, but the world is not willing to help out here because, as US President J.D. Vance said it best, it is not our war. He said it's not our war. I mean, there is no question of America having the influence to de-escalate.
And the IMF is meeting in just about 10 hours from now in Washington, D.C. itself. And I am told, or no, and we should break this. We should break this. There is an internal meeting in the Department of Revenue. And also the Finance Ministry is meeting so that we coordinate what we do at the IMF in about 10 hours from now. So there is a meeting taking place at the MOD in the South Block, and there is a meeting taking place in the Ministry of Finance in the North Block. And this is India's diplomatic offensive going on. In fact, the Finance Ministry to coordinate what we do at the IMF in about 10 hours from now, and a very crucial meeting taking place. I just confirmed.
What happened to the government briefing, which was supposed to happen at
That's going to take place around 4 p.m. is what I'm being told now, Arnab, because obviously with a flurry of activity happening, what is more important is that the forces are very clear what next, and for that the leadership is meeting. The Defense Minister is having a meeting with the Chief of Defense Staff and the 3 service chiefs. As we speak, these are pictures of Defense Minister Rajnath Singh, who arrived at his South Block office just a while back, and the meeting has in fact begun, is what we are being told.
Yeah, and we have with us internal security expert Gurinder Singh Dhillon. Good morning, Mr. Dhillon. How are you viewing the things? Especially in the wake of the drone strike, has the Indian response been on expected lines or differently? I mean, how do you feel the response has been to the swarm of drone attacks? Were we anticipating this?
Good morning, Arnab. Very nice, thank you. And what I feel is that, yes, internal security and civil defense is very important organ which we have to make sure that it is in place. And it's very important that because modern day warfare, there is blur in the lines between the target, whether it is civilian target or military target. So I think we, coming from Punjab, I know we are at the forefront, and there were drone attacks. They were neutralized. I'm very happy that military is responding, giving a befitting reply. That's what is needed, because this is the time we shall all be together and fight these terrorist organization institutions in Pakistan. But of course, civil defense and security of vulnerable points and vulnerable vital installations is very important, more so in border states, because that deals with the civilian security and mobility of the armed forces and supply chains.
Yeah. Okay, Mr. Dhillon, I'm going to come back to you. I also have our reporters in different locations. Thanks for sharing that information with us. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to take you through some of what has happened last night. And right now, I'm going to run a few of the reports that we had last evening. So in case you missed it, some of the action last evening. And it's been a really long night, hasn't it? I mean, it's been a long night. It's been a busy night. And it's going to be a very long day. And perhaps a long night as well, because we are in no mood to escalate this, but we are without doubt. I think Saurabh is also with us right now. Saurabh, are you there? Saurabh Shukla is there. Okay, Saurabh Shukla will be coming in some time. So Pakistan's dream was basically costless aggression. Can I get my reporters? Can I get the news desk? Please get me some reporters live right now so we know who we are going with live now. We need to get the reporters lined up immediately. Immediately means like as of yesterday. And Harsha, Gursimran, Arawat will all be on with us in about 30 seconds. What we are watching tonight is strategic theatre. And we are owning the stage. Rajasthan's border alerts to Arnala's naval deployment. Every Indian move has been cold-blooded, coordinated and calculated. We didn't just hit back yesterday. We put together, through this defensive formation, a spectacle of strength that every global power has noticed.
And there is more on in the offing, Arnab, I'm told. In fact, I've been connecting with people who are in the know, and they say that we have calculated absolutely clearly what was Pakistan's intent and how they went about it, what all they were targeting, the specific installations, the civilian areas, the objectives, etc. Everything has been analyzed, and a proportionate response is coming. Pakistan, beware. That's what we are hearing.
Yeah.
It's going to be clear with that response of India
we
that we are not going to de-escalate is the message.
There is no question of de-escalation. There is no question of de-escalation. That was a nice window which actually gave us all the information right now. Well, the fact is that infiltration is met with elimination. Drones are shot down in mid-air. Cyber lies are scrubbed within minutes. The Republic media network itself was under a cyber attack. We countered it. We're very happy with the way that we countered it. We did a great job. And missile threats have been intercepted. And Saurabh Shukla is still awake. Saurabh, you've been doing a great job.
Yeah.
What time is it out there in Washington, man?
Thank you, my friend. Great to do this. I think it's a historic moment that we are all reporting. And as I was saying, that it's going to be a very crucial meeting here in Washington, D.C. tomorrow. It's late in the night, almost close to 1 o'clock in the night here. But in the morning, we are expecting to put further pressure to squeeze Pakistan, because one of the things that India is arguing here is, with the diplomatic interlocutors, that Pakistan should not get a free pass. A bailout by the IMF at this stage will only give a free pass to Pakistan, will give the army generals and the ISI an upper hand, because we fear the misuse of these funds. As in the past, Pakistan has continued to divert these funds to fund some of these terrorism and other activities which are inimical to the interest of democracies like India and the US. This is the line of the argument, and I'm told that not only the finance ministry, which is the nodal body which deals with IMF here, the MEA, it's going to be a joint response. And we are expecting some kind of a headway, because as J.D. Vance's statement you can make out, the US's mood is very clear. They know that India's fight against terrorism needs to be supported, and that's what is the mood of the other P5 countries barring China. China is playing a very devious game, Arnab. I won't put past it. A lot of analysts are also telling me that don't ignore China's role in this entire episode, including pahalgam. I'm not putting it out myself because I don't have a concrete proof, but I'm saying because China tends to gain the most with this kind of instability that's happening, because India, under Prime Minister Narendra Modi's leadership, was becoming the global investment destination, I beg your pardon, with Apple coming in, and a lot of other companies would have followed suit. With all this happening, they are now trying to portray India as a zone of instability. So we have to be careful here. We also have to expose China's double game, because that is a long-term threat. And even in the military operation, Pakistan has been supported by two countries, China and Turkey. And India must make sure we continue to isolate. And I want to appeal to everyone who's watching this show today, that we have, as citizens, whatever we can do, government will do their job, armed forces will do their job, diplomats will do their job, but as citizens, whatever we can do to boycott some of these countries who are patronizing terrorism and profiting out of terrorism, we should go ahead and do it. Arnab?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's very important. I think anyway, when people saw similarities in the way the Hamas attacked on October 7th and, the Lashkar attacked on the 22nd, there were clear similarities. In the earlier case as well, it was felt, and not rumors, not just speculated, but strongly suspected that the Iranians were working on the behest of the Chinese, and they had the buttons and the controls on the Hamas. So it's always been an invisible Chinese hand by shifting the theater of war in a way that suits it economically. And that's what the Chinese do. Sun Tzu principle, try to win a war without actually firing a single shot. But it's not going to work this time. We have Arawat with us right now. Arawat in his next location. Arawat.
He's at Uri.
Yeah, Arawat is at Uri. Arawat. Yes,
Arnab, we have reached another location here in the Uri sector, as we have seen that the continuous the Hamas type shelling has done in the Uri sector. These are the residential areas in the Uri sector where we have seen that the attack by the Pakistani troopers. This all comes when we have seen that the strike on the launching pads of the terrorists, whether we'll talk about Lashkar-e-Taiba, Hizbul Mujahideen and other terror outfits. We have seen this all comes after that we have seen in the Pakistan, occupied Kashmir and other places. And after that we have seen that they have started to target the civilian populated areas in the parts of the Kashmir Valley, particularly in the North Kashmir, Tangdar sector, Uri sector. The Firdaus is showing the entire visuals that the 100% evacuation has been assured by the administration here. Then after we have seen that the locals have been evacuated. Also some injuries were also reported in the various parts of the Kashmir Valley. Then after we have seen also the locals here have been evacuated to the safer locations across the parts of the Kashmir. Also I'll show you from this very side. Here was the shop and entire area has been now sanitized. We have been told to report from here because we are following all the precautions here. And from this side you can see here there are the marks of the splinters. Here was the shop of the Hindu
I have
family.
some visuals which have just come in. I'm going to try and put it up. It's from Hoshiarpur. From Hoshiarpur area. The visuals are there. Please put the watermark on it. These are latest visuals that are coming in full frame right now. And what you're seeing on the right hand side of the screen is the video of an unexploded or maybe a dud projectile that came in from the Pakistani side. And you can see it very closely out there. I'm going to get a military expert to analyze what this is. This appears to be about 2 meters, a little more over 2 meters long, right? And it is a projectile which is still intact. And the people who are speaking location there, who are examining it, are obviously not trained. These are the people who have just caught the projectile images and they are sharing it. And these are people who are talking around it. I don't think it's safe to touch a projectile like that, but it's obviously unexploded. And this is the proof that this has been a failed projectile assault. People are handling it. I think they should be careful about doing this. But this is from Hoshiarpur. और अगर हमारे रिपोर्टर ललित को हम लाइव कर सके. Good morning, Deepak साहब. Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir. Bob, bright and early and looking fantastic as always.
Inspired by you as always.
Sir, you see these visuals out there. What do you make of it, sir? Lots of dud missiles have fallen all over. Deepak Vora.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, can we be on air? Good morning. Yeah.
Good morning, sir. Thank you very much. Always a pleasure to be on your incredible channel. What I see here...
What do you see, sir?
It's a dud missile, sir.
Yeah,
it's made in China.
Yeah.
It doesn't work and it can't be fired. So therefore, they have thrown this little joke over here. Fellows who, of course, milling around it should be careful. Wait for the bomb disposal fellows to come. They'll do it. But this is not unusual in situations like this. When you start buying all this nonsense made in China, you will face many, many such things. I believe this is the global assessment. Out of every 10 weapons or projectiles like this made in China, 5 probably don't work. That's a very high failure rate. But then it's only to be expected. Let's see what happens, sir. You said this is in Hoshiarpur.
मुझे कहा गया है हिंदी की जो रिपोर्ट है, I'm reading it out for you. होशियारपुर से तलवाड़ा में गांव कमाही देवी के पास थोड़ी देर पहले एक मिसाइल गिरने की जानकारी आ रही है.
Okay.
So this is the first input. होशियारपुर के पहाड़ी क्षेत्र कमाही देवी में मिसाइल मिलने से दहशत मौके पर स्थानीय पुलिस पहुंचे और ऑफिशियल तौर पर अभी कोई जानकारी ऑफिशियल तौर पर कंफर्मेशन नहीं हुई है. ये रिपोर्टर के सूत्र जो हमारे रिपोर्टर के सोर्स है वो सब कह रहे हैं और विजुअल हम दिखा रहे हैं. एंड दिस इज द लेटेस्ट विजुअल व्हिच हैज कम फुल फ्रेम. जरा इसको दिखाइए प्लीज. दिस इज अ मिसाइल व्हिच इज obviously been caught, but what it is resembling, जो कहा जा रहा है, ये Niranjan is telling me it looks like the PL-15 of China.
Yeah. There you are.
और इसको it was said that the PL-15 of China is the missile which will outflank the Rafale.
Yeah, of course.
ये positioning थी. The Chinese had thought and told and sold this to the stupid Pakistanis that this is their equivalent of the BrahMos. ये इनका ब्रह्मोस है. और हमारे साथ ललित आप लाइव है. ललित,
okay. I want to say something. ये होशियारपुर है ना. ये कहाँ से फायर किया है? From Pakistan, from a place called Buddhupur.
You're having fun this morning. Lalit, ये जो visual अभी आपने share किए, local स्थानीय police, what are they telling you, Lalit?
There has been no official confirmation, but yes, a missile has been found in the forest area near Kamahi Devi in Hoshiarpur. So visuals are coming right now, but there has been no official confirmation regarding this. But yes, a missile has been found in the forest area near Kamahi
Chinese
Devi in
PL-15.
Hoshiarpur. Right now, there has...
Bole, carry on. I'm giving instructions to the desk. Don't be disturbed. Yeah.
Well, yeah, so right now there has been police teams which has been going there, and this matter has been reported to the police. So right now investigation is on, but there has been no any sort of injury or damage in the nearby areas. But yes, a missile has been found in Hoshiarpur near the Kamahi Devi. In the past 24 hours, if we talk about, and in the last 12 hours, basically nearly in the Punjab border areas in the international LOC, whether it we call Pathankot or Firozpur or Amritsar, a number of drones have been intercepted. Early in the morning also in Amritsar area near Khasa, a drone has been intercepted, but still now no official confirmation has been given. So there has been a high alert all along the international borders, all across the Punjab, and from the past 3 to 4 hours, 2 times the sirens have been rang here in the Amritsar also. But yes, the missile has been found in the Hoshiarpur area near Kamahi.
Okay, now,
Back
you know,
to the studio.
this is just showing the asymmetry between India and Pakistan. As you go full frame on that before I go to Poonch. If you see this PL-15, I was just told by a research team that the PL-15 was sold by the Chinese to the Pakistanis as China's gift to Pakistan to take on the BrahMos. It has utterly failed. The Chinese missile has failed. It has landed into a farm in Punjab, and it has not exploded. This is a big blow.
This is a missile or not? This is clearly a case of missile, and which means the Pakistanis have been escalating, and that's why what we are being told is that by 4 p.m. we would be hearing what India's response has been and how India has made sure that Pakistan does not get away with this escalation and that there are consequences to what they are doing.
So this PL-15 missile usage in a civilian area is also evidence, Deepak Vora, that we can take to the international community. This is landed on a farm. It's all.
This is evidence of escalation.
Oh, absolutely.
Escalation.
We've done the same when they fired that AMRAAM missile from their jet and hit the aircraft of Wing Commander Abhinandan. We had then shown it to the international community. Not that they are going to do anything about it. Most of them couldn't care less. But yes, we have now solid evidence that the Chinese are messing around. They are no friends of ours, nor are they any friends of Pakistan. They are messing around, and they are trying to encourage these guys to keep the battle going. Whereas they talk of peace, but they try their best to make war. This is the hypocrisy of China.
Yeah.
Sir, may I say something before I conclude?
Please.
You know, for me, I wear the Ashoka stamp which says, below that is written, Satyam eva jayate. In Mandarin, sir, there is no word for truth. There's a word for reality. I rest my case.
Oh, that's fantastically argued out there. Incredible. We're also getting some new visuals that are coming in. And these new visuals are the missile remnants that are coming in from Kutch. So I want to run both these sets of visuals. The Hoshiarpur PL-15 missile dud from China. And on the other side, I have seen that these are also missile remnants that are coming in. Gursimran, who is with us right now, is telling us that the Pakistanis are using China-made SH-15. Gursimran, agar live hai, he can share that with us. But they are using the China-made SH-15 artillery guns to target Indian post. What is the SH-15? It is a 155 mm, 52 caliber self-propelled howitzer developed by China's Norinco. This is the fact. I also have the fatality list. Unfortunately, 1 person has died in Poonch, non-fatal injuries 1, Uri fatal 1, non-fatal 3. So 2 casualties overnight in Poonch and Uri. I want to take Ravinder Sachdev is with us. Good morning very much, sir. Thank you very much. And situation is close. You are watching this tonight. You are seeing these visuals. Can I run the other visuals also of the remnants, please? Can I run the other visuals, please? Can we just run the two sets of visuals full frame on the screen for a minute? Ravinder Sachdev, how do you view the situation? Kutch ke ye tasveerein abhi aa rahi hai hamare paas. These are, abhi Yogi Adityanath is speaking on Pakistan. I want to really hear what Yogi has to say. We all want to hear what Yogi has to say.
आज आप देख रहे होंगे किस रूप में अलग थलग पड़ा पाकिस्तान आज दुनिया के सामने कराहता हुआ नजर आ रहा है। आपने पाकिस्तान को बेशर्मीपूर्ण चरित्र देखा है कि जब भारत की कार्रवाई से आतंकवादी मारे गए, उन आतंकवादियों के जनाजे में पाकिस्तान के शीर्ष सैन्य अधिकारियों की उपस्थिति, पाकिस्तान के राजनेताओं की उपस्थिति दुनिया की आंखों को खोलने वाला होना चाहिए कि पाकिस्तान आतंकवाद को प्रश्रय ही नहीं देता बल्कि आतंकी गतिविधियों में सीधे सीधे लिप्त है, और उसकी संलिप्तता इस बात को दिखाती है कि पाकिस्तान अब अपने वजूद के लिए जूझता हुआ दिखाई देगा। हर भारतवासी का दायित्व बनता है इस समय हम भारत की सेनाओं के मनोबल को बनाए रखने के लिए देश की सुरक्षा के साथ कोई भी अगर शरारती तत्व किसी प्रकार की शरारत करता है तो पूरी सजगता और सतर्कता के साथ हम सबको भी अपनी सेनाओं के मनोबल को भी बढ़ाना है, सुरक्षा बलों के साथ भी खड़ा होना है, साथ साथ किसी भी उस शरारतपूर्ण कार्रवाई को जो सुरक्षा में सेंध लगाती हो उसको बेनकाब भी करना है। तमाम प्रकार की शरारतें होंगी, सोशल मीडिया के माध्यम से तमाम प्रकार के अफवाह भी फैलाने का प्रयास होगा, लेकिन इन सब की परवाह के बगैर हमें देश से केंद्रीय नेतृत्व से आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की ओर से जो भी जिस भी प्रकार का मार्गदर्शन प्राप्त हो, पूरे देश को एक स्वर में प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में उनके यशस्वी मार्गदर्शन में कार्य करना है। भारत हर हाल में विजयी है और विजयी रहेगा, इसमें कोई संदेह नहीं होना चाहिए। बहनों और भाइयों, महाराणा प्रताप की जयंती हम सबको एक नई प्रेरणा प्रदान कर रही है। हर भारतवासी इस चुनौतीपूर्ण समय में भारतीय सेना के साथ उनके मनोबल को सैन्य अधिकारियों और पूरी सैनिकों के साथ कदम से कदम मिलाकर के सहयोग करने के लिए तत्पर होगा। इस विश्वास के साथ मैं धन्यवाद दूंगा विधानसभा के माननीय सदस्य श्री राकेश प्रताप सिंह जी को, जिन्होंने संकल्प लिया कि चौराहे का सुंदरीकरण हो, मूर्ति को गरिमा और गौरव के साथ यहां पर सम्मान के साथ इस मूर्ति के रखरखाव की व्यवस्था की जा सके। मैं धन्यवाद दूंगा विधान परिषद के माननीय सदस्य श्री मानवेंद्र सिंह जी को, जिन्होंने अपनी निधि से यहां पर इस चौराहे के इस द्वार का निर्माण करवाने में अपना योगदान दिया है। मित्रों, मुझे याद है 1998 में इस चौराहे पर मूर्ति की स्थापना का प्रस्ताव उस समय स्वर्गीय बाबूजी कल्याण सिंह जी मुख्यमंत्री थे और तब प्रस्ताव मैंने ही दिया था, मैं सांसद था। 3 मूर्तियां हम लोगों ने बनाई थी उस समय संस्कृति विभाग से महाराणा प्रताप की। एक मूर्ति लखनऊ के चौराहे के लिए, एक गोरखपुर के लिए और एक प्रयागराज के लिए, और तीनों स्थानों पर श्री नरेंद्र कुमार सिंह गौर उस समय संस्कृति मंत्री के रूप में कार्य कर रहे थे। उन्होंने, डॉक्टर गौर जी ने इन तीनों मूर्तियों के लिए
possible drone attack from Chandigarh, and therefore Chandigarh is all alert. There's an alert in Chandigarh. Lalit? Okay, before I go across to Lalit, let me get one word in because it's about 1:30 in the morning in Washington. Before I let let Saurabh tuck in for the night and come back as soon as he can in the morning. Saurabh, overall, I want your comment on this distress signal which has been sent by the Ministry of Economic Affairs of the government of Pakistan, saying that we have run out of money. Now, while you are speaking, I want to describe the visuals we are seeing. These are live visuals from Hoshiarpur, where there's a whole search operation. This is Pathankot. Well, this is operation. I think it looks like it's a search operation. This could be possible debris near a very big electric tower. These are visuals that are coming in from Pathankot. So obviously all over the country, across the western border, wherever there's debris, wherever there are missile fragments, wherever there are PL-15 fragments, wherever there are drone fragments, our police is sort of cordoning off those particular areas. Quick word from you, Saurabh, on how you think things are placed right now.
Arnab, this is also an opportunity for us, along with our international partners, to make sure that the Pakistani government is put on notice. We should not give them even a single dollar, whether by IMF, World Bank or any of the other aid bodies, because they have to tie every dollar to clear deliverables on behalf of Pakistan. Because they are again out with the begging bowl, because the army generals and the ISI want, as I said earlier, to use these funds to enrich themselves. That's what they've done for years. So I think it will be a good, prudent strategy for us to make sure that this is a time to break the back of terrorist infrastructure in Pakistan. We've already made the first strike. Now it's for the international community to make sure that they insist that Pakistan not only demonstrates visible action, only then they can release any funds. That should be the strategy we should adopt, because this is the way to make sure that Pakistan is put on notice. In the past, they've gone with the begging bowl, but have smartly tried to divert some of this money to their own terror machines and to enrich the generals and the ISI guys in Pakistan at the cost of the Pakistani people. This is the time for India to be strategic here, and I know that Ministry of Finance and Ministry of External Affairs, in a joint, I would say, operation of sorts, are working very hard here in Washington and New Delhi to make sure that we apprise our partners so that Pakistan's double game is exposed here in Washington. And Arnab, I'm sure that by the time we come back in the evening, it's very late, as you mentioned, you will see some progress on the diplomatic front as well. Arnab?
Yes, absolutely. I'm absolutely sure that they will. Right now, all the places where these missile fragments and drone fragments are lying after being destroyed, which have been found in Bhatinda, in Pathankot, these are some of the visuals. That area has been cordoned and SOs are on. We have reporters live. Thank you very much. Have a good rest. And we have Harsha from Poonch. I will go first across to reporters. First to Harsha from Poonch. Harsha, what is the ground report there right now?
So there has been no shelling from last 1 hour. When I spoke to you last 2 hours back, that time there was shelling. There was at that time on and off shelling was happening from the side of Julas. But right now from last 1 hour, we heard no shelling noise. But yes, as a precautionary measure, the Jammu and Kashmir police have clearly cleared all the roads. They have evacuated everyone. Only few Hindu houses. We see few Hindus are not ready to evacuate their house. They are still here in this house. We see 1 or 2 houses which are still open, and few civilians civilians, especially the Sikhs, we see that they have not left. Yesterday also what we saw the courage, that how Gurdwara Baba Singh was opened after the mortar shelling, after impacted from the mortar shelling. Still there was a kirtan which was happened in the Gurudwara. So the Sikhs have not left the entire area. Few civilians, few Sikhs are still here. They have not left, but 90% of the civilians in the Poonch have left. We have also got to know that the border villages are especially completely evacuated. And one more thing what we have got to know is that the 50 meter to 100 meter proximity to the road which leads towards these border villages completely shut down by the SOG Jammu and Kashmir police, and also the forces have been deployed there. Also there is a fear of infiltration after yesterday's heavy mortar shelling from the side of Pakistan, and that is the reason the entire roads are closed. The posts have been put up at several places, but this is the locality I'm standing in, because I was trying to take a word from civilians who have not left this entire place. They have been stating that Indian forces are doing their job, they are giving the befitting reply. Sir, आप लोग गए नहीं हैं, आपके जज्बे को सलाम कर भी गुरुद्वारा खुला था इतना अटैक होने के बाद, तो आप लोग जानते हैं फोर्सेस लगी हुई हैं, और आप लोग के भी करेज को सलाम।
हाँ जी, बहुत मेहरबानी जो आपको इतना हमारे लिए कर रहे हो। लेकिन जो कल रात को हादसा हुआ उसके अंदर एक मेरा भांजा वो शहीद हो गया। रात भी आज शेलिंग चलती रही। हम आर्मी पर्सनल हैं, 28 साल हमने आर्मी की नौकरी की है, हमें जज्बा है, इधर अपना घर ये है तो डर है, लेकिन क्या करें, चलो हमारी फौजें लगी हुई हैं, काम कर रही हैं आगे, तो हमें इस चीज़ का डर नहीं है।
सर, कल जो शेलिंग हुई उसमें आपके भांजे को
हम जो परसों ये रात को शेलिंग हुई ना, तो मेरा भांजा मतलब गुरुद्वारे में ड्यूटी करता था, अमरीक सिंह वो गुरुद्वारे से जूं आया आगे, मतलब क्या हुआ कि बम उसकी दुकान के आगे पड़ा और वो बंदा वहीं ऑन मौके पर ही शहीद हो गया। हाँ जी।
तो एक बात बताइए सरदार जी, अभी यहाँ पे हम देख रहे हैं कुछ सिख परिवार यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं, कई सारे लोग छोड़ के चले गए, लेकिन आप लोग अभी भी मौजूद हैं, तो आप लोग को डर नहीं लग रहा? क्योंकि कल भी बहुत हैवी आर्टिलरी शेलिंग हुई थी।
नहीं, डर हमें तब नहीं लग रहा क्योंकि हमने ऑलरेडी आर्मी की सर्विस की हुई है, हम आर्मी के बारे में जानते हैं, हमें पता है कि मतलब कितना वो हो सकता है, पर अभी जाने का कोई फायदा नहीं। जम्मू में भी मतलब वहाँ पर ही अटैक हो रहे हैं, तो कोई ऐसा कोई हादसा बन जाए, इस करके हम अपने मकान के अंदर ही मतलब रह रहे हैं, यहाँ ही है।
हाँ। तो बंकर तो है नहीं आप लोग?
बंकर नहीं है, लेकिन
बंकर नहीं है आप लोग?
बंकर हमारे को पहले गवर्नमेंट ने अलॉटमेंट नहीं किया ना कि लड़ाई लगने वाली है, नहीं तो हम पहले सन 65 में 71 में हम क्या करते थे कि अपना बंकर बना लेते थे।
तो आपने 71 की लड़ाई देखी है? 71 की
हमने पेंट की भी देखी हुई है।
अच्छा,
पेंट की भी देखी है, 71 की देखी है। मैंने 28 साल फौज के अंदर नौकरी करके आया हूँ।
तो ऐसा आपने देखा, ऐसा जो सिविलियंस पर जो ये गोले फेंक रहे हैं, सिविलियंस को जो टारगेट कर रहे हैं, ऐसा कायराना हरकत आपने इससे पहले देखा?
इससे पहले कभी नहीं देखा। ये जितना कराना हरकत हुई ना, अभी कल हमारे 2-3 जो बच्चे शहीद हो गए ना, हमें पता है उनके घर का परिवार जो वो अभी उसको मतलब वो करना बहुत मुश्किल हो गया है। वो अभी उनको मतलब अपना उनका घर का संभालना बहुत मुश्किल आ गया। अब बीवी क्या काम करेगी? उसके 8-8 साल के 10-10 साल के बच्चे वो क्या काम करेंगे? जो बच्चे मतलब एक लड़का फौज से रिटायर आया था, उसकी भी डेथ हो गई है, दूसरा अनमैरिड लड़का था, उसकी भी डेथ हो गई है। तकरीबन उस दिन काफ़ी एक बंदा यहाँ से भाग के जम्मू की तरफ जा रहा था, रास्ते में शेलिंग पड़ी, उसका बेटा डेथ कर गया। तो इस करके हम हमारे को अब गवर्नमेंट के साथ तो हैं हम, लेकिन ऐसे है कि जो मतलब ये अभी हरकत हो रही है, ये बहुत ही मतलब अनगैली मतलब हरकत हो रही है, जो हमें ये खामखा तंग करी जा रही है। लेकिन चलो हमारी फौज भी लगी हुई है, मतलब वो भी
फौज के जज्बे को भी सलाम, जो रात भर से रिटेलिएट कर रही है।
हमारी जो फौज का उसका जज्बा, हम खुद आर्मी से रिटायर हैं, 28 साल हमने फौज में नौकरी की है, सुबेदार मेजर की रिटायरमेंट से हम आए हैं। लेकिन जो है वधिया है, चल रहा है, लेकिन हमें इस परेशानी हो रही है क्योंकि सब दुकानें वगैरह बंद हैं, राशन नहीं है, कोई कुछ नहीं है। अभी हम किसी के घर में जाके ब्रेकफास्ट करके आ रहे हैं, हम अपना घर में नहीं, क्योंकि हमारा भांजा डेथ हो गया, हम उधर भी मतलब उनके घर से भी आए, ब्रेकफास्ट किसी के घर में करके आए।
So these are the visuals we see. Few families have not left, not evacuated this entire locality, but yes, almost 50%, almost 70% houses have evacuated. The civilians have left. As I was speaking to Sardar ji, clearly stated, because day before yesterday in the Poonch city, where the mortar shelling was directly guided at the Poonch city, where almost 10 to 11 houses were destructed. There was a high intensity impact on those houses, and mostly people who have been killed are in the Poonch city region only. Women, small children, and also few males. So right now there is a situation in the Poonch. We have got to know that the border villages are especially completely evacuated right now, but no shelling from last 1 hour from where I am reporting. Back to you.
Okay, so you know, we are getting visuals, I think, from different places. While we go to Uri, I also will run pictures of a Tiranga Yatra that is on in Karnataka. It's been organized by the state government. It's very good. We all should rise above all political differences right now and support the nation. And once again, I will, right now in Srinagar, in fact, we have a reporter who's from Republic Canada. And Abhishek has been following the situation there very closely. Abhishek, you know, how has your experience been? What have you and the crews been doing overnight? Can you share that with us, Abhishek?
Well, Arnab, it was a very different night for the people of Srinagar because we could clearly hear the sirens running out. We could clearly hear the army announcing not to move out of the house. We could clearly make out that the entire Srinagar was blacked out after the incident which happened yesterday. Now I am with my team in front of the Srinagar airport. After the incident that happened in Jammu's airport, the security in Srinagar's airport has been at least increased by twofold. For security reasons, we will not be showing you the movement or the deployment of the army here. I'll ask my camera person to move a little bit aside because there is a deployment of the army which cannot be shown as of now. We would not want to show the deployment of the army as well. And with respect to the developments in Srinagar, all the houses, all the shops, all the offices have been closed down. The places which are near the LOCs have been evacuated, and also we can clearly make sure that the roads are empty. The situation in Srinagar kind of looks like the COVID's lockdown. The visuals which you are going to see now is the entrance of the Srinagar's airport, which is at least 2 kilometers wide and in length. This has been closed down for the local public. All the houses are on high alert. The people around here are the only persons who are allowed to walk around or transported here. And also we are clearly seeing that all the shops have been closed, the schools have been closed, even the emergency medical shops have been closed. None of the persons are about this point aren't allowed to the airport. Only the personnel and the ESMA, at least Essential Services Management Act officials, are the only persons who are allowed into the Srinagar airport now. We are expecting that there might be some escalation because of the deployment of whatever we are seeing here, Arnab.
Yeah. So there are visuals right now of the Tiranga. This is the Tiranga Yatra, which is being organized in Bengaluru, ladies and gentlemen. People are out on the streets in large numbers, and it's nationalism. And this is outside the Karnataka High Court, I'm told, where there is a Tiranga Yatra. And while this is on, I'd like to go to Uri. We'll stay with both sets of visuals. It's a sea of nationalism across the entire country right now. Nation first is the sentiment. Deepak Vora, these pictures are very, very inspiring. And these are spontaneous. Different political parties are getting into it. And it's good if this happens. And I think I'm getting information that similar yatras are being organized in Guwahati, in different parts of the country, and people of the country are coming together. In this particular one, you have the Deputy Chief Minister who is there, and DK Shivakumar. I could see his visual there. I think he is leading that, of course. Now, yeah, you can run the bite. There's no problem. There's DK Shivakumar. Let's hear him.
So we have decided, and we are taking a very big march today. And I am very happy that within a short span of time, all sections of the people, including the retired armed forces, the students, and every section, and we have requested all political parties also, they have been participating in it. Let us join together, let us show our strength together. I hope our country's pride and our national flag, which has been given all up by our freedom fighters, is we are trying to protect the honor of this country.
Sir, yesterday you've seen there was escalation by Pakistan. Firing has started, sir. So what is the...
What maybe India is stronger, we will...
Uri, can you tell us your location? In Poonch, I'm told the shelling stopped about half an hour back. What's the situation in Uri?
We have seen that the shelling has stopped in the
Keep the
Poonch, but
visuals
we have
on.
seen here in the Uri sector, it's raining here, and we have seen that the evacuation process has been started in all over in the Uri, and you can see there in the visuals that the evacuation process is also going on at the various locations in the Uri sector, and thereafter we have seen that this is the entire area that those are showing you in the visuals, that this is the house of the Hindu which was hit with the mortar that was fired by the Pakistan troopers, and you can see this is the frustration of the troopers of the Pakistan army that has targeted the civilian population in the Uri sector. Also, we have been told that the LG Manoj Sinha will arrive here in some time. In some time, we have been told by the sources that he will leave from the Raj Bhavan and he will meet the troopers who are here in the forward locations along the line of control in the Uri sector. Also, we have seen that this is the entire area.
Thank you. I think we've covered DK Shivakumar's political rally there, in Bengaluru. And ladies and gentlemen, we have visuals that are now coming in. Yes, those visuals are important. Thank you very much. We have the bomb disposal squads and the Jammu and Kashmir police visiting different places that have collapsed in Jammu to check if some explosives are there and can be detonated. I have such visuals coming in. And Shawan is also with us. Shawan, can we get Shawan live? You have a roving camera from Srinagar and your windows are wrong, Aditi, so maybe you can fix that. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Can you do that, Aditi, please? Thank you.
बारामूला का शहर भी बिल्कुल
Aditi?
फायर में आ गया है और पूरी रात
Okay, there appears to be some confusion and chaos in my PCR. Can we fix that, please? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm referring to Shawan and to the latest visual which he has got. He's not here, but you need to get him there. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I have some visuals that have come in from Shawan on our group. I need to establish that. Also appears to be looking like debris. And some places, some homes here which have been broken, and there are people who are going in to see whether those structures are still standing or whether there are unexploded ammunition inside any of these structures. Abhishek, I'll take it to you, give it to you for here. Can you quickly, please, go on.
These are, remnants of whatever Pakistan threw at us, Arnab, in the drone swarm attack and the missile attack that happened last evening. Successfully repulsed, but obviously when you intercept and take down the alien ammunition, the debris fall, and this is a case of the same pictures coming in from Batenda. These are on air, and this gives you an idea of the kind of temerity Pakistan showed, for which, of course, there would be consequences which are being planned as we speak on. And these pictures are of the destroyed remains of the Pakistani drones or a missile, because it's so fragmented, and obviously there would be some forensics that would be done by the agencies. Only then we would know what was the exact weapon or the projectile that came from the Pakistani side.
But a lot of these appear to be unexploded. One thing is very clear, a lot of these appear to be unexploded.
Yeah, they were taken down in the air itself. So they did not have an impact and really create any havoc on the ground.
Yeah. So Mr. Sajdev, if you're seeing this here, what do we see? So many shells, a lot of them appear to be unexploded, and we also saw PL-17. Can we take the visuals 50-50 of Bathinda visuals on one side and the PL-17s on the other? Mr. Sajdeva, what are these? I'm showing three locations right now: Hoshiarpur, Bathinda, and Kutch. Left is Kutch. Left is Kutch. A lot of debris lying around right now. Mr. Sajdev, can you analyze this for us? Three locations, please. Yeah.
Perhaps, certainly I can take a shot at it. Pakistan, they have, Chinese supplied weapons, mostly about 60 to 70%. Then some Turkey and, legacy American. Now, these missiles or whichever air, attack, these things, if they're unexploded, well, it speaks to the performance of the Chinese weapons and munitions which Pakistan has. China has a reputation, though China is getting over that reputation of low quality, low cost kind of things. And maybe they've been parceling off to Pakistan, substandard ammunition or, older ammunition which Pakistan was sitting on and they're using. So that's one perspective I could look at if these, if these weapons have not been effective. Secondly, yes, of course, our air defense systems. And I would like to just point out, for the overall this thing, that, yeah, sure, we are talking about S-400, but India, as everyone knows, we have a multi-layered air defense systems. So S-400s are being used, Barracks would be being used, Akash would be being used, but yeah, definitely S-400 is more in the news because that's the more, the bigger and the well-known of the Sudarshan Chakra. So it speaks to the efficacy and efficiency, and I think in the morning somebody was, or you were saying that, high regards to our air defense personnel, of course to everyone in our services, but our air defense has performed spectacularly.
Get shown on. Yeah, okay, now we have been told out here that by the way, there's no news on cancelling IPL. All over the country, all major entertainment programs are being cancelled. The government of Assam has cancelled Bihu celebrations, but unfortunately appears IPL teams are more interested in playing IPL than showing solidarity. And black bands are not going to do this time. This is terrible that they are. I think it's what would you say? I mean, there's a demand all around that this IPL tamasha has to stop at this time, given the gravity of the situation. Deepak Vorach.
Thank you, sir. I just want to explain to the people, the millions of people who watch your show.
Yeah.
When I'm an ambassador of India and I'm presenting India's point of view somewhere, or I'm a soldier at the border, I want to have the reassurance that the nation has my back, that they are defending me, they're there to protect me, I'm not out on a limb. When I see this kind of thing and I go brief some foreign government, look at these terrible Pakistanis, what they're doing. They say, oh, but you're playing cricket with them, aren't you great friends? Or you are making films over there, aren't you great friends? Stop this, it has to stop, because it has to be it's not an all of government approach, it has to be an all of people approach. That to show them that whenever there is an emergency situation, 140 crore Indians, Mr. Goswami, can walk together, can walk behind the tricolour. That is Bharat.
Okay, we have visuals where a mortar has been found. This is Jaisalmer, sir. Jaisalmer shots are coming in. A mortar has been found. Live visuals right now, ladies and gentlemen. And you see you have the troops which have sort of cleared this particular area. Can you explain what's going on here, Abhishek?
This is a live situation with the forces cordoning the area, and of course, remember, they are also not very sure whether this is a live mortar, and that's why, they are just waiting for the bomb disposal squad perhaps to come and handle it, even as they have cordoned the area in a manner, secured the area in a manner so that the civilians do not venture and wade in. This is
okay. We're getting a soundbite also. Let's hear.
हाडी 8 बजे के बाद मैं बैठा था, ये मोटरों गाड़ी चलते बाजते जाजो जेड़े जाजो बाजते मैं तो यार ध्यान दिला रही ये साइड बम्बा गिर गया मैं घर रे कन्ने जब धमाका हो तो मैं देख लियो मैं मारे दौड़ घरों में हमारे बारिश आ गई साहब जो डर तो पूरी रात में तो फटकता रात काटी।
तो ये क्या मिला है, क्या है
हमें मालिक जो क्या ये क्या मोहन समझ पड़ती को
बम जैसी कोई चीज है।
बम जैसी चीज है हमें कोई मालिक जो अब लिखिया पड़े आप देखो अब तब तलाश करो ये बात कोई चीज है कोई नहीं है मोहन तो फटका पूरा उठ गया साहब ये बात।
तो ये कल रात को कितने बजे के करीब?
8:30 बजे के बाद
जब एकदम से शेलिंग हुई तो?
हाँ शेलिंग एकदम। तुम बोल।
वो लाल हाँ नाम बता दो पहले।
ड्रोन के वो गणपत नाथ वो जो लाल रात को निकल रहे थे तभी 8 के 8:30 9 के बीच में आके गिरा था, इसलिए बाहर ही बैठे थे यहाँ पे, वो गिरा तभी घुस गए अंदर जाके डर के मारे।
तो फिर इसका फिर मिट्टी से जो ढका हुआ है
नहीं वो अपने आप ही जैसे गिरा जैसे ही पड़ा है।
तो इसका फिर पुलिस को इन्फॉर्म किया,
आर्मी को तो बताया था, हमारे सरपंच साहब को बताया था, वो पता नहीं उसने बोला होगा।
कौन सा गाँव है
ये? किशनघाट। हाँ
8 बजे के करीब?
हाँ 8 8:30 बजे के बाद।
ये पूरी शेलिंग हो रही थी?
हाँ ऊपर पूरा सोलिंग हो रहा था, वो लाल दिख रहा था, पता नहीं इसलिए डर के मारे घर के अंदर घुस गए थे।
Ladies and gentlemen, that's where there appears to be that's a live developing situation, and they say we've informed the army. There's a briefing which is underway in South Block right now. Can you tell us more about it, Abhishek? We have Shawan with us on that. Shawan,
Shravan. Okay, Shravan is live with
Shravan. Well, in fact, Arnab, the meeting started roughly around 8:30 this morning. We are told that there was a conference that was going on. In fact, you've had the commanders of the 15 Corps as well as the 16 Corps part of the meeting that has actually taken place. Perhaps this is with regards to the assessment that has been made so far. In fact, late last night, an assessment with regards to whether at all there have been any damages following the attacks that were carried out, and also an assessment of whether at all they are basically looking at fresh drone attacks, because around 4:30 this morning there was intelligence inputs that came in that Pakistan was essentially preparing for another wave of drone attacks, and particularly targeting the Jammu sector. That was the latest intelligence input that came in, which is also now being assessed. Remember, there's the Chief of Defence Staff will be briefing the Raksha Mantri later today.
Yeah, Abhishek. Well, absolutely, Shravan. And are we hearing anything more on the briefing, which I am told now is expected to be around 4 p.m., Shravan? Is this going to be the similar joint MOD-MEA meeting, or is it just going to be the MEA?
Well, we haven't heard anything from the Defence Ministry as yet, whether at all it's going to be a similar one like what we saw in the last 2 days. But having said that, there are certain arrangements that are essentially being done right now. In fact, you would have all the Tri-Services Chief also meeting Raksha Mantri later today. This, once again, they're reiterating that this is with regards to the ongoing operation. So repeatedly, one line is being, that we are getting to here is an ongoing operation.
Totally with you. So thank you, sir. We'll wait for you. Yes, Shravan, this briefing, which is there in South Block, which means that today's announcement at 3 o'clock is perhaps going to be a fairly substantial one. You know, if you see the number of moves which are going on right now, it can only be of the kind which is taken before some major decisions. So even the morning briefing is going to be has been pushed to the afternoon, which means it's going to be very carefully calibrated and well thought out. Right? And obviously, we are expecting some movement from the Pakistani side. That visual from Jaisalmer tells the story. I can show that full frame for a minute, ladies and gentlemen. Unexploded missile, lot of dud missiles found all over. And that is a dud missile in Jaisalmer. It's been captured in the cameras. It's still lying there. And we are told it's unexploded because you don't see splinters around. This is proof that the way they've hit has really not worked. No. So it's not worked, Deepak Bora, yeah?
Not at all. Jaisalmer has been through this before. And also remember, sir, once again to remind you that today is the birth anniversary of Rana Pratap Singh I, whom you call Maharana Pratap. And of course his horse Chetak, who was a very brave fighter himself, lost his life in the Battle of Haldighati. I just want to say that you don't mess around with the Rajputs. These are Sisodia Rajputs. They'll have you for breakfast, you guys. Don't you know who you are dealing with?
Yeah. Absolutely, absolutely. Well, Deepak ji, thank you. I'll see you in just a while out there. These are live situations. We are live non-stop. If you've noticed, we are live non-stop. I think I'll take a short break. I'm going to come back in a while on this. Phone calls are being made by the troops there to the higher-ups. And we are watching the situation very closely in Jaisalmer. We just hope that everyone's safe. I think the distance is not good, but I think some experts are going to come in and move soon enough. This is a live and developing situation in Jaisalmer. The press briefing has been delayed to the afternoon, and I'll have breaking news from the border and the LOC when I'm back.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
Sir, fans हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say. The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने.
different weapon systems, because you cannot risk putting all eggs in one basket.
ये मस्जिद तैयबा मरकज उमरकरा के अंदर।
All right, welcome back. India responds with great intensity to the Pakistani drone swarm attack of last evening and prepares to take it to the next level. We have a soundbite coming in from Jaisalmer, which saw one of the drones, Pakistani drones, coming in. Let's listen to what the cops have to say of that situation. Okay, we'll get the soundbite in a bit. These are pictures coming in live from Jaisalmer. It's a live situation, evolving situation. There is an ammunition. Okay, in the meanwhile, we get another information for you, friends. Akash missile air defense system, which was used by India, effectively foiled the Pakistan.
तो अभी तक क्या आर्मी ट्रूप भी आया हुआ है, तो क्या बता रहे हैं आप?
वो जांच कर रहे हैं, ये कर रहे हैं।
जिंदा राउंड है सर, जिंदा राउंड है भी है। हाँ सर, पीछे हो जाएंगे। थोड़ा दूर हो जाओ बस।
Okay, I am told Shawan is joining us with more details on how the Akash missile defense system, the indigenous Atmanirbhar Akash system, effectively repelled the Pakistani drone swarm attack. Shawan, what more can you share on this?
Well, along with the S-400, you have the Akash that was utilized by the Indian Army as well as the Indian Air Force as far as the air defense is concerned. The air defense largely being operated by the Air Force. Now, what's important to point out here is that not a single miss. Importantly, 50 drones have been completely neutralized. Now, that's as per the assessment that has been made this morning. We are being told that, of course, it was aided with several other equipments that were used. But having said that, remember, this is the first big test for the Akash missile, the air defense system. And the fact that this is well coordinated with the S-400s that has been used. Some more details that are also coming in with the drone machineries that were basically anti-drone machineries that were also used by the Air Force. But remember, they've been very successful in ensuring that there has been not a single miss, resulting in a situation that in the assessment report that has been prepared, they've essentially indicated that there has been absolutely no damage to any of the military installations.
Well, absolutely, Shawan, and taken together, as you rightly mentioned, with the S-400, and remember the kind of pressure India was in from the United States, even including CAATSA sanctions, for example, to not buy the Russian system. But ultimately, it has proven to be a boon. And the success of India's countermeasures in repelling the drone attack from Pakistan is a reflection of our resolve at that time to make sure that American pressure does not work. Okay, we are going live to pictures coming in from Jammu, as I am told. Is what I am told. Jammu, we are getting live pictures from Jammu. Yes, these are pictures from Pathankot, I believe, of a search operation going on, not Jammu. This is, okay, Gursimran is live with us from there. Gursimran, over to you. What are these pictures? Is this assessment of the damage that has happened overnight? What can you tell us? These are pictures from Jammu, actually. Okay.
Yes, Abhishek, this is the assessment of the damage that has happened last night. Yes, Abhishek, we are showing you the visuals. These are the police officials that have arrived at a structure that collapsed today morning after the second wave of strikes that the Pakistan undertook. Though all the strikes were failed, but one of the structure was hit here early this morning at around 4:30 was the time when this structure was hit. And now the police is doing assessment of the situation because the bomb disposal squads are sent to every such place where the structures have collapsed. We have the owner of this house also with us. We'll try to speak to him as well. आपका नाम?
मनोज कुमार।
मनोज जी, मुझे ये बताइए क्या हुआ?
ये 4 बजे ये आया था, ब्लास्ट हुआ था ये।
क्या मतलब आप लोग कहाँ थे, क्या पता चला?
हम अंदर थे, तो ये 4 बजे जब पड़ा फिर धमाका हुआ, फिर ये लेंटर गिर गया, ये
पूरा नीचे गिर गया।
जी पूरा गिर गया नीचे।
तो जब ये यहाँ पे गिरा तब बाहर भी ब्लास्ट की आवाज आ रही थी?
हाँ, आवाज बहुत आ रही थी, हम डर गए थे, हम अंदर थे, हमारे बच्चे भी छोटे छोटे जो भी वाइफ थी मेरी, सभी अंदर थे हम, तो हम डर के मारे बाहर नहीं आए। फिर हम सुबह आए बाहर, जब सुबह देखा तो फिर हमने फ़ोन किया।
ये पूरा स्ट्रक्चर गिर गया?
जी जी जी।
पुलिस क्या देख रही है कि एक्सप्लोजिव?
अभी देख रहे हैं, तो अभी चल रहा है काम।
So Abhishek, it is the cops that have arrived here at the spot, the structure that is being assessed by the police and the teams of the bomb disposal squad, so that they can have an idea that whether there is a live explosive there, so that it can be detonated. Because this is a drill that is being followed, and enemy strikes that have taken place, though all the locations that they intend to target, they have failed completely due to the Akash system that is in place, and also the air defense system that is there in place. But now those structures, the civilian areas that have been targeted by the Pakistani in their so-called strikes on the military targets, which is far from the reality. Now the police teams and the bomb disposal squad teams are moving in the every area where these kind of incidents and the structures have collapsed, and this from the Nagrota area of Jammu, where the teams are now having the assessment of the situation on ground.
Right. Gursimran, one question, quick question. All these drone remnants, missile remnants that we are reporting, either from Pathankot or Bathinda or in this case Jammu, are they close to any military installations? Can we say that Pakistan targeted some of our military installations yet again?
See, if 10 kilometers for Pakistan can be close to the military or any of the installation or their intended target, then it can only be said. Because it is far, 10 to 15 kilometers far from the installation that could be their intended target. Because they have gone deep inside the civilian areas where there is no military presence or no presence of any of the vital installations of the Indian security forces. So it seems like that the Pakistan's intended target was only the civilians' casualty, nothing else beyond that, because they know that they can't hit the military installations. Reason being that there is a strengthened system, the air defense system that is there in place, which will not allow Pakistan to breach itself.
Well, absolutely. But then, even if civilian targets were there in Pakistan's mind, there are going to be consequences, because if there is no state of war declared by Pakistan, unless they have, and of course, if that be the case, then there would be a proportionate retaliation. But this targeting of civilians, this targeting of areas close to our air bases, this is obviously, including Jammu airport, Gursimran, this is aimed at escalating. And that's why we are building up to that major announcement that is going to take place later in the afternoon by the Ministry of External Affairs and the Ministry of Defense, like it has happened over the last 2 days. And we're going to hear about India's response to it. Okay, we're getting more pictures. We're getting more pictures from Bathinda now. And again, these are of shrapnels. These are of shells, remnants of the projectile that came from the Pakistani side. And this just gives us an idea of the scale of shelling that has been happening from the Pakistani side. Thank you so much. These videos have been shared by from Bathinda and Hoshiarpur by our stringers, our correspondents there. And these are debris of the missiles which were intercepted last evening by Indian air defense systems, including, of course, the L-70 and Akash and whatnot. And if it's a missile, then possibly, if it's a big missile, then possibly S-400. Mr. Sachdeva, what level of missile this would be, and what kind of interception we would have deployed to make sure that it does not cause any damage to life and property on the ground?
Sure. I mean, in a big picture sense, I would think that the missile, our response would depend upon the kind of missile or the aerial weapon coming towards us, right? If it's a low-flying drone or a cruise missile, etc., then we are using a different, air defense system, maybe the Barak, or if it's nearer, then we are using Akash.
Okay, in fact, we are getting a big breaking news development, Mr. Sachdeva. Just hold on to your thoughts. I am coming to it in a bit because this is a big one. This seems like an escalator. Last evening, we reported that there is an encounter going on in Samba, even as Pakistan launched that drone strike. And now it seems that this was a major infiltration bid. This was a major infiltration bid. And now, Shawan, over to you. That you can share about this Samba development. It was not just an encounter, it was an infiltration bid.
Well, in fact, I've just got an official confirmation from the Border Security Force, and they have confirmed that 7 terrorists have been neutralized. They were basically trying to cross over, and there has been extensive damage that has been inflicted upon the Pakistani post of Dandar. In fact, we've also accessed exclusive visuals, a clip that is the thermal imaging clip of the destruction of Pakistan post Dandar is also enclosed. That's the first on your cameras, first on Republic, that we are getting in the thermal imaging that is on your screens right now. And I'm just going to explain what you're seeing right now. This is the Dandar post from where we have been given to understand that the infiltration bid was actually made. This was on the intervening night of 8th and 9th. An infiltration attempt was basically made by a big group. Now, in fact, this is exactly what they're saying. A big group of terrorists were trying to infiltrate, which has now been detected by the surveillance grid. The infiltration bid was supported by fire from Pakistani Rangers post Dandar. So this is exactly why. Now, Abhishek, just put this, join the dots. What we are seeing right now, the heavy shelling that's taking place, and this information that we put out this morning, that this was only being the only reason why you're seeing an increased cover fire that is being provided is because you have the Pakistanis trying to infiltrate a bigger group. The point here, a bigger group of terrorists were being tried to infiltrate, and we are being told the troops of the border security force were able to neutralize 7 of these terrorists. An additional detail that I can share right now is that these are Jaish terrorists who are basically trying to infiltrate, and they have now been neutralized. There are 2 big news points emerging. One with regards to a larger group of terrorists trying to infiltrate. Was it more than 7? As of now, we are given to understand that it was more than 7, but 7 have been neutralized. That's number 1. Number 2, it is as far as the Pakistani post of Dandar is concerned. Remember, this is also an information that we broke earlier in the day, that the Pakistani posts have been decimated, but now the border security force also confirming that the Pakistani post in Dandar has been completely decimated. On your screens right now, it's the clip of the destruction of a Pakistani post Dandar, which has been, which we have just put out. My colleague Gursimran is also joining us. Gursimran, you have also spoken to your sources here in the national capital, the BSF headquarters. Now, giving us a copy of this very clip. The clip, this is the thermal imaging that has been done. Perhaps you could just, walk us through the details of this clip that has gone on air, and we'll just go full frame right now with these details emerging of how the Pakistani post has been completely decimated.
Shawan, what has happened late last night at around 10:30, there was the credible HHTI evidences, that is the footage of the HHTI camera with the border security force, that a group of Jaish terrorists, a large group, 6 to 8 terrorists was the number of groups, they were coming towards the Indian territory. While they were behind the Pakistani post, the BSF took the shot. They were neutralized at that very given point, but their bodies and their deaths were not confirmed at that immediate point of time. What happened that after the BSF opened the fire, it was a precision strike at these terrorists that the BSF troops have carried out. What Pakistani post Dandar did, they actually targeted the BSF locations. There were heavy artillery, 80 mm artillery that was used on the BSF troops, after which the BSF retaliated, and there was heavy exchange of fire. The BSF did a lot of damage to the Pakistani post and also to the Pakistani Rangers that were helping the terrorists to escape. Even some of the vehicles were also brought in by the Pakistani Rangers so that they can evacuate these terrorists to a safer location, but BSF continued their firing throughout the night, and there has not been even a single injury to the BSF team that was led by the DIG assessment. That is what, and then team we saw that they were able to neutralize these 7 terrorists, at least 7 terrorists of Jaish-e-Mohammed that were trying to sneak in into the Indian territory at that time when the Pakistanis air strikes, these drone strikes and the missile strikes into India, so that the Pakistan was of the view that on the one hand India will be looking into these swarm drone strikes, and then they will be in an easy position to push this larger group of Jaish-e-Mohammed to the Indian territory to carry out a major terror attack. See, this comes at a time when days prior to this infiltration, the family members and the close associates of the Jaish chief, they have been killed in the Indian strikes. So possibly the Jaish was planning some retaliation, but that retaliation has been brutally decimated by the border security force at the Samba international border by killing 7 terrorists of Jaish-e-Mohammed.
All right, clearly this is an attempt at taking benefit of the chaos which Pakistan is creating and infiltrating terrorists yet again. Mr. Sachdeva, you think this is the most dastardly designs of Pakistan, really. On the one hand, they are escalating with those drone swarm attacks so that Indian security forces engage there. And then behind that fog of war, they are infiltrating and trying to infiltrate, of course, neutralized by the BSF, trying to infiltrate more terrorists of the Jaish-e-Mohammed inside Jammu and Kashmir, obviously aimed at mayhem of the pahalgam kind yet again. Pakistan really not backing off from its terror machine, terror factory, and terror as a state policy.
Oh, absolutely. So, I mean, if there's a term for it, maybe a hybrid. Pakistan, indulges in hybrid or maybe, multi-dimensional assaults against India. And this has been its, modus operandi since long. And by the way, fair enough, these are terrorists, but it could be Pakistani trained commandos also along with them. Pakistan's interest right now is in creating whatsoever ways it can some chaos, some disturbance, some damage in India. And therefore, I think they're going out, all out. As of now, okay, one saving perspective I see, it seems that whatever the conflict is, it seems to be limited, if I could use the term, in the north and the west of India, up to maybe a few hundred up to 100 kilometers or so. Yeah. So that seems to be the the swath of land or geography where Pakistan is attempting to attack us. Secondly, when we were looking at the debris of the drones or missiles which are there, obviously they would have been struck down with our air defense systems on their way, so fallen wherever the debris. But I would be interested to see where the duds, if there are any duds which fell. Yeah. In nearby maybe any civilian area, that would indicate that their guidance systems or their accuracy is pretty much off the mark, right? So if there are some duds which are found, it shows that they are low quality guidance systems, I would think. And secondly, yes, the debris, if they fall, could fall anywhere. It depends where the drones or missiles were headed. Yeah.
Obviously, they were headed on our side and they have been effectively neutralized. More pictures of that. These are basically that CCTV infrared pictures of the attempt by Pakistan to infiltrate some terrorists and the BSF taking down that post. This is the explosion, the moment when the post was taken down. I believe we have to take a short break, quick short break, and then we come back with our rolling coverage.
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिर्फ जलजीरा मसाला जीरा सिर्फ MDH का जलजीरा सिर्फ MDH का जलजीरा सिर्फ
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला, क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
पाकिस्तानी और इंडिया ने जंग शुरू कर दिया। अभी मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के जो है मदरसा है, उसके ऊपर 4 मिसाइल दागे गए हैं। 4 मिसाइलों के साथ हमला किया गया है मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के मदरसे के ऊपर। हम अपनी अफवाज पाकिस्तान के साथ खड़े हैं, लेकिन मेरा सवाल है कि हमारी एजेंसीज कहाँ सोई हुई थी, हमारी अफवाज पाकिस्तान कहाँ सोई हुई थी जब ये हमला हुआ। मुजफ्फराबाद की भी खबर आ रही है कि मुजफ्फराबाद वाली साइड पे भी अटैक हुआ है, लेकिन सबसे पहले मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर अटैक हुआ है ब्लास्टिक मिसाइल के साथ। उन्होंने हमला किया है मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के मदरसे के ऊपर। 4 मिसाइल मारे गए हैं। अभी ये कहना कबल वक्त है कि गोया कितनी सच्चाई है इस खबर के अंदर, साइड से ये मिसाइल आए हैं, ये अभी कंफर्म होना बाकी है। लेकिन ये कंफर्म न्यूज़ है कि उनके मदरसे के ऊपर 4 मिसाइल मारे गए हैं।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
Sir, fans हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say. The new generation Orient BLDC fans, super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought
Cricket fans.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Unlike in 2019 when we had hit Baluchistan, which was in the wilderness, and Pakistan got an excuse to say that nothing had been damaged or killed, that we had only killed some crows and pigeons and sparrows. This time we chose high visibility terrorist targets which have been around for decades, right? And they are command and control targets, terror training camps of big, very great magnitude, so that they cannot be missed by the people of Pakistan or the whole world per se. Otherwise, we had that syndrome of jungle mein mor nacha, kisi ne na dekha, etc., which Pakistan took the fullest advantage of to deny that it had been hit, and that was taken advantage of.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
Sir, fans हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say. The new generation Orient BLDC fans, super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought
Cricket fans.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
In Gwalior lies a critical capability, complete in-house mastery over key weapon components. On the shop floor, digital dashboards and automated systems guide the technicians through exact assembly protocols. At Adani Defence and Aerospace's small arms facility in Gwalior, every firearm goes through one of the most stringent testing protocols in the country. A 65-acre state-of-the-art facility that has transitioned from importing to innovating, developing and delivering.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
Sir, fans हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say. The new generation Orient BLDC fans, super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought
Cricket fans.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
of different weapon systems because you cannot risk putting all eggs in one basket.
ये मस्जिद मरकज उमरकरा के अंदर ये नुकसान है.
Not risk putting all eggs in one basket. Not risk putting all eggs in one basket.
Mentor here, and most of the
visuals. I can see some
are at the LOC.
No. This is a long shot. I can see in the sky there's somebody who shot something to light. All right, welcome back, friends. As we continue our rolling coverage of the developments around India's counter-response, India's response to Pakistan's drone strike that happened last night, with, according to defense sources, targeted Indian installations, military and civil areas, with about 50 drones in a broad swathe of extending from Jammu and Kashmir to Kutch. All of them effectively neutralized by our air defenses, and that's something which gives us confidence that our counter-response, in fact, to that drone strike would be even more effective. I'm told Erawat Mehraj is joining us live from Uri, and there seems to be some development there. Remember, this comes in the backdrop of a news break a while back in which we saw how BSF successfully foiled yet another attempt at infiltrating terrorists into Indian side by Pakistan, even as its armed forces carried those drone strikes last evening. Erawat, over to you. You are reporting from Uri. Is there some development behind you?
Yes, absolutely, Abhishek. We are right now in the Uri sector, as we have seen the attack from the Pakistani troopers to the civilian populated areas in the Uri sector. I'll request Firdaus to show you the visuals of the entire area, and you can see here in the visuals that earlier the video squad was also here. This area has been sanitized. Then after, we are reporting from this very location, and we have seen the strike on the Pakistan occupied Kashmir at the various locations and the launching pads of the terror outfits like Jaish-e-Mohammed and the Lashkar-e-Taiba. Then after, we have seen the frustration of the terror outfits and the Pakistani troopers. They have started to target the civilian population of the Kashmir Valley. Right now, you can see earlier, this is the shop of a Kashmiri Hindu who earlier used to sit here. And then after, we have seen the targeted this shop. And then after, we have seen there are numerous of the other houses here in this area. I'm sure that my VJ will not show the forces movement here as of now. That the forces movement is also going from this side where this incident has happened. Also, you can see it indicates that the frustration of the terrorist groups and as well as the Pakistani troopers. As you can see, the entire area has been damaged by the heavy shelling by the Pakistani troopers, and also we have seen that the 100% evacuation has been assured from the local administration in the Baramulla district in the border town Uri. Also, we have seen that the people, people have started to come out from their homes yesterday afternoon, but we have seen that the 100% evacuation process has been initiated by the Jammu and Kashmir police, local administration here. Also, we have been told from the sources that the LG Manoj Sinha will arrive here at this location, where from the Republic is reporting will arrive here, and he will access the ongoing operations here in the various parts of the Uri sector. And then after, he is also going to meet some families here, and then after he will also interact with the troopers who are fighting with the Pakistani troopers at the zero line. We have seen that the Indian Army is giving them the continuously befitting reply to unprovoked fighting. Yes, Abhishek, back to you.
Rawat, you know, the fact that Pakistan continues to target even Kashmiri areas with its shelling clearly shows that Kashmir's interests are not Pakistan's interests. The manner in which Pakistan has killed all tourism in Kashmir, and hence the economic lifeline of Kashmir by the Pahalgam terror attack. Mr. Sachdeva, your quick comment. You think Pakistan has really effectively killed its all its whatever facade it used to create about thoughts for Kashmiris, about concerns for Kashmir, it's all come undone. The facade has come undone with this targeting of Kashmiri tourism, and now in fact physical shelling, targeting of Kashmiris by Pakistani forces.
Absolutely. It's like the bearing of its fangs, on the one hand it stands for the cause of Kashmiris and Kashmir, and on the other hand what it's doing is hurting, killing Kashmir and Kashmiris, as well as the economy, right? And civilians being killed. So this is complete hypocrisy. Okay, fine.
Complete hypocrisy. In fact, Rawat, you were saying that Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha is going to be visiting those affected areas, going to meet those victim families of Pakistani shelling. When is it likely to happen, Rawat?
Yes, Abhishek, we are expecting the LG Manoj Sinha's visit within the next 20 to 25 minutes here in the Uri sector, as we have seen that here in the Uri sector all the security arrangements have been already finalized for the LG's visit, and then after we have seen that all the security establishment here already we have seen that the alert has been also sounded that the LG Manoj Sinha's cavalcade will come anytime from now. Also, if we talk from this side, it's heavily raining right now here in the Uri sector. Also, the process of the evacuation is also underway, but LG Manoj Sinha will arrive here within the next 20 to 25 minutes here in the Uri sector, where we have seen that the property damage have been reported from the various locations, Abhishek. Yes.
Okay, LG Manoj Sinha to visit those affected areas. Can we go to Poonch now? Poonch is in fact the worst affected, and Harsha is reporting live from there. Harsha, earlier you were with some people who have suffered from a Pakistani shelling, but I believe now you are at a different location. Is this also the place where Pakistani ceasefire violations continue to be reported from?
Yes, Abhishek, you rightly pointed out, I am exactly a few meters away from the LC only. This is the Julas border village, which is in very close proximity with the Pakistan area. And also yesterday when the heavy artillery shelling was happening from the other side of the LC, at that time the entire civilians who were in Poonch, who didn't leave the Poonch city, those villages directly went inside the bunkers. Right now, if you see, the shelling has completely stopped. It's raining right now, but yes, this is the border village. Now none of the shops, none of the civilians are there right now at this very moment in their houses. The houses are completely evacuated. Right now I'll ask my camera person Gaurav to show you the visual of one of the house on the right side where I'm standing. The shops are closed. The vehicles, wherever they were parked, they are parked just like that. There is no grocery, there's no grocery selling. None of the shopkeepers could be seen. In fact, even if the 10% of people who are left in the city, they are leaving to the other location in any mode of transport. Also, we have gotten to know right now the place where I'm standing in, 20 meters ahead of this place, the army has taken over the entire route. The no vehicular movement is allowed near that near that brigade of the army, because that's the post which is very important post, which is very near to the LC. But yes, morning till 9 o'clock we heard that the shelling was going on from the other side, and in fact the retaliation was also going on from our side. But right now at this point of time, shelling has stopped. But yes, there is a situation where the evacuation has completely taken place by Jammu Kashmir police and SOG. The civilians have been moved to a safer location, because yesterday night the visuals which we we saw there was barbaric shelling from the side of Pakistan. In fact, we were reporting from KG top, the Mender region, and when the LMG, there was open firing from the LMG from the other side of the Mender. At that time, the visuals were captured by us live, and we saw how the barbaric shelling was happening from the side of Pakistan. Also, some illumination bombs were also thrown at Mankot, at Surankot and Mender areas of the Poonch district. Casualties, if we speak about, 2 casualties have been reported till now, and they are not that and the ones who are injured, they are not that fatal, we have been told. But if you see, the Poonch city right now looks completely deserted. Because the civilians have left because they fear of life, and they have clearly stated that the Jammu and Kashmir police is continuously providing all the assistance, whether it is to evacuate or to go to a safer location or to provide with some medical assistance. So these are the visuals right now which we are capturing from Poonch, because evening after 11 o'clock, yesterday it started at around 9ish, but after 11 o'clock we see continue mortar shelling, especially when the Poonch district, which is along the disputed Indo-Pak border. It is surrounded from all 4 sides, from the POK and the LC area, and how Pakistan has been targeting civilians, especially in the border areas of the Poonch, and they have not left the city people. In fact, the mortar shelling yesterday happened in the Poonch city area as well. So right now we can only pray that all the civilians are at better place. All the Kashmiris are standing with the forces. They're standing tall. They have clearly stated that we are with the army, we are with our forces. The befitting reply is being given, but the safety also comes first, and therefore who are here, they have shifted to a bunker, and who had no place to go, they have evacuated to Rajouri or Nowshera. Back to you.
Okay, evacuations, of course, crucial to saving lives, and that's what Harsha is telling us. Harsha, you also, I would request our teams to take care of themselves, because these are high intensity shelling areas along the line of control from where our teams are reporting. And in fact, Republic has the biggest contingent on the ground, and we are not just letting you know of information coming through sources, but actual effective reporting on the ground. As you saw, Arawat reporting from Uri, and Harsha from Poonch. I am joined in from our newsroom by Niranjan. Niranjan has more information. I believe there is a video that's come out of the kind of targeting of our specific military installations that was done by Pakistan and effectively neutralized by our defense forces, our air defense forces. Niranjan.
Abhishek, this is a video that was released by the Indian Army this morning, also put out by the Information and Broadcasting Ministry of India's response to Pakistan. So I'd like to play that video out in slow motion. It's important to show how we retaliated to Pakistan and destroyed Pakistani posts across LOC. And we're showing that video. That's a slow-mo video. We'll circle that missile. That's an Indian Army video that was put out. This is part of Operation Sindoor. Pakistan Armed Forces tried launching multiple attacks last night using drones, other munitions along the entire western border on the intervening night of 8th and 9th of May 2025. That's last night. Pakistani troops also resorted to numerous ceasefire violations along the line of control in Jammu and Kashmir. And all of these drone attacks were effectively repulsed, and befitting reply was given to the ceasefire violation. And this video shows how one of the Pakistani posts was destroyed at the line of control effectively by our forces. Indian Army saying that we are remaining completely committed to safeguarding the sovereignty, territorial integrity of the nation. All nefarious designs will be responded with force. So it's a clear strike. You look at this video once again, a clear strike. You can see a missile going straight. That's a missile circled in red that's headed towards a Pakistani target, and that Pakistani target is completely destroyed. So while you have Chinese duds and Pakistani missiles trying to target India, we have confirmed that over 50 drones have been brought down in the last 12 hours. And this is the video that was put out by the government. And secondly, Abhishek, just wanted to give you another bit of information. We have got more videos of proof of how Pakistan has targeted civilian areas. One video that came in showing houses along the line of control, especially in Uri, Poonch, being heavily damaged in the shelling all of these, the pictures that you're seeing are mostly of civilian areas. So on one hand, you have Indian government and the Indian army putting out proof of how we've targeted Pakistani installations from where the attacks were launched on India. And Pakistan, which has failed to target India when all of its drones have been, countered in the skies, has tried to, in desperation, target civilian areas.
Yeah, and Niranjan, tremendous amount of work is happening. Look at these pictures from Hoshiarpur. This is effectively a Chinese missile captured intact. Mr. Sachdeva, you see these pictures? The missile has not blown. It has just landed, it has not exploded. And there would be a lot of forensics going into, and perhaps India would know a lot of details about Chinese ammunition and weapon systems also.
Exactly. This is a treasure trove. Right. You dissect it, you do forensic analysis, understand, its engineering, etc. But bottom line, it seems that it is an inefficient piece of a weapon. Okay, it could not perform what it was supposed to. It felt like a dud.
This is war booty. This is war booty. I mean, the kind of intelligence we would gather out of just this one weapon, failed weapon of China, loaned to Pakistan, and the Pakistanis not knowing how to fire it, and landing absolutely safe and intact for us to do reverse engineering and find out what's there in it.
Absolutely, all of its electronic jamming devices, etc. I mean, this is a pure treasure, as I'm saying, and therefore there are two aspects to it with respect to China. Either China has been supplying them dud or substandard equipment, or Pakistan has used it ineffectively, as you say. In that case, China would be very upset and angry with Pakistan, because this is like letting out your state secrets, not using the ammunitions or the weapons that you have in a proper manner. So either which way, it is, I think it speaks negatively about the Pakistan Navy when they procure. Either they procure corruption, of course, in Pakistan. So either they are procuring substandard equipment from China, or what they're using, they're not being able to program it correctly or feed in the guidance sensors correctly, and it ends up as a dud. In that case, China should be very, very angry with Pakistan. Because sometime, India, and see, there are two aspects to it. One, it affects China's worldwide market for these systems. Everyone is looking to export. Your systems perform well, so the world market is there. So on the one hand, it spoils the world market, and on the other hand, it puts China at a disadvantage with India, because in some strategic future scenario, India and China could face off. So here China knows, okay, fine, I got these thousands of these missiles, but India knows exactly how to intercept them, how they work. India knows their DNA.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is going to go in for tremendous amount of forensics by our agencies. Of course, they have taken it. This is war booty. It's been captured and been removed from there. These are pictures from earlier. Remember, all the pictures effectively you are seeing are deferred live pictures, just for the benefit of our viewers, telling them that except for the lives which are being done by our reporters from a safe distance from any military installation, no military movement being shown. We know a lot of pictures we have of military movement also, we don't show them. And except for those reporter lives, which are from situations from where we can safely report without compromising India's national security. Arawat, for example, is live with us from Uri. And in a while from now, we are going to have Jammu and Kashmir Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha visiting affected areas. And we were discussing earlier of how Pakistan indulges in crocodile tears for Kashmiris, while at the same time physically harming them and economically harming them. In this entire episode since the Pahalgam terror attack, if there is one losing side, it's Kashmiris, and the wound has been inflicted by Pakistan, and it continues to fester the wound with its physical shelling and bombing of areas like Uri and Kupwara. And Arawat, in fact, is reporting from there. Arawat, please tell us, overnight, how's the situation evolved? We saw a lot of shelling happening when we were reporting live at the night time. Now has the shelling sort of subsided a bit, or off and on you are hearing some boom here and there, and the Pakistanis continuing to be at it?
Yes, Abhishek, we have seen the firing which started yesterday around 9:30 p.m. Then after we have seen the entire area and we have witnessed the heavy artillery firing till morning is 8:30 a.m. But then after we have seen there is no fresh firing from the Pakistani troopers, but we have seen that the Indian Army is giving them the befitting reply. We have also been told by the security agencies to go to safer locations as of now, because the movement of the security forces is from that very place where we were reporting from the earlier. For the security measures, for the precautionary measures, we have been told to be at this spot for some time, because the LG Manoj Sinha has arrived at the Baramulla, and in next 15 to 20 minutes he will be here and he will meet the families here also. Then after he will also have the interaction with the troopers at the line of control area in the Uri sector. But we have seen that all the security arrangements have been done. Also, it's raining here right now. I'll request by Vijay to show you from this very side without showing the security persons there which are guarding here as of now. And you can see it's heavily raining here, and the area that Firdaus is showing you is next to Pakistan occupied Kashmir here in the Uri sector. And you can see we have witnessed it from the yesterday late night. The firing was done from the Pakistani troopers from that very area only, but the evacuation process is still on here in the Uri. As you can see that the mini buses are still coming towards the Uri town, and they are continuously, as the administration has assured that the 100% evacuation process is going on. Also, we have been told that the LG Manoj Sinha has met the injured persons in the medical college in the Baramulla. We have been told from the sources in the Baramulla. And also, this is the entire area that you can see that civilians and other persons are on the roads as the heavy rains is here going on in the Uri sector. Also, we have seen that we have been told for the security measures to left from that very side. That's why we are reporting from inside the sort of the bunker here in the Uri sector as the precautionary measures that the LG Manoj Sinha will arrive here in some time. Yes, Abhishek.
Yeah, in fact, Harsha also continues to be live with us. LG Manoj Sinha visiting victims at the hospitals. Harsha, you're back live again, and it seems that you're putting your helmet back, you've put on your bulletproof jacket back. It seems you have moved to an area which is still continuing to be pounded by Pakistani shells. Keep a safe distance and be aware what is happening around you, and please tell us what's the situation like.
Yes, Abhishek, you rightly pointed out. I have moved. I have moved at least 100 meters far from where I was reporting earlier. I am now more near to the LC area, to the last border of the last border near the Indo-Pak border. And what I'll show you is that right now the village near the village where I'm standing right now, and entire village is evacuated. Again and again, we are speaking about the evacuation because through us, the viewers who are viewing our channel right now, the civilians who are still left in Poonch, the police and SOGs continuously asking them to vacate the area. It's very important to move to a safer location because no one knows that how the entire matter, the entire mortar shelling from the side of Pakistan will escalate. It could escalate to a much higher intensity tonight. This is what the forces and the local police have also been stating us since morning, and that is the reason they have been carrying out joint operation along with the forces to evacuate each and every single civilian from the Poonch city. We are very near to LC, and yes, for our safety, we are near to the bunker also. Almost 20 meters from where I am standing, there's a bunker which is made for approximately, it can accommodate 100 to 200 people. Yesterday night also 200 civilians took shelter in that area. Right now you are watching Republic TV, much more from each and every border areas as Pakistan intensifies mortar shelling on us and the retaliation response from Indian forces as well. You are watching Republic TV, much more from every place from Srinagar to Uri to Poonch, with the largest team of reporters giving you live updates on each and every movement at the LC places. You are watching Republic TV. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after a short break.
यार मार्केट कैसा ऊपर नीचे होता है। सनसेट से पहले म्यूचुअल फंड के मैदान से निकलने का टाइम आ गया है।
अच्छा एक बात बता, तू इंडियन टीम का फैन कब से?
96 से सेमीज तक पहुंचे थे यार, फिर हार गए।
तो क्रिकेट देखना बंद कर दिया?
अरे नहीं ऐसे कैसे? टीम इंडिया फॉरएवर ब्रो।
एग्जैक्टली करियर, इन्वेस्टमेंट और लाइफ में ऊपर नीचे होता रहता है यार।
वो तो है।
बस भाई डटे रहे, तभी तो अपने सपने पूरे कर सकता है। लाइफ और म्यूचुअल फंड्स में लॉन्ग टर्म सोचना
सही है।
सही है। हाँ।
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
पाकिस्तानियों ने शुरू कर दिया। अभी मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के जो है मदरसा है उसके ऊपर 4 मिसाइल दागे गए हैं। 4 मिसाइलों के साथ हमला किया गया है मौलाना मसूद अजहर के मदरसे के ऊपर। हम अपनी अफवाज पाकिस्तान के साथ खड़े हैं, लेकिन मेरा सवाल है कि हमारी एजेंसीज कहाँ सोई हुई थी, हमारी अफवाज पाकिस्तान कहाँ सोई हुई थी जब ये हमला हुआ। मुजफ्फराबाद की भी खबर आ रही है कि मुजफ्फराबाद वाली साइड पे भी ये अटैक हुआ है, लेकिन सबसे पहले मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर अटैक हुआ है ब्लास्टिक मिसाइल के साथ। उन्होंने हमला किया है मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के मदरसे के ऊपर। 4 मिसाइल मारे गए हैं। अभी ये कहना कबल वक्त है कि गोया सच्चाई है इस खबर के अंदर, किस साइड से ये मिसाइल आए हैं ये अभी कंफर्म होना बाकी है, लेकिन ये कंफर्म है कि उनके मदरसे के ऊपर 4 मिसाइल मारे गए हैं।
Welcome back, friends. If you had an absolutely safe night, that was because India's air defense systems, led by both the Indian Air Force and the Indian Army, performed so well. It included systems like the S-400 Triumph missiles, the Shelka, the L-70, the Indra air defense system, and the Akash defense system also. They knocked the hell out of the Pakistani missiles and drones that came our way. And of course, they continue to perform, and that's the reason why tremendous amount of air defense shield provided, taken together by these systems. Take a look at the details.
वीडियो बना एयरपोर्ट के लोग पंप गिर रहे हैं, आवाज नहीं आ रही।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
Sir, fans हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say. The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought
Cricket fans.
छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
Unlike in 2019 when we had hit Baluchistan, which was in the wilderness, and Pakistan got an excuse to say that nothing had been damaged or killed, that we had only killed some crows and pigeons and sparrows. This time we chose high visibility terrorist targets which have been around for decades.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say. The new generation Orient BLDC fans, super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो और
Cricket fans.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
अगर उन्होंने 4 की यार्ड करेंगे, डेरा मस्ती खाली करवा ली भाई। हाँ देखना वाम कैसे आ रही है वहां से। अभी वीडियो कैच होगी? नहीं होगी।
At Amity, we are committed to building a stronger India through world-class education and research to nurture ideal citizens who, together with the leaders of today and tomorrow, will make India a world superpower. Amity University, India's leading not-for-profit private university.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this afternoon there's a press briefing, and also I can share the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting is meeting various editors at around 4 o'clock. Now we have with us the breaking news. What can we expect from the MOD briefing? People are asking tonight. There is pressure building on the BCCI to cancel IPL. IPL has not made an announcement yet, but we are hearing it could be cancelled because at the end of the day it's entertainment cricket, and that is not necessary at a time like this. In any case, you have sponsors pulling out. IPL should have made this announcement earlier. I really believe they should have made this announcement earlier. That they haven't so far is really terrible. The conflict has been on, the war situation has been on, and the IPL teams should have closed it up till now, but they haven't done so yet. They have to cancel the IPL. Ladies and gentlemen, IPL cancellation news has not come yet, but it's most likely going to happen. It's most likely going to happen. Ladies and gentlemen, we have some visuals also coming in. The Raksha Mantri has been meeting the chiefs of the various forces, and the visuals are going to be on air. So back-to-back huddles are going on in Delhi, and IPL is going to be cancelled. Ladies and gentlemen, it should have been cancelled by now. But the video is now on the screen. The video is now going on the screen, ladies and gentlemen, and things are moving very fast. As we show these pictures up, there is constant deliberation, constant conversation, and we have a briefing that is going to happen later today, which is going to provide a detailed account of Pakistan's attempted drone and missile attacks on Indian military targets in northern and western India, including locations like Avantipura, Srinagar, Jammu, Pathankot and others, which were all neutralized by our integrated counter UAS grid and air defense systems. These visuals that we are getting in, latest visuals from Samba, the BSF has taken down 7 Jaish terrorists. These are visuals from Samba, ladies and gentlemen, and very, very quick series of visuals on your screen right now. Viewers, also there will be details of what at the press briefing later today. We can carry the picture with the chiefs, please. At the press briefing later today, we expect to see and have full details about our retaliatory actions which follow Pakistan's attacks on May 8th, including any additional strikes that we have had or defensive measures taken to counter Pakistani aggression. We need to be able to take that one still picture. It should not be a problem. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, the Chief of Defence Staff is meeting Rajnath Singh, and we have all the 3 service chiefs also present in that meeting. If you see, can I just zoom down on that? Pan down on that visual, please. Can I pan down on that visual? I think big smiles there. Can we pan down and zoom in and pan down and zoom in? It's very easy to do. It's not really a very difficult operation to do, but we are seeing smiles all around, which means that they seem very satisfied.
They're in control.
They're in control of the situation. Big smiles out there. We obviously, if I were to look at the body language in this visual, this has been a good night for us. That means we have something very positive to share in today's press conference. And we're all looking forward to the press conference later today. In that press conference, which should happen soon, we should be getting updates on casualties and damage from Pakistan's cross-border shelling, particularly in civilian areas like
and if we have responded,
Poonch and in Kupwara, where 15 civilians were reported killed and 43 injured. And whether any Indian military personnel were affected, we should get all details of that. We should also get confirmation of whether this briefing will probably designate recent actions as Operation Sindoor 3.0 as mentioned in the posts on X, and elaboration on the scopes and objectives of this phase. So this visual, what is it telling you? We're going to go to different locations. We'll go to Uri in a bit. No, we are going to stay with this visual right now. Thank you very much. We go to Arawat in a bit. Abhishek, now, the way the operation is placed, this visual is telling a big story as far as I'm concerned.
And that it shows that we are in control and we are on top of the game. and we are not going to de-escalate. Now, this bogey of de-escalating, suing for peace is essentially Pakistani agenda, is Pakistani narrative. They want an escape window. The Pindi generals, they want an escape window. They want a ramp off, which India, of course, is not going to provide. And so we build up to that press conference where we are going to be told possibly the scale of escalation that has been committed by Pakistan last night, and of course then the Indian response. Remember what Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri said in his second briefing, which is that if Pakistan escalates, it would be at its own cost. There would be consequences. So hopefully we would hear about some consequences that India has inflicted, a glimpse of which is we are getting in the body language of the service chiefs and the Chief of Defence Staff, and of course the Raksha Mantri there on.
And while this is happening, Amit Shah will be holding a key meeting with the BSF and the CRPF today. Both these meetings happening exactly 20 minutes from now at 12:30. So things moving fast in Delhi. Quick key huddles. Press conference has been delayed a little bit. Media interaction. Ministry will be speaking to various channels around 4 o'clock today. That's also good. And so that there is no disinformation campaign. I mean, everybody is on board pretty much except a few, but there should be no disinformation campaign. We can take no chances. From Uri, we're going to go back for a while. From Uri, we're going to go back to Arabat. Arabat?
Yes, Arnab, we are here right now in the Uri sector, as we have seen that continuously the deployment of the forces here from the line of control areas to other plains of the Kashmir Valley, as we have seen that the frustration of the Pakistani troopers, they have targeted the civilian populated area, and I'll request Vijay to show you from this very side. As you can see that this is the entire area where we have seen that the damage by the Pakistani troopers toward the civilian populations area. I'm also sure that Vijay Firdaus will not show you the movement of the forces here. As we have seen, this is the sensitive area along the line of control in the Uri sector. This is the area where we have seen that the Pakistani artillery has hit the house here. Also, from this very side, it's heavily raining, and we have been told that in the next 5 to 6 minutes that the LG Manoj Sinha will arrive here at this location. He has already met the few persons, the few injured persons already while coming from the Srinagar towards the Uri. But right now we have been told that the LG Manoj Sinha will arrive here anytime from the now. Also, we have seen that everything has been sanitized here. In fact, this is the area where you have seen that the incident happened late night, when we have seen that the some injuries was also happened here, but also we have been told that the injuries were also shifted to there at the various hospitals across the Kashmir Valley. But right now you can see
okay, BCCI has cancelled IPL. That's good. IPL is cancelled. IPL has been cancelled, ladies and gentlemen, and that's big news right now. Good, IPL is off. They should have done this much before. They haven't done it yet, and under public pressure, they have not put out an official announcement yet. They're trying to put information out through sources. I mean, this is not the way to go. They should have cancelled it automatically. This makes it look like a very defensive move. You know, they haven't announced it formally yet. Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, we were the ones who were asking for the cancellation of IPL. Formal announcement has not happened yet, but suspension has happened. So that's good. For the moment, it appears BCCI is suspended. Thank you for that. Can we have more reporter inputs right now? Viewers, while we are bringing you this broadcast, I want to play some of what has been happening since last night. So maybe we can pull out the important news packages in case you joined us a little late. Now, viewers, it's 10 minutes past 12, but it's been a very, very busy night for us. We've been reporting through the night, and we managed to capture quite a significant amount of military action through the night. There were air raid sirens in various, at various times overnight. And if my news desk is there, then I can quickly be told about the news packages that we can run as of this minute. Thank you very much. We seem to be stuck with the 3 windows for any particular reason. Aditi? Yeah, thank you very much. Can we stay with a more informative screen? Can we stay with a more information-filled screen?
there is another Ministry of Defence advisory or not in the meanwhile.
Yes, go ahead.
It just asks all media platforms to desist from giving live coverage, real-time reporting of any defense operation. This is a statutory advice we have been following, and I have repeated it at least a couple of times since morning also, that whatever pictures we are showing are not live pictures of any operation, only reporter lives from affected areas. Like we are going to go to Harsha now. She's reporting live from an area which is having...
We can go live to Poonch in some time, but I'm not understanding what my directors are trying to do, because they're not giving me the visuals, they're not giving me the news packages, stay stuck with a forward window. I want them to go to a more informed screen. So I'll just find out what's happening in the production control room and come back.
I can take
over to you.
All right. So
take it over from me. Can we have a full frame, please, at least, or can I walk out? Thank you.
Yeah, we have.
One second. There's something wrong going on there. Can Abhishek take over for a while? I'll just.
Yeah, we have details of how India's air defense system clearly completely decimated the Pakistani drone attack and missile attack. We have, in fact, the details of it. The S-400 Triumphs, the Shilka missile system, the L-70 and the Akash air defense system, all taken together, knocked the hell out of the Pakistani missiles and drones. If we can get those details, can we put those details on air? We have that package ready. Can we just plug it in? Or should we go to Harsha first? Let's go to Harsha in the meantime. Okay, Harsha is reporting live from Poonch and all padded up with a bulletproof jacket and a helmet, which obviously means that she is reporting from an area which is being shelled or can possibly be shelled by the Pakistani side. This is along the line of control. Harsha, how close are you to the line of control? And from a safe distance, please tell us what's happening around you.
Yes, Abhishek. So I am almost 70 meters from the LC, and that is the reason why I have been stopped here only. Because the more I move forward, the more I get instructions from above. There is a signaling which from above, from the brigade, is signaled to me that I can't move forward. That's a clear-cut sign that ahead of this entire place where I'm standing, I can't move ahead. Only the villagers who live there, they are there, and also they are also evacuating, because the evacuation process is underway in several places. As I have been mentioning again and again, that 80% of the Poonch city and the nearby villages have already been evacuated. The rest almost a few civilians, locals who are left, evacuation process for them is underway. As we see continuously since the time we are standing here, we have seen some movement of the forces. We have seen the movement of the local police also, who have taken civilians from this place to a safer location. But right now showing you the visuals, because yesterday night when there was a heavy mortar shelling, this entire place was affected. There was heavy mortar shelling, and also there are several shells from other side of the LC, from the Pakistan side, which was dropped in this village. This is Jhulas. It's a very sensitive terrain. It's a very rough terrain. It's a terrain which is highly disputed because it's very close to the Indo-Pak border, and therefore entire residents, almost 200 houses in the Jhulas border villages right now vacated. There's not a single civilian right now who is in Jhulas. The entire evacuation process started from yesterday, and it was going on till today morning. And also we see continuous movement of vehicles. Very few civilians who are left with any mode of transport. They are continuously leaving. We see several vehicles here. These all are family members with their luggages, almost of 1 week or more than 1 week. They have carried their luggages with them, moving to a safer location. But right now we'll like to tell our viewers that morning till 9:30 we heard mortar shelling going on in the Poonch district, but after 9:30 there was no mortar shelling. So also the police have suspected, they have already clearly stated to all the civilians, and a message has been rolled out in this city that the civilians, after 7 o'clock there will be a complete blackout. Right now also in many of the pockets there's no electricity. There's no electricity. Again and again I'm stating this, because after 7 o'clock again there will be a complete blackout in the Poonch district and the nearby region as well, because of the safety and precautionary measures. The vehicular movement can't be seen here in the Poonch
Okay, Harsha, just hold on to your thoughts. I believe there's some action from where Arawat is reporting in Uri. Arawat, over to you. What's the scene behind you? Is there some VIP movement? Is there something that has happened?
Yes, Abhishek, it's VIP moment here, and you can see here the visuals as the Firdaus is showing you the visuals from this very side. You can see here in the visuals in front of me is the Divisional Commissioner Kashmir, and also we have seen that the MLA Uri is also reached here. Also, you can see the movement of the board. We have been told that the cavalcade of the LG Manoj is just coming to this very place. We have seen that all the officials from the district administration is here, and I'm sure that they will not show the forces here in the ongoing operation. And you can see here that the movement of the administration is there. Also, we have been told by the forces that in next 2 to 3 minutes that the LG Manoj will arrive here, and we have been told that he will also meet the people here who have received the multiple injuries here. And then after we have been said that the minister from the health department is also here. Also, we have seen that the entire area is here also, and you can see here. Also, we will try to speak with the officials from the health department here, as we have seen the minister from the health department is here. Also, we will try to speak with her. Also, just follow me, please. I'm just requesting my VJ to don't show the forces here, and also just follow me. The health minister is also speaking here. As of now, we will also try to speak with her about the ongoing situation here along the line of control area in the parts of the Kashmir Valley. As of now, we have been told that the cavalcade of the LG Manoj will arrive here in just a couple of minutes now. We have seen that all the security arrangements are in place here in the various locations of the Kashmir Valley, but we have seen that all the officials from the Jammu and Kashmir administration are on toes. Also, we have seen that if we'll talk about the evacuation, 100% evacuation has been assured, and we have seen that the health department is sure about the emergency services. Also, we have seen the health department is on alert. Also, we have been told to move from this side, from towards this location. Also, we'll try to speak with the health department. Also, Abhishek, stay with me for the next 1 minute. I'll also try to speak.
Take your time and take your position by the time the Lieutenant Governor arrives. And in the meantime, we will show our viewers a glimpse of the cowardice with which Pakistan has been shelling those forward areas, essentially because it still wants to infiltrate terrorists. Pakistan not backing off from its terror operations as a state policy. Look at these details of a mortar, live mortar that was seen in Poonch, and then I come back.
बेटे ने क्या बिगाड़ा था? मेरा बेटा 13 साल का था, वो शहीद हो गया मेरा बेटा। मैं अपना बेटा कहाँ से लाऊंगी? बस ये है कि उन्होंने कुछ नहीं किया, इस वक्त तक किसी ने कुछ नहीं किया, इस वक्त किसी ने कुछ नहीं बोला हम के लिए जो मेरा बेटा मर गया।
13 years old Aditya is no more. The entire family was rushing to reach Jammu when Pakistan guided mortar shelling towards the Poonch district and especially towards the city area. There are several civilians who lost their loved ones in the mortar shelling from the side of Pakistan.
Exact time मुझे याद नहीं है, 11 बजे का टाइम होगा। तो हम जा रहे थे, पुल से बाहर ही थे, थोड़ा आगे थे, तो पेट्रोल पंप से आगे ही थे, तो कुछ पता नहीं है कहाँ से ब्लास्ट हुआ। तो हमारे अंदर मतलब कि पहले मुझे लगी, फिर मेरे बेटे को लगी, तो मेरे जीजा थे, उनके बेटे थे, उनको लगी, मेरे जीजू को लगी। बस मेरे बेटे की ऑन स्पॉट डेथ होगी।
डर का माहौल बहुत ज़्यादा बन गया था कल, जिस वक्त
बहुत ज़्यादा डर बन गया था, बहुत ज़्यादा बन गया था। सब कह रहे थे पुंछ बस खाली करो, पुंछ खाली करो, रात को कुछ भी हो सकता है, यहाँ फायरिंग हो सकती है, कुछ भी हो सकता है, पुंछ खाली करो। बस इस वजह से सब लोग भाग रहे थे, हम भी भाग रहे थे यहाँ से। हमें नहीं पता था कि यहाँ से जाएंगे तो रास्ते में कुछ हो जाएगा। होता ऐसे पता होता घर पे रुक जाते फिर हम। बस जो हुआ कल बहुत गलत हुआ, तो इसके लिए स्टेप उठाना चाहिए कुछ।
When they were in their vehicle, 4 vehicle, it was mother, father, Aditya, along with his uncle, auntie, and his cousin traveling in the 4 vehicle, and they were on their way to Jammu, and they didn't even cross Poonch district, and on their way when they crossed the main bridge, and that time there was a mortar shell which was dropped heavily on the bridge, and that mortar shell came on the top of their vehicle, and the mortar shell passed through Adit's head. He was hospitalized, but because of brain hemorrhage, as when Adit reached hospital, he was declared ब्रॉड डेड।
इस वक्त तक किसी ने कुछ नहीं किया, इस वक्त किसी ने कुछ नहीं बोला हम के लिए जो मेरा बेटा मर गया। लोकल लोग कितने मरे, कितने बच्चे मरे, किसी ने कुछ नहीं बोला इस वक्त तक। मेरा बेटा बहुत घबराया था, मम्मा ब्लास्टिंग हो रही है, क्या करेंगे क्या करेंगे। कि मेरे बेटे को ब्लास्ट हुआ तो उसके बाद ब्लास्टिंग बंद होगी, तो किसी ने कुछ नहीं किया, कोई स्टेप नहीं उठाया इस वक्त तक किसी ने। मुझे इस चीज़ का बहुत दुख है, स्टेप उठाना चाहिए तो मेरे मन को थोड़ी शांति मिले, मेरे बेटे की आत्मा को शांति मिले। मेरा बेटा बड़ा परेशान था, वो बड़ा डर गया था, मम्मा क्या हो रहा है, मम्मा क्या हो रहा है, ये मम्मा भागो यहाँ से, जम्मू चलो, मम्मा भागो यहाँ से। बस मैं कहना चाहती हूँ कोई एक्शन करनी चाहिए, गवर्नमेंट ने इस वक्त तक कोई एक्शन नहीं किया हुआ है। मुझे इस चीज़ का बहुत दुख है, बहुत दुख है मुझे इस चीज़ का।
Right, we cut out of it. There is a suspicious material found in Jaisalmer. Remember, Jaisalmer was another theatre apart from Punjab and Jammu and Kashmir, where Pakistanis carried out that drone attack. And now we are getting these pictures live from Jaisalmer, cordoned already by security forces. And it seems that this is some ammunition or a piece of ammunition, or perhaps a neutralized armament which is being looked into. And our agencies have already reached there, the security agencies, the local law enforcement, and they are picking up the material. It seems it's not just one armament, because the manner in which it is getting picked, it seems that there has been some splurge from some shrapnel, perhaps some material that has fallen out. Shawan continues to be with us live from the newsroom. Shawan, over to you. These are pictures from Jaisalmer. What more can we have what more information can we share with our viewers on this?
Well, what is exactly happening right now is that several of the debris of the missiles as well as drones have now been recovered. And in fact, closer to the border areas, because there have been mortar shelling that has actually taken place, that is the reason why you're essentially looking at multiple locations. Like for instance, in Pathankot, where we given to understand a search operation was basically carried out. Then this is largely a clearance, way to basically clear if that area is safe or not. As far as apart from Pathankot, Jaisalmer, as these images that are beaming live right now, is an indication of what's really happening on the ground. In fact, Abhishek, I've just got a little bit more information. After Hoshiarpur in Channi, which happens to be in the Sundarbani sector, there too another PL-15 missile has been found. We are just trying to confirm from the Air Force, because it appears that the make of the missile, an identification of the missile is yet to be done, but a preliminary information that we have by simply looking at the pictures. These pictures, remember, happen to be that of the PL-15, and that's what we are really looking at right now. And I'm going to share the picture in a short while from now. We're just doing a last check, but clearly right now, if you look at the debris and also if you look at what's really happening on the ground, it's a clear example of it's a clear reflection of what has happened late last night, with about 50 drones that have been neutralized, and the fact that there are also missiles that have been brought down.
Yeah, Shawan, in fact, there is some net sound. I believe there's some sound bites. Can we just play those to understand what the locals are saying? We are just getting them ready and we'll play them. And these are the locals who are explaining what this material is. Whether this is some ammo, some package that was dropped by Pakistanis, whether it was because our air defense system.
आप लोग सब क्या कर रहे थे? फिर क्या किया आप लोग? फिर हमने घर के अंदर घुस गए, तो बाद में और बढ़ा के हो रहे थे ऊपर जैसे तरंगाड़े छूट रहे थे, ऊपर पूरा माहौल खराब हो रहा था ऊपर से। तो डर लग रहा था? डर लग रहा था जबरदस्त। तो हमने देखा घर के अंदर जाओ, घुस के जाए, बैठ जाए। फिर हमने सुबह बन उगा तो फिर देखा कि यहाँ गिरा हुआ बम। यहाँ देख लिया, हम पुलिस वालों को इतला करी और सब लोग आए, सरपंच को इतला करी हमने, तो वो लोग आए यहाँ देखने के लिए।
अच्छा, आप ही लोगों ने पुलिस को जानकारी दी?
हाँ, सबको हमने दी है जानकारी।
तो समय पे पहुंच गई थी पुलिस फिर क्या?
हाँ, सुबह पुलिस आई, रात को नहीं आई।
अच्छा, रात को जो हुआ है एकदम से देखा आपने कि किस तरह से आसमान में पाकिस्तान की तरफ से?
हाँ, रात को हमने देखा कि ऊपर से भड़ाका हो रहा है, ये क्या हो रहा है, दिवाली आ गई, क्या हो रहा है ये। तो हमने देखा कि यार यहाँ एयरपोर्ट नज़दीक है तो कुछ भड़ाके हो रहे थे, पता नहीं। तो अभी बम गिर रहे इधर, तो फिर हमने देखा कि पाकिस्तान वाले आ गए।
और ये जैसलमेर मेन सिटी से बहुत पास में ये गांव है?
पास है बिल्कुल, 2 किलोमीटर है, 1 किलोमीटर 2 किलोमीटर, ज़्यादा दूर नहीं।
का नाम क्या है?
किशनगढ़ गाँव है।
किशनगढ़ गाँव।
हाँ।
पहले भी कभी ऐसा अनुभव है जब 65 की लड़ाई हुई? तो
नहीं, वो इतने हमारी उम्र नहीं है इतनी।
हाँ सर।
नाम बता दो।
नाम खेमनाथ।
खेमनाथ जी, क्या हुआ था रात में बताओ?
रात करीबन सर 8:30।
All right, tensions have boiled over as India responds forcefully to a wave of provocative attacks from Pakistan. Explosions have been reported across major Pakistani cities, including Islamabad, Lahore and Karachi. In a swift and strategic counter-offensive, Indian forces struck back, dismantling air defenses, downing fighter jets and neutralizing incoming threats. Take a look at those details.
India has launched targeted counterstrikes deep into Pakistan's territory, hitting key cities like Islamabad, Lahore and Karachi just after Pakistani drones and missiles threatened Indian military. Karachi, Pakistan's vital port city, has been shaken by loud explosions. According to sources, India's Navy struck naval facilities near the port in a bold move not seen since 1971. In a dramatic turn, Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif was relocated after an explosion occurred just 20 kilometers from his official residence in Islamabad. Lahore has reportedly been left exposed. Indian missiles neutralized the city's air defense systems, leaving it vulnerable to further aerial attacks. 3 Pakistani fighter jets, including AN-F-16 and 2 JF-17S, were shot down by India's air defense network. India has also brought down a Pakistani AWACS, delivering a costly blow to Pakistan's air capabilities. India reiterated its position, targeted, measured and unwavering. Every hostile act will be met with force.
Okay, breaking news development. India-Iran joint statement after talks. There the two nations have condemned terrorism of any form. And this is after the India-Iran Joint Commission meeting that took place yesterday. Shawan continues to be with us. Shawan, over to you. Any hint there in the joint statement that India and Iran, both neighbors of Pakistan, both victims of Pakistan originating terrorism, have condemned it? Okay, exclusive pictures coming in. We are cut out of that. These are exclusive pictures of a controlled detonation, I believe, happening of some Pakistani ammunition which has fallen. Is it that? These are pictures. Okay, these are pictures of our Jawans destroying Pakistani post, and this is from either Jammu and Kashmir or line of control somewhere. And let me go to Shawan on that. Shawan, these are pictures from where India has destroyed this Pakistani post.
Images now coming in, and we are absolutely bang on with our report this morning that Pakistani posts were decimated. You've had the BSF putting out the thermal imaging of the post that was decimated. This was while an infiltration bid was being made through Samba. In fact, that happens to be from the international border. The second image that we are putting out right now on your screen, this happens to be across the line of control, and this is in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. What's important to point out here is that we have been targeting these very posts, and interestingly, as far as the line of control is concerned, along the line of control, remember these are not the usual Pakistani posts. As far as Neelam Valley is concerned, there too it was a terror launch pad which has been converted into a post that was being used by the Pakistani army. In fact, this information came in just about a few days ago, how Pakistan was basically trying to use all of that. Now you have an official confirmation essentially coming in that what the Pakistanis are essentially been doing along the line of control. So there are multiple Pakistani posts. Having said that, these Pakistani posts which have been decimated, the army hasn't put out any official details with regards to how many number of such Pakistani posts have been completely decimated. So let me just quickly recap for all our viewers who are tuning in right now. Over the last few hours, what has happened is that there's been heavy artillery firing that has been happening. There's been cross-border firing that's taking place. But it turns out in some of the areas, the Pakistanis have basically run out of ammunition. That is the reason why they had resorted to small arms firing. And as far as India is concerned, India has retaliated heavily, resulting in several of these Pakistani posts that have been decimated. What we do not know is the number of such posts that have been decimated. The BSF too has now confirmed. BSF has officially confirmed that yes, they have destroyed a Pakistani post. In fact, their thermal imaging videos, that's on your screen right now. The thermal imaging shows clearly how a Pakistani post has been destroyed.
All right, thank you so much, Shawan. More details coming in from Kiran in Kupwara. In fact, can we get those pictures up on air? All right, we are staying with these pictures, but we have more pictures of a similar action being carried out by our forces countering Pakistani ceasefire violations. And these are, as Shawan was explaining, pictures of our BSF taking down, our army taking down a Pakistani post because we saw some shelling happening. These are pictures of action there, live action there, captured on cameras. Three decisive pictures of Indian army taking down Pakistani posts from where shelling was being reported. These are places from where cover fire is provided whenever infiltration happens, and we have seen one encounter in which BSF neutralized 7 of Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists last night, and there also Pakistan was providing cover fire from similar posts. India upping the game and making sure that no more infiltration happens under the cover of fire coming in from these Pakistani posts. Okay, these are pictures coming in from New Delhi.
These are pictures of Ajit Doval, who's just reaching there. I think he's reaching the
Minister residence.
This is a big meeting at the Amit Shah's residence. The DG of the CISF, BSF are all meeting Amit Shah for internal security preparations. The National Security Advisor is also reaching. So they are keeping a very close watch. This is a day of huddles really that we've had since the morning. And on the one side, we really do not know where we stand as far as India's sophisticated approach to the escalation ladder is concerned. But while that is happening, or what the sense I get from the nature of the meetings, the nature of the information flow, is that things are being very well handled. Abhishek.
Absolutely, Arnab. In fact, if you look at the matrix of meetings that are taking place, it is clear that we are not calling off Operation Sindoor yet. It's on, it's going on, it's going up the escalation ladder, and we are going to make sure that Pakistan pays the price. Now, look at these pictures. For example, the kind of pounding our forces are doing of these posts, effectively eliminating all possible launch pads for Pakistan to send in their terrorists from places from where they can provide cover fire. All these removed. So these are pictures coming in from Rajouri sector on the Jammu side of the Jammu and Kashmir Union territory, and look at the manner in which the Pakistani post has been reduced to rubble. Now these pictures show a clear line of sight of the Pakistani post from where their soldiers were providing. We are yet to ascertain whether this pounding of the post has led to casualties on the Pakistani side of any soldiers. But if that has happened, so be it, because this is a message being sent by our forces that we are escalating on all fronts and we are going to respond. And this is preemptive strike to make sure that this particular post was never used for providing cover fire to the terrorists, which Pakistan keeps doing often.
Yeah, absolutely. Viewers, there has been a lot of action since yesterday. I now want to run to some news packages that we've had. The Rajnath Singh has concluded his tri-services meeting, chief, and the army chief has briefed the Raksha Mantri on Operation Sindoor 2. We do not know the next phase. The National Security Advisor is at Amit Shah's residence. So two big meetings have been going on. Air raid sirens went off sometime back in Chandigarh, but that could be just to keep the fast sense of preparedness going, which is fantastic. And ladies and gentlemen, the United States position as far as the escalation is concerned is completely hands-off, which works for us at this point of time. It is integral to India's success that the US just keeps off and lets us deal with Pakistan the way they need to be dealt with.
Pakistan escalated tensions with India by carrying out attacks by targeting India's military installations across multiple locations including Jammu, Rajasthan, Gujarat and Punjab. India successfully foiled these attacks, shooting down Pakistani jets along with intercepting other projectiles. As the tensions escalated after Pakistan carried out simultaneous attacks across various cities. US Vice President J.D. Vance made a big statement saying the ongoing tensions between India and Pakistan has nothing to do with America's ability to control it. While US Secretary of State Marco Rubio dialed External Affairs Minister Jaishankar amid hostile attacks by Pakistan. Rubio reiterated his condolences for the horrific terrorist attack in Pahalgam and reaffirmed US commitment to work with India in the fight against terrorism. The US Secretary asked Pakistan to end its support to terror groups and called for an end to the violence.
And clearly, what happened in Kashmir is awful, and we send our condolences. The world has rejected the nature of that kind of violence overall, of course, and certainly the President has and continues to. But at this moment in time, there's one thing that has to stop, which is a back and forth and a continuation of this, and that is what we're focused on right now.
External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar assured that the response from India has been targeted and measured. Pakistan's attack came just hours after the MEA in its press conference exposed Pakistan's continued support for terror groups such as Lashkar-e-Taiba and proxies like the TRF.
An infiltration bid from Rajouri which has been foiled by the BSF. My production team says we should be breaking that. But what is the bigger breaking news story is that the IB chief is attending the key meeting with Amit Shah, and the finance minister will be chairing a review meeting on cybersecurity preparedness of banks and financial institutions later this evening. So these are three big stories that have broken right now, viewers. The finance minister will be chairing a review meeting on cybersecurity preparedness of all the banks of the country and financial institutions later this evening. I think this is a simple review meeting that Nirmala Sitharaman will be doing in order to make sure that things are absolutely, as they say, perfect, and there is no untoward incident, and there are strong defenses, because war is not just about hitting on the other side of the enemy. War also means that a Pakistan which is desperate for de-escalation may also try the cyber route vis-a-vis India, though they have failed many times. There have been 4 orchestrated cyber attacks in the country, but they haven't worked. Abhishek.
Yeah, this is a major internal security meeting taking place. NSA Naval and the DGs of Central Armed Paramilitary Forces, the CISF, the CRPF, the BSF there. Okay, big one coming in there. Big one coming in there. TTP, the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan, has killed 28 Pakistan army soldiers. We are moving fast. These are pictures from the outside the residence of Union Home Minister Amit Shah, but we're moving to a breaking news development. Shawan, over to you. This is from where? Where has the TTP eliminated these Pakistani army soldiers?
Well, in fact, the latest coming in is of the TTP opening fire on a convoy of the Pakistani soldiers. We're being told that there are a dozen vehicles which were basically moving. This happens at two areas. One, late last evening, we saw the information coming in from Dera Bukti in Baluchistan. Now, as far as the TTP is concerned, some reports are basically suggesting that this is coming in from Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, where 20 of the Pakistani soldiers have been killed. It's a big blow because all of this is essentially happening because what you're seeing on the ground is complete redeployment of the Pakistani forces. In fact, you have had the frontier corps of the Pakistanis from Baluchistan being moved towards the eastern border, and as far as Khyber Pakhtunkhwa is concerned, there too the redeployment is essentially happening, and that's where they have been targeted. The TTP on the one hand and the BLA on the other hand.
The meeting that has been held earlier of the Tri-Services Chiefs included Air Marshal, Air Chief Marshal A.P. Singh, Navy Chief Dinesh Tripathi, Air Chief Marshal Upendra Dwivedi, and of course the Chief of Defence Staff Anil Chauhan was there in the meeting with the Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh, and of course they would be going through the likely talking points of the meeting, and after that they will be giving a full presentation to the Prime Minister. So right now on the internal security front there are meetings. The Information and Broadcasting Ministry is having its own meetings on information flow, and ladies and gentlemen, right now also we are being told that there is going to be a detailed debrief of Pakistan's attempted drone and missile strikes and the impact on, rather I would say non-impact that they have had. Non-impact that they have had on targeting 15 military installations, including Jammu, Pathankot, Udhampur and others. Where the Chief Prime Minister will also be told about the preparation of about the impact of the successful neutralization using the S-400 Triumphs, Akash and the integrated counter UAS grid which has been used here. We had a statement from the integrated defense staff acknowledging that while this has been going on, we also successfully foiled a large drone and missile attack from Pakistan aimed at targeting various military stations in northern and western India, including Jammu, Pathankot and Udhampur. The headquarters integrated defense staff gave this small note earlier today, and we're expecting a more detailed briefing later. We are getting we're going to be getting some news feeds, so we should be looking out for the news feeds. I have a live news feed coming in from ANI. I'd like to cut to that. The input team can tell me about the news feeds that are coming in, so we can cut straight to those news feeds. Let's cut to the one which is coming in on ANI Select now. Okay, viewers, that's not the one. There's a sound bite. Okay. You have to keep a watch.
लेकिन हम लोग पूरे कुछ अंडरग्राउंड हो गए, मतलब जान बचाना बहुत मुश्किल हो गया।
तो मस्जिद को टारगेट किया है, ये इस पे क्या कहेंगे आप? पूरी डैमेज कर दिया उसको।
सर क्या बता सकते हैं उनको, फिर या तो रैंक लगाने में कोई परेशानी हुई या फिर हिट किया उन्होंने, ये तो ऊपर वाला ही जानता है। इसके बारे में
कितना सिचुएशन क्या बनी है यहाँ पे?
कर दिया सुबह पूरे, सबसे पहले निकालने के बाद फिर मैं निकला, आपने बच्चों को निर्मूला में छोड़ दिया और बाकी वाले इनको इधर जमोला में।
Well, viewers, I think I'll have to talk to my director again. I'll have to go to the PCR a second time, but I just want to say that as this war escalates on multiple fronts, ladies and gentlemen, I just need to be told what the next news package is so I can go straight to it. Ladies and gentlemen,
we are getting information that Jammu and Kashmir Lieutenant
Why can't you? Why, Aditi?
Jammu and Kashmir Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha is reaching Uri, and he is going to visit the affected areas where Pakistani shelling has been reported overnight, including meeting the victims. But in the meanwhile, let's look at some other details. With border areas under fire as war escalates across multiple fronts, the Indian Air Force jets are conducting continuous precision strikes on terror camps and radar sites across Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. Artillery and missile exchanges reported across Poonch, Rajouri, Kupwara and of course the Jammu side. Let's look at details of whatever has happened overnight in terms of India's response to Pakistani escalation.
वीडियो बना
ग्राउंड पे बैठ जाओ, ग्राउंड पे।
उन्हीं की है कि
हाँ हाँ, और ग्राउंड पे बैठ जाओ, ग्राउंड पे। लेट जाओ ग्राउंड में।
ये कहाँ से
छुट्टी लेके निकल जाऊंगा। किस साइड मार रहे हैं?
ग्राउंड पे लेट जाओ, ग्राउंड पे। कहाँ जा रहे हैं चोरी?
आया कहाँ से है ये? अरनी साइड से
गुजरनगर इधर मारा में लगा एयरपोर्ट को साले। हाँ, ये मॉक ड्रिल का है यार।
मॉक ड्रिल
घंटा इधर पड़ रहे हैं ये। सायरन बज गए।
चलो निकलते हैं यार।
अभी नहीं निकल गए, बैठा रहे। ग्राउंड पे बैठ जाओ, ग्राउंड पे।
ये उन्हीं की है कि
हाँ हाँ, और ग्राउंड पे बैठ जाओ, ग्राउंड पे। लेट जाओ ग्राउंड में।
ये कहाँ से
छुट्टी लेके निकल जाऊंगा। किस साइड मार रहे हैं?
ग्राउंड पे लेट जाओ, ग्राउंड पे। कहाँ जा रहे हैं चोरी?
आया कहाँ से है ये? अरनी साइड से
गुजरनगर इधर मारा में लगा एयरपोर्ट को साले। हाँ, ये मॉक ड्रिल का है यार।
मॉक ड्रिल
घंटा इधर पड़ रहे हैं ये। सायरन बज गए।
चलो निकलते हैं यार।
अभी नहीं निकल गए, बैठा रहे।
All right, those were night skies along Jammu and other areas targeted by Pakistan, or the cities targeted by Pakistan. Now we are getting information that a jittery Pakistan, its leadership is showing frayed nerves. Open criticism of Pakistan Prime Minister right inside Pakistan National Assembly. This is a Pakistani member of National Assembly or Pakistani MP making a direct charge of cowardice against Shehbaz Sharif and saying that the Pakistani army is demoralized. Let's listen to the video if we can play it right away. This is a Pakistan MP, and this is a video coming in from the session of Pakistan's National Assembly. We had earlier a video of a Pakistani MP crying right inside the house, and now this is another MP making a direct charge of cowardice against their own Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, saying that Pakistan's Prime Minister has no courage to name Narendra Modi, and so the Pakistani forces are demoralized. Let's listen to what the Pakistani MP said in the House.
इन मामलात के ऊपर एक स्टेटमेंट नहीं आई। जनाब डिप्टी स्पीकर साहब, मुझे टीपू सुल्तान के वो एक कॉल याद आ रहा है कि अगर एक लश्कर जिसका सरदार शेर हो और उसके साथ लश्कर में गीदड़ हो तो वो शेरों की तरह लड़ते हैं। अगर शेरों का लश्कर उसका सरदार गीदड़ हो तो वो नहीं लड़ सकते, वो जंगे हार लेते हैं। इस वक्त बॉर्डर पे खड़ा वो फौजी जो हमसे तवक्को रखता है कि हमारा लीडर जो कौमी लीडर होता है या जो वज़ीर आज़म होता है वो आईना होता है, वो फेस होता है, उसकी तवक्को है कि हमारी सियासी क़यादत वो दलेरी के साथ मुकाबला करेगी।
जी वाइंड अप करें जुमे का टाइम है।
आखिरी 2 मिनट दे जी। लेकिन जब आपका वज़ीर आज़म, जब आपका लीडर बुज़दिल हो, वो मोदी का नाम ना ले सके, उसको आप क्या पैगाम दे रहे बॉर्डर पे लड़ने वाले उस जवान को? इनका पता नहीं कौन सा कायद, वो इंडिया के इन मामलात के ऊपर एक स्टेटमेंट नहीं आई। जनाब डिप्टी स्पीकर साहब, मुझे टीपू सुल्तान के वो एक कॉल याद आ रहा है कि अगर एक लश्कर जिसका सरदार शेर हो और उसके साथ लश्कर में गीदड़ हो तो वो शेरों की तरह लड़ते हैं। अगर शेरों का लश्कर उसका सरदार गीदड़ हो तो वो नहीं लड़ सकते, वो जंगे हार लेते हैं। इस वक्त बॉर्डर पे खड़ा वो फौजी जो हमसे तवक्को रखता है कि हमारा लीडर जो कौमी लीडर होता है या जो वज़ीर आज़म होता है वो आईना होता है, वो फेस होता है, उसकी तवक्को है कि हमारी सियासी क़यादत वो दलेरी के साथ मुकाबला करेगी।
जी वाइंड अप करें जुमे का टाइम है।
आखिरी 2 मिनट दे जी। लेकिन जब आपका वज़ीर आज़म, जब आपका लीडर बुज़दिल हो, वो मोदी का नाम ना ले सके, उसको आप क्या पैगाम दे रहे बॉर्डर पे लड़ने वाले उस जवान को? इनका पता नहीं कौन सा कायद।
Right, a Pakistan MP frothing at his mouth, not able to speak coherently, and accusing his Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif of cowardice and the Pakistan army of being in a state of demoralization. That's really a state of affairs in Pakistan, even as its army carried out a failed bid to target Indian cities across a broad sweep from Jammu and Kashmir to Kutch in Gujarat and failed miserably with India's air defense systems really repelling the attack 100% completely. Shawan continues to be live with us from the newsroom. Shawan, this Pakistani MP today and the one yesterday who was crying clearly reflects on the state of mind of Pakistanis as their army escalates in an unwinnable war, puts Pakistan in a tight spot.
Well, I'll quickly put this across as to what's really happening within Pakistan right now. The first development comes in from the defense minister himself, who is absolutely clueless. In fact, he spoke to the Pakistani media stating that the reason why drones are being flown by the Indian armed forces is because perhaps our pilots do not want to fly the fighter jets. That's the bizarre comment that was made. And he's once again relying on social media as to whether at all these attacks have at all taken place in Pakistan. Second, as far as the information and broadcasting minister, who's actually busy right now carrying out with a false flag operation, because that's the narrative that they essentially want to set. Inside the Pakistan National Assembly, as we're given to understand, this is a special session that has been called because of the current situation. The direct target now happens to be the Pakistani army, because they essentially believe that the Pakistani army chief has taken them on the garden path, because what we are being told is that the reason why there is a clear factionalism is within the army itself. This morning, Abhishek, the details that you and I actually got was how things were changing in Punjab and in Sindh when the cantonments were being evacuated.
Yeah, absolutely, Shawan. In fact, we get more details of the operation. The Indian Army confirmed launching Operation Sindoor, hitting terrorist infrastructure in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. In fact, the Army released a video and confirmed striking 9 targets. Apart from that, of course, reflected on its operational readiness as the Operation Sindoor continues unabated and, in fact, escalates in response to Pakistani misadventure. Take a look.
लेकिन ऐसा बदला मिलेगा और हमारी फैमिली से प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस होगी इसकी उम्मीद नहीं थी। जब हुई तो वी वर शॉक्ड कि भाई इतना बड़ा मौका हमें।
सुप्रभात देवियों और सज्जनों, मैं कर्नल सोफिया कुरैशी और मेरे साथ मैं कर्नल सोफिया कुरैशी
अब यह है कि प्राउड है चीज क्या कि लड़की ने हमारी एक बहुत अच्छा काम किया, ये अपने देश के लिए कुछ किया।
सर आपके बारे में बताइए, आपके बारे में थोड़ा बताइए।
हमारे बारे में अब हम तो उम्र हो गई, ये भी क्या है, बांग्लादेश की लड़ाई लड़े, अब एज हो गई। अब दिमाग में ये आता है अगर हमको अभी मौका दिया जाए तो हम उनको खत्म करें सालों को जाकर के भी, पाकिस्तानियों को।
क्या कहना चाहोगे पाकिस्तान के बारे में जो
यही है कि इसको खत्म करना चाहिए। वो ये दुनिया के अंदर रहने जो कंट्री नहीं है। नहीं भाई प्राउड है ना कि वो गई, हमारी पैट्रिकता में है ये। मेरे फादर भी आर्मी में थे, ग्रैंड फादर आर्मी में थे, मैं आर्मी में था, अब वो आर्मी में गई है, वो पैट्रिकता में है।
Okay, coming out of it, because there's a breaking news development. Defense Minister Rajnath Singh, after completing a meeting with the service chiefs, is all set to meet the Prime Minister. The meeting is going to take place in a short while from now, because the confabulations between the service chiefs and the Defense Minister are over. Going to Shawan for more details. Shawan, the meeting at the South Block has ended, we are told. What more can you share about the impending meeting between the Defense Minister and the Prime Minister?
Well, let me first start with the morning meeting that took place at the South Block. You've had the service chiefs also meeting Raksha Mantri, but before that, remember there was also a meeting that took place at the Ministry of Defence with the Army, particularly looking at number one. They were assessing the damages and the report that essentially came in that none of the military installations were hit, and that was a clear success of the air defense system, the S-400 as well as the Akash missiles. The second is with regards to the ongoing operation, because we are given to understand as far as across the international border and the LC, we've had some sort of an operation that has been carried out. We do not have details, the contours of that very operation. Thereafter, the Raksha Mantri was essentially briefed by the Army Chief, the Navy Chief as well as the Air Force Chief in the presence of the Chief of Defence Staff, General Anil Chauhan, and we are being given to understand that it is part of what is being seen as Operation 3.0. Now, what is the nature, the form of it, and whether at all there was some sort of an action that was taken by the Navy in particular, that is not known at this point in time, but some clarity now emerging that sometime later this evening, roughly post 4 o'clock, is when there is a possibility that we could have a joint briefing taking place, giving us a sense of the destruction that the Pakistanis have faced and the operation that has been carried out by our armed forces.
All right, thank you so much. In fact, for more on what's happening on the other front, the meeting that's taking place at the Union Home Minister Amit Shah's residence. Okay, we have a breaking news development coming in. This is coming in from the government, which has issued an advisory. In fact, the government has empowered the Army Chief for conscription, and this is specific to the Territorial Army. This is specific to the Territorial Army. We'll gather more details and come back to it. Taking a short break, coming back to this very important breaking news development. Stay with us, stay with us.
Of different weapon systems, because you cannot risk putting all eggs in one basket.
ये मस्जिद मरकज उमरकरा के अंदर ये नुकसान है.
Not risk putting all eggs in one basket. Not risk putting all eggs in one basket.
Mentor here,
These
and
are
most
some
of the
visuals.
civilians
I
here
can see some.
are at near the LOC.
No. This is a long shot. I can see in the sky there's somebody who shot something to light.
सिलेंडर लीकेज है, लीकेज भी है। हाँ लीकेज है, ऊपर है।
Summer is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
The government, it's a move aimed at beefing up the numbers of the Indian Army for kinetic action. Essentially, what the government has done is empowered the Chief of Army Staff, to get territorial army battalions to come to the aid of regular Indian Army soldiers. This essentially means that no, this is not conscription, it's been removed. Okay, this essentially means that the Indian Army Chief can increase the number of personnel available by getting in infantry battalions of the territorial army, of which there are 32. Already there are 32 infantry battalions, of which 14 are active and in place, and those can be called to action in assistance, in aid of regular Indian Army numbers. That's what we are getting to understand from this breaking news development coming in. Shawan, over to you.
In fact, the notification which has basically been issued by the Ministry of Defence, they're basically looking at a redeployment. In fact, this is what they're saying. It is basically empowering the Chief of the Army Staff to redeploy as far as the territorial army is concerned. Now, if you look at the number of the battalions that are available with the territorial army, it can be assigned with any of the commands. It could be the Western Command, the Eastern Command, the Central Command. So it's largely to provide more assistance to these very commands.
Yes, absolutely. This is essentially beefing up of numbers. This is indicative of the government's resolve to make sure that we are not lacking on any front. This is a clear message that India is absolutely ready in case there is need to escalate on the kinetic front, on the military front, in terms of making sure that enough numbers are available. This is about in the regular army getting in a backup from the territorial army, which already stands, just that they have to come more actively in aid of Indian Army. This essentially means that the territorial army shall be ordered, provided the availability of funds, etc., and they should be made available for reappropriation with the regular army and in assistance of them. So this is essentially about beefing up numbers, is what we understand. This is a notification of the Department of Military Affairs and of the Ministry of Defence, signed so and so. We are not revealing signed by whom. That's the information. Shawan, over to you with more details.
Well, this is for a period of 3 years, so it is largely being seen as a part of a routine order that has been passed as far as the deployment is concerned. They are basically trying to reassess the deployment as far as the infantry battalions are concerned and the assigned list with each of these commands. Now, that's what we are given to understand as far as this order goes.
Shawan, I'm just reading from the notification, Shawan. It says that the central government empowers the Chief of the Army Staff to exercise powers under this rule, so and so, to call out every officer and every enrolled person of the territorial army to provide for essential guard or to be embodied for the purpose of supporting or supplementing the regular army to the extent specified below. Now, this essentially, Shawan, as I understand from this official English, is that a provision has been made that if and when needed, the army chief can call all the officers or personnel of the territorial army, which is anyway a standing army, just that they act as a reserve. So this is the reserves from where Indian Army can requisition its officers and personnel to beef up its numbers, and that's what seems to be the case.
Well, that's exactly what I was explaining, Abhishek, is that with each of these commands, whenever there is a need, they can basically once again augment their force, and that is possible with the territorial army being brought in, because if you look at the number of battalions out of the existing, what they are saying, out of the existing 32 infantry battalions of the territorial army, the embodiment of 14 infantry battalions for deployment in various of these commands, starting with the Southern Command itself, and then of course you have the others, Eastern and the Northern Command too. So you basically have at any given point in time, if any of the command basically raises a request of perhaps augmenting their current force, then there is a possibility that it could have been done through the territorial army itself.
Yeah, you know, all of this is happening at a time when, you know, psychologically the Pakistanis are really broken. Shehbaz Sharif is being called a coward inside the assembly, National Assembly. They say he cannot even take Narendra Modi's name. Yesterday they started crying. Yeah. And there is this huge, you know, the Pakistani media has gone completely silent since yesterday. They're completely silent because they don't know, Shawan, how to respond to the ongoing situation. There is information flow. We're told they're surrounded. There are strict controls. Also, yesterday, Hamid Mir, I'm told, has removed 3 people from his organization who had information contrary to him, who refused to comply with the information that he has put out. So there is a little bit of trouble in Geo TV or whatever that TV station is, and an open criticism. I mean, Shehbaz Sharif has been called a coward in the Pakistan National Assembly. I don't know if I have a soundbite of that. Shehbaz Sharif, Prime Minister of Pakistan, has been called a coward in the National Assembly, and I'd like to play that soundbite, please. Again. Let's play it again.
पता नहीं कौन सा कायद वो इंडिया के इन मामलात के ऊपर एक स्टेटमेंट नहीं आई। जनाब डिप्टी स्पीकर साहब, मुझे टीपू सुल्तान के वो एक कॉल याद आ रहा है कि अगर एक लश्कर जिसका सरदार शेर हो और उसके साथ लश्कर में गीदड़ हो तो वो शेरों की तरह लड़ते हैं। अगर शेरों का लश्कर उसका सरदार गीदड़ हो तो वो नहीं लड़ सकते, वो जंगे हार लेते हैं। इस वक्त बॉर्डर पे खड़ा वो फौजी जो हमसे तवक्को रखता है कि हमारा लीडर, जो कौमी लीडर होता है या जो वजीर आज़म होता है, वो आईना होता है, वो फेस होता है, उसकी तवक्को है कि हमारी सियासी क़यादत वो दलेरी के साथ मुकाबला करेगी। लेकिन जब आपका वजीर आज़म, जब आपका लीडर बुज़दिल हो, वो मोदी का नाम ना ले सके, उसको आप क्या पैगाम दे रहे बॉर्डर पे लड़ने वाले जवान को?
Ladies and gentlemen, he's been called a Gidar, a Kayar, a Buzdil. Ladies and gentlemen, please watch the use of words out here. He's been called in Hindi, and we can put up the Hindi words and write it down in English. Shehbaz Sharif called Gidar, Kayar and Buzdil. in the Pakistan National Assembly. Very, very serious situation of internal dissent which has been growing here. And we have yesterday's soundbite. We can split the screen. Yesterday, Pakistani politicians were crying in the assembly, and today they are openly calling the Prime Minister a coward in the National Assembly. I'd like to play yesterday's bite and today's, please, both.
तो इसलिए जनाब स्पीकर ये बात वाज़ा कर देनी चाहिए, हमारी कौम यकजा है। मैं इन सब से कहूँगा कि मिल के चलो और अपने रब से रजू करो। रब काबा, हम तेरे आगे दरख्वास्त करते हैं, इस मुल्क की हिफाजत फरमाना जो तूने हमें अता किया है, और ये नबी सल्लल्लाहु अलैहि वसल्लम की दुआओं का है। आपने कायदे आज़म को इंग्लैंड में मुलाकात की, ख्वाब में आए और उनको कहा कि जाओ वापस और जाके पाकिस्तान का मामला हल करो। आप खान कलात को ख्वाब में आके ये हुक्म दिया कि तुमने पाकिस्तान की सरना ये मुल्क बन के रहेगा और तुमने तो ये ऐसा बड़ा मौजज़ा है कि अल्लाह पाक ने ये हमें अता किया है और अल्लाह पाक इस मुल्क की हिफाजत फरमाएंगे। दुनिया में जहां भी देखें शायद हमारी कमी है, हम मजबूर हैं, हम गुनाहगार हैं, लेकिन रब काबा हम तेरे हबीब के उम्मती हैं, खुदा का वास्ता हमसे रहम का मौला फरमा। आप चले जाएं, उधर फिलिस्तीन में चले जाएं, कश्मीर में चले जाएं, जहां भी जाएंगे मुसलमानों के साथ वो ऐसे रो रहा है जो हम सोच भी नहीं सकते हैं। तो तू हमें माफ कर दे, हम तेरे आगे सर झुकाते हैं, माफी मांगते हैं। नहीं, इसमें दो राय नहीं है मौला कि हम बड़े गुनाहगार हैं, लेकिन तेरी रहमत बहुत वसी है। तू रहमत का एक जर्रा भी भेजेगा हमारी तरफ तो इंशाल्लाह हमारी कामयाबी होगी। और दुआ करते हैं रब काबा कि इस मुल्क की हिफाजत फरा और हमें दुश्मनों पर जो है वो फकीर अता फरा और हमें उनको सरनगू करने की ताकत अता फरमा। मैं दुआ गो हूँ आर्म फोर्सेस के लिए, पाकिस्तानियों के लिए कि अल्लाह पाक हम सब की हिफाजत फरमाए।
I think I've heard here today that the Wire website has been, the Wire website, there is possible action against the Wire website. I don't know. If it is true, that will be very, very good news because it's been putting out completely Pakistani propaganda. The Wire website is like a Pakistani website, it's like the Congress party, but it's probably even worse. So I do not know if that is the case. In that case, this is very strong action by the media. I'm getting this. I don't have the source of that yet. Ladies and gentlemen, are you hearing something on this? Shawan, are you hearing something on this, Abhishek?
I'll have to gather, Arnab, because a lot of action has happened in terms of countering propaganda which builds a narrative which is more like a talking point from the Pakistani side. De-escalation is one of them, by the way, Arnab. So, if you're talking about de-escalation, essentially you are pushing in...
you're working against the army's interests.
Yes, you are...
This is the narrative that the Pakistanis want to push
here. The Pakistanis to de-escalate now because they are in a cul-de-sac. We can inflict a cost of a kind where Pakistan would take years again to think about... using terror as a proxy and as a state policy, and at this moment to be talking about de-escalation would be giving an escape window to the Pakistanis.
Exactly, they're looking for an escape route right now.
Yes.
So not confirmed here, but we can say that there is likely action against pro-Pakistan news organizations operating in India.
Exactly, and as of now, of course...
Yeah, please carry on, yeah.
All right, more information.
Can you hold it for a minute? I mean, I'll just get some information on this.
Yeah, this is about readers of Wire. So essentially, Wire sending across a message of some action having been taken against them.
Yeah, the Wire claims that it has been blocked. They're calling it censorship. But what I would say is that I welcome it because the Wire is an anti-India, pro-Pakistan website that always takes a very communal position on things. It supports urban Naxals, Tukre gang, Maoists, but it has worked against national interest at a time like this. And I think if this is the action, it's very, very good. And I hope the Editors Guild of India does not become the anti-national Editors Guild of India. I think this is very, very good and favorable action. Ladies and gentlemen, time to celebrate here. GD Bakshi is also with us. General GD Bakshi, good morning, sir. General GD Bakshi, good morning, sir.
Good morning, Arnab.
Good to hear you.
Morning,
Your voice,
Arnab.
you're loud and clear. Lot of news since we last spoke, sir. You are seeing here that three big things are happening, sir. That there's a full assessment going on. The press briefing did not happen this morning. It has been delayed to a little later in the day today. There are a lot of huddles that have happened in the morning between the CDS, the Raksha Mantri, the three service chiefs. Then you have the BSF and the other paramilitary, and along with Ajit Doval at the residence of Home Minister Amit Shah. And then I think they will be doing a combined debriefing of the Prime Minister. The calling of support of the territorial army. The government has entrusted the government as per a notification that the territorial army can be called into support at any point of time. The finance minister is holding meetings with banks and bank chiefs to avoid anything like a cyber threat that can emerge at any point of time, to make the entire fiscal
Yes, Arnab, as you are aware, yesterday Pakistan, instead of taking the off-ramp, we had given Pakistan a clear off-ramp after the strike on the 9 terror camps. We told them we only struck terror targets and we would like to call it off providing you have had enough. Right? Pakistan's Asim Munir decided in a very grandiose fashion to attack 15 targets in India. Right? And these were basically the airfields or our headquarters like Bhatinda, 10 Corps, etc. Right? This is where our air defense network has proved to be spectacular performance, Arnab. Not a single Pakistani missile or rocket got through the shield. This combination of S-400s, Russian Triumph missiles, which can pick up targets at 600 kilometers, blast them out of the sky at 400 kilometers and downwards, right? Combined with our Akash, combined with our MR SAMs, combined with our Barracks, they have proved to be fantastic. Not a single missile got through. Arnab, for comparison, air defenses are becoming very lethal. In Ukraine, they managed to shoot down 70% incoming targets. Russia, 85%. Israel, 97 to 98% they did with the Israeli missiles and drones. India has achieved a full-on 100%. This is an achievement to be proud of, Arnab. I think our air defenses have done us proud. Not a single Pakistani missile, drone, rocket got through yesterday. And then we hit back with our Harop Israeli drones, which are actually 1990s technology, suicide drones, but very effective. They blasted in Lahore. They hit Lahore and blasted their air defense radar cover. Lahore is today defenseless. Right? They hit Rawalpindi, the home of the Pakistan army, blasted that entire stadium there. And then they also had hit Sialkot. We hit major targets in Pakistan without a scratch. The Chinese radars, which had failed Pakistan against Iran's missiles a few months back, have failed dismally against the Indian Air Force. Yesterday, our Triumph missiles, S-400s, shot down 1 AVAC, 1 F-16, 2 JF-17s over Pakistan, inside Pakistan's territory. That is a feat, man. Our air defense missiles going and hitting Pakistani aircraft, shooting them down in their own airspace when they haven't even crossed over to our side, right? And the simple fact is Pakistan is shaken. I'm not sure what has happened about the naval strike. From the YouTube channels, I'm picking up that we did do a naval strike, but we are awaiting confirmation from the Ministry of Defense. Arnab, I would like to make one appeal. Now this is war. It is at least a limited war, full scale going on. In my time, when I was there in the Military Operations Directorate during the Kargil War, we used to have the MOD leading these briefings, representatives from the Directorate General of Military Operation, Air Force Operations and Naval Ops. They used to be there along with the MEA rep and all. Now that we are tending to full war, this gaps in information can be eliminated if we get back to wartime mode. It's no longer just hitting terror camps. We've gone beyond that stage. We've gone much beyond that stage. It could escalate further. So I would request that our standard war book procedures are now put into effect, because we are not in that halfway stage. No war, no peace. That's over. We are at war with Pakistan. Simple, plain and simple.
Yeah.
And I think just last,
please.
Sorry, one last. Arnab, what I would state is, we hit the terror targets first. Then Pakistan hit our military target. In terms of justice, we are fully justified in hitting Pakistani military targets, the ISI targets, in a massive way to raise costs and consequences for Pakistan and impose punishment by deterrence, by punishment. So that next time Pakistan wants to do a pahalgam, it will have to think 10 times.
Yeah.
If not 100 times.
Yeah. In which direction is this moving, sir? We also, while this is going on, the world is looking at us, and I'm seeing on the feed out here today in Russia, for example, there is the May 9th parade. I run some visuals of that, and Putin's there, and Xi Jinping is there, and I can carry those visuals on our screen out here. Rajnath Singh is meeting Prime Minister Modi. Globally also, there is a long meeting between Putin and Xi Jinping in Moscow. So is this going to escalate to a point where global powers now begin to get involved? How are you viewing it? The Prime Minister was himself scheduled to be at that big event in Moscow. He's not there because he's monitoring the situation in India. This should be full frame, not mixed up with the breaking news plates which we are running right now. So my question is to you, sir, as you see these visuals of the May 9th parade in Moscow, right? We are working very closely with the Russians. How is the world viewing it? Just using these pictures as a backdrop, how is the world viewing it in your view? Except Turkey, any other country that's inimical to our interest?
China has also seems to have backed down, watered down its response. Turkey can do nothing. They can at best send some aircraft with some drones, some ammunition. That's about all. No country will dare put boots on the ground. Not China, not Turkey. That's very clear. Now, Arnab, the simple fact is, we have a very, very, empirical factor. How much ammunition has Pakistan got? How much can it push? It cannot fight without ammunition. It cannot fight without aviation turbine fuel, right? So there is a practical limitation to how far Pakistan can continue this, right? And if the people in Pakistan are sensible, if the Pakistan army sense prevails even now, there could be a coup against General Mullah Munir, right? There could be a coup, because he is the man who's brought Pakistan into this soup and hot water shamelessly just for his extension. He's already been given one extension earlier, right? Otherwise he would have retired in October this year. He wants, like Ziaul Haq and like General Pervez Musharraf, to hang on for 11 years till he's either assassinated by bursting mangoes, or driven out of the country. So therefore, there is an upper limit to how far this can go on. The countries all over the world are now getting concerned, but they are actually, I think, secretly quite enjoying the kind of soup that Pakistan is in. Here's an arrogant country which, because of its 160 odd nuclear weapons, was feeling that it has got India exactly where it wants. that India will not dare do a conventional response, and therefore he can escalate terrorism to whatever level he wants.
Yeah.
He's got his reality check, and some reality check, Arnab. This conventional, no conventional response. Just wait and watch. Just wait and watch how conventional responses are going. You know, Arnab, I think the world will now start putting pressure, especially America, perhaps even the Chinese, because our NSA spoke to China also, right?
Yeah.
You better tell your protege to back off or else. Otherwise, he'll get wiped off the face of the earth.
Yeah.
So I would reckon that I wouldn't be too surprised if there is a coup against Asif Munir. His corps commanders are het up. As far as Arnab, you heard that senator, former army man. As an army man, I could sympathize for him because his country is getting it in the neck. He was almost weeping, crying. He was saying, हमने क्या गुनाह किए हैं मौला कि हमारी ये हालत हुई है. अरे बड़े भारी गुनाह किए हैं तुमने. अरे तुमने औरतें बच्चे मारे हैं, तुमने लोगों का मजा पूछ के मारा है. जो अनार्म्ड बगैर हथियारों के लोगों को मारने में तो बड़ा मजा आ रहा था. अब करो ना. You know what the Afghans are saying, Arnab? They are challenging the Pakistani Air Force कि हमारी एयर फोर्स नहीं थी तो तुमने बड़े धड़ल्ले से हम पे F-16 भेजे थे. हमारे 52 औरतें बच्चे मारे हैं तुमने. अब लड़ो ना हिंदुस्तान की एयर फोर्स से. अब लड़के दिखाओ.
Exactly.
This cowardly air force, कायर है पाकिस्तान की एयर फोर्स, अर्नब. They are bloody cowards. They are daring not to rise. They haven't dared to rise. उनके देश में जाके हमने वहां पे ठोक दिए हैं पाकिस्तान के अंदर इनके F-16, इनके JF-17. I would request that the Ministry of Defence now give more frequent press conferences so that rumors don't swill around.
Yeah.
Information, we must not lose the information war. We are winning on the ground.
We won't.
So
we will never
setup
lose the information war, sir. But I think the traitors in the Indian media should be taught a lesson.
As long as you are there, Arnab.
No, but sir, we are all there. We are working in national interest. But traitors like The Wire, I call them traitors in the Indian media. Yesterday, you know, this Pakistan propagandist linked to the ISI, Najam Sethi. This man was given a full platform by another person. I consider him also pro-Pakistan. I don't want to go into his family history, Karan Thapar.
Yeah.
I don't want to go into the family history of Karan Thapar. I don't want to reveal a lot of things about that. It's not my concern, not my matter, and not something to be discussed.
Yeah.
But we all know, but what Karan Thapar has done over the years is, unforgivable. But what he has done by giving this platform to Najam Sethi, and Najam Sethi has been putting out the complete ISI argument, and therefore it's an indirect way, General Bakshi, in which people like Karan Thapar are offering this platform and saying to Indians, under the camouflage of being an Indian news organization, they are not an Indian news organization. Siddharth Varadarajan has to declare his citizenship. Is Siddharth Varadarajan an Indian citizen? And if he's the editor and he's not an Indian citizen, then how is he an editor without being an Indian citizen? There have to be some limits. And then you are saying that I'm going to provide a cover. Pakistani media may get banned in India, but we will say we are Indian media and tell Najam Sethi and all the Pakistani generals and all the others, come do your propaganda through us.
And Karan Thapar provided a platform where
Karan Thapar's history is known. I don't want to talk about his family history.
He comes out as deliberately
I will show the screen. No, I will not. I'll show the screenshot for a while. This man has been giving a platform to the Pakistanis. And this is what he's done. If I have freedom of expression, then I call him a journalistic good for nothing and a superannuated pro-Pakistani man called Karan Thapar, who's trying to get relevance by becoming a platform for the Pakistanis. How long are we going to take this, General Bakshi? How long are we going to demoralize our own people, General Bakshi? Sir, take it.
Exactly, Arnab. In wartime, people gear up, the media gears up, the government gears up to see that we prevail in the information war. You cannot win on the ground and lose the battle of narratives. In World War I, in World War II, could you think of any British channel daring to give the German the Nazi viewpoint? I mean, this is amazing. Chalo, theek hai, if you want to do it in normal times, you want to permit such people to flourish, and carry out the biddings of the Pakistani state. The Pakistani state is failing in its information war, but you are letting them get in by the back door. And it is dangerous narratives like 5 Rafale shot down, like hell. You see, this kind of a narrative puts question marks on our own, and that is why our information feed-in has to be very, very timely. I'm still not clear as a military analyst whether the Indian Navy has struck Karachi or not. That is a major development, the exploitation of the sea flank.
True.
But this has to come from our Ministry of Defence, please. I would remind them that I am not saying that the army takes charge of the state. For God's sake, the Ministry of Defence is a civilian organization.
General Bakshi sir, we have been banning Pakistani websites. We have banned one more.
But there, General Bakshi, what is probably going on? I'm as hungry as you for information about Karachi, because as you know, we were reporting this last night, and the government told us that aggressive postures are being taken, and that's where it stopped. We'll have the breaking news plates continue to go on. Yeah. Now, they were told aggressive postures are being taken, and we were told aircraft carrier involved, which was obviously a euphemism for INS Vikrant, we were told 26 warships were in the sea, but we can't speculate beyond that.
Like it happens every day. Pakistan DGISPR is to do a press conference at 3:30 p.m. Now remember the sequence. Every day the DGISPR does a press conference, and we do it to debunk the Pakistani propaganda and the false claims that they make. So expect India's press conference to happen after that. I was told after 3 p.m., after 4 p.m. and now when you're getting to hear that the DGISPR is going to do a press conference at 3:30 p.m., you can expect India coming out full force, calling the bluff.
That could be the reason for the timing, in which case it's good.
Yes.
But then, I want to go back to the point that General Bakshi has raised here. And General Bakshi, if you don't mind, can I make a request to you and to our news and production teams that there are a lot of people calling saying they want to speak to you. I want to use the next 15 to 20 minutes to get the information narrative right. And who better than you? We'll get a couple of others along with you, if we can, please, so that we get the information right. And a lot of people hungry. Right now, we have lakhs of people on streaming, lakhs of people watching on streaming and YouTube right now. They would love to connect on streaming devices as well as elsewhere. So within this high information screen, we'll also put one more number where you can call right now and ask your questions on the present situation. You can ask your question directly, and we'll have General Bakshi answer it. We have Abhishek Kapoor there. If it's within my canvas, then I will try and give some kind of an answer to your question. A lot of people calling and basically asking, where do you think this will go? Will this escalate? Which way is it going to go? And I think it would be responsible journalism to spend 15 minutes to answer those questions. Yes. What do you think, Abhishek?
Absolutely.
You're game for that?
Yeah, absolutely.
And can we put that on very quickly, please? On. Those who know our numbers can put it on. Let's put the number up, and let's use the existing screens and also that wonderful split screen on which the last 60 minutes information was being given to put out the numbers, ladies and gentlemen. And we are presently, without doubt, in a state of war. There is going to be a blackout today in various parts of the country, and there is going to be a blackout, I can tell you from what I've been told, overnight in some parts of Punjab. For example, in Ambala, we've been told that there is going to be a blackout that is going to be there from 10 o'clock at night right up to 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock in the morning, or 7 or 8 o'clock, I was told. We were told that there is going to be a blackout that will last for about 8 hours. General Bakshi is calling in right now. General Bakshi is on a phone line. I'll reduce the volume because he's on the phone line. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to tell you this while you are putting this in perspective. Keep one thing in mind, that this is very different. What we are facing today, please do not expect a quick resolution to this, a quick end end to this. Let's not expect today, and this one thing I want to make clear to everyone watching tonight, do not expect that we're going to come on air tomorrow, Abhishek and I say, yeah, it's over, let's go back and go and have a pizza. It's not going to happen like that. This is different from Balakot. This is different from the surgical strike of 2016 and Balakot of 2019, because Operation Sindoor 1 and Operation Sindoor 2 are basically marking what I would say the most extensive, high-tech, cross-functional, civil defense, cross-border military action in 5 decades.
Yes, absolutely. And there is a paradigm shift now in terms of...
This is a determined paradigm shift.
This is India's offensive defense.
Absolutely offensive defense. So this is a call for unity.
Right to the enemy camp.
Yeah, this is a call for unity for people of the country. And we also at Republic are saying, be united. Don't be worried by pro-Pakistan propagandists like Karan Thapar, like by other people. This is not a time to be influenced by these people. We know there have been people in this country, for example, who have been supported by Hafiz Saeed, okay, we are seeing pictures of shelling in Poonch. Do we have these visuals? We have pictures of shelling within the CCTV footage coming in right now of the shelling in Poonch. This was early in the morning, captured at about 7:34, if you can see the clock out there. These are just visuals of the shelling in Poonch that happened early this morning. So you see there are parts of the country which are under attack. Our fellow citizens are under attack. And you have to be, if I can say, a cheapskate to be doing what The Wire has done.
Yeah, absolutely.
I would call The Wire an editorial cheapskate. To be giving the Pakistanis a platform in the way that they have done. It's unforgivable and it can never be condemned enough. Abhishek.
And they were just pushing in the Pakistani talking points on. We have to decide as a nation and society, can we afford, should we even allow a repeat of Pahalgam terror attack to happen? Should we not make sure that we completely and permanently defang this snake across our border of terror? And if that be the case, and if this is the opportunity, if the Pakistani generals are in our pincer, if we have prepared in advance, if we have been proactive, if our forces are at the cutting edge, if we are showing every day that we are ahead of Pakistan, ahead of the curve in terms of inflicting costs, then why back off? And why provide Pakistan an escape window so that it can regroup? Remember, getting those 100 terrorists we killed is an easy job for Pakistan. It's about sustained inflicting of costs on Pakistan to make sure that their capacity to nurture their ecosystem is permanently degraded, which can only happen militarily, that we can have peace and be sure.
Note to our production team, there is a lot of news as well, so don't keep this DV graphics on. Please continue to run our existing graphic plates which have a lot of information, the special graphic plates which have been made, and run this within the ambit of that, as I had just said, because I do not want to take away at any point of time from the newsworthiness of the present situation. I just want to put as much news out. It is my national duty, it is my national purpose, it is our resolve. That is what we need to do as a country, and we have no better person we can get than General Bakshi to take your questions. But it will take just 30 seconds for my desk, maybe 10 seconds to put the number within the existing grid, and if they can do that, it'll be fantastic. Can they please do that? Thank you very much. Okay, now viewers, I was just saying, while I managed to get that number up on the screen and get the calls in, I'm saying here that these have been strikes on multiple high-value targets across a wide area. In 2019, General Bakshi, we attacked a single site. This time, we have targeted 9 terror launch pads on day 1. Then we have penetrated very deep into Pakistani territory. We've got 100, 200, 300 kilometers beyond the line of control. We have had a tri-service execution, advanced weaponry, precision-guided missiles, tri-service strategy involving the 3 forces, loitering munitions. So this is actually, we've already gone beyond 1971 in the use of technology, in the coordination that we have. Do you agree, General Bakshi? We've already gone beyond in a way, far beyond 71.
Far beyond 1971.
Yes, sir.
Far beyond 1971. You know, Arnab, the RMA in military affairs, revolution in military affairs, has taken place in 2 sectors. Let me tell people. One is drones. Drones have created a revolution in military affairs. You know, they have changed the face of warfare forever. There were just no drones in 1971 when we fought. The next is, because drones inflict disproportionate damage. A drone may cost $200. It will destroy a tank worth $2 million. An aircraft worth even more. So there is that disproportionality that has come in because of drones, right? I'm very happy that General Narwane was smart enough to pick up the drones coming revolution, and we added a lot of drone capability in his time, right? Which is proving to be lethal. The second is the revolution that has taken place in air defenses. There is a constant war between, the attacking aircraft and the air defenses on both sides, right? Air defense seems to be have
don't
prevailed.
run this grid.
Even the Russian Air Force was constrained from taking its aircraft across the border.
Don't put me on air when I'm commenting to the desk. Yeah, thank you. Please, sorry, sir. Pradeep, I'm just telling my desk, they are just not allowing the breaking news super to go.
Sorry.
Please, no problem, sir. These are natural instructions. Can I tell my news desk explicitly that it will take them 10 seconds to put the number on the breaking news grid? Or I will come and do it. Please continue, General Bakshi. Please continue. Please continue, sir. Continue.
Thank you. So what I was saying was that, what I was saying for, that air defenses have reached a lethal level. But Arnab, our countrymen must know the kind of levels that we have reached. The best air defenses are supposed to be with the United States, then with Russia, then with Israel. Israel, in fact, is just 28,000 square kilometers, a very small country. Therefore, it can protect every inch. That's what I was trying to point out, that in Ukraine, American supplied air defenses, NATO supplied air defenses have achieved 70% interception rate. The Russians have achieved a rate of 80 to 85%. Going on to 90%. The Israelis, when they were fighting against the Israelis, the Iranians, the Houthis, they achieved interception rates of 97, 98, 99%. But some still got through. Yesterday we have achieved, our air defense grid has achieved interception rates of unprecedented 100%. The country has much to celebrate about.
Absolutely, sir.
This is unprecedented. Not even Israel.
I have our first caller, sir. I have our first caller, and he is calling from Ooty. Ooty, sir.
Yeah.
And that's Prabhuraj, right? Prabhuraj?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you first for watching Republic. And you can ask your question. General Bakshi is here to answer it to the best that he can, sir.
Yes, first, I thank you for your great job, as well as our brave hearts, Arnab.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
And after crushing this Pakistan to dust, what we have to do is, General Bakshi ji, what we have to do after crushing this Pakistan to dust, we have to fight the local bakers of the Pakistanis. Without their inputs and support, Pakistan could not have targeted our installation correctly. So our next step is to crush the local Pakistan bakers. That is what we people want to do.
I think Prabhuraj, that's a good point. We have to crush, he says, the local backers of Pakistan in India. General Bakshi. Prabhuraj from Ooty, your comment, sir.
I agree with him 100%. I agree with you 100%. My brother, the simple fact is, in 2611, there were local people who supplied the Maulis to David Coleman Headley to give to the Pakistani attackers, so that when their dead bodies were found, it would be claimed they are radical Hindus, right? Some of our own people were releasing books on how 2611 was a Hindu radical conspiracy. There were people who helped them carry out reconnaissance who gave them shelter in their house, feted them, dined them, wined David Coleman Headley. There are people like that. In Pahalgam, there were people who were posing as muleteers, as people ponywalas, and they were openly talking of this forthcoming strike. The tourists who were there, they recorded these, right? The simple fact is that there is an ecosystem here working. India has a set of genes which we could call the Jai Chand gene. And every time there is a conflict, that gene comes up, manifests itself. So now first we are dealing with the external enemy. We'll focus hard on that. But once that is over, and it may not take very long, the way this, how well this war is progressing, then we will have to focus very hard on these moles, on these rats inside our system who try and nibble away at the foundation of our country. The Jai Chands, the Mir Jafars of the world, of India. We have to take care of them, because otherwise they ghar ka bhedi, Lanka dhaye.
Absolutely. We have a lot of callers for you, sir. In fact, we have Akhil from Hyderabad. I'll take 5 quick callers. Akhil, hi, from Hyderabad.
Yeah, hi. Yeah, just trying to understand. This could be a generic question, which are the perspective of experts. It could have been addressed earlier, but just trying to understand. Always that Pakistanis get the first hand in terms of explaining, and then Indians go ahead and try to support it in the international forum. Is there any workaround for this? Why is it always that it happens in this way?
I didn't get that first part. Akhil, what did you say? What was your first part? The audio line was not very clear.
Yeah, always in the international forum, Pakistanis get the way of claiming either misinformation, or they get the first-hand information out. Hello. Whether it is falsified or it is correct information, they have a way out of passing the information to the international forum. Why is that Indians do not have a way?
Do they have an edge? Abhishek is a good person to answer that, Akhil. Abhishek and General Bakshi, do the Pakistanis have an edge in terms of in international forums?
No, they have no edge. They stand absolutely discredited. The only problem is because of their geography. Traditionally, for the last about 4 decades, they have taken advantage of being where world powers have wanted to be, at the cusp of Central Asia. And that is the reason from the time of Soviets coming into Afghanistan, Pakistan became geostrategically relevant, which they have milked to their advantage, unfortunately for India. But that's really run the course. Taliban is back in Afghanistan. They hate Pakistan. The Americans know they have been double-crossed. Chinese know that Pakistans are good for nothing. Chinese citizens are getting killed. Russians never played ball with them. And of course, now we have them in our pencil. So absolutely no advantage to Pakistan whatsoever.
Okay, we have a big setback for Baluchistan. Baluchistan, we've been told out there, huge setback. I think Shawan can give us more details on Niranjan. I don't know who's live with us right now. But we've been told that a convoy carrying minerals, there are 6 Pakistani vehicles which have been blown up in this latest attack by the Baluch Liberation Army against the Pakistani army in Baluchistan. This is happening at a time when Quetta has almost been emptied by them, and the Prime Minister of Pakistan is being called a coward in his assembly. I've also been analyzing here the way the Pakistani media has gone into a freeze frame since yesterday. Okay, Shawan, you have details of this BLA attack?
This attack that has taken place, and we are being told that this is again in Quetta, where the fresh attack has taken place. Since yesterday, this is the 10th such attack that has taken place in various parts of Baluchistan. One, it was on the convoy in Quetta. And now we are being told that there was some movement of minerals that were taking place. And remember, that happens to be the biggest flashpoint at this stage. But clearly, the target is right now the movement of any Pakistani army convoy.
Okay, we have one more input. This is coming in from, can Alisha come live with us and share that with us? Alisha, just go to where Shawan is and share it live so that you can do that. And General Bakshi, while you're on, I have more callers. Bedi from Chennai, Dhruv Sharma from Delhi, and Sanjeev Malhotra from Faridabad are lined up. First from Chennai, Bedi ji. Are you there? Okay, we don't have Bedi ji out there with us yet.
Jay.
Bedi ji, you're there. Akhil, is that?
I am there, Arnab. Bharat Mata ki Jay.
Bharat Mata ki Jay. Vande Mataram. Vande
Mataram. Vande Mataram.
Thank you, sir. Please go ahead and ask your question, sir.
What a way of reporting from your war front, Arnab. What a kind of job you people are doing.
Sir, thank you, sir.
And I really love the way one of your reporters, Rakshata, called, Pakistan attack, made in China toy.
That was a good one by Rakshita, I must admit.
That was a wonderful line that she used. And General Bakshi Saab, you have been, virtually leading, the Indian war front sitting in the studios of, Republic TV.
No, he is a Bharat, he is a Bharat Ratna for all of us. General Bakshi, we are so proud of him.
He deserves it.
His knowledge also. Even the people in Pakistan, Beti, they love him and they hate him. Beti, what's your question?
Of India. Can you hear me, Arnab?
I can. What's your question, Bedi?
I wanted to know, we are eagerly awaiting the major fireworks over Karachi. And, the day that happens, I'm going to burst crackers at my doorstep.
We all will. We are just waiting. Jal Bakshi, Karachi on everybody's mind.
We all will. No, Karachi, yes, on all lips there is this prayer. That, we must hit back at Karachi because Dawood Ibrahim lives there in a palatial bungalow. Last night we got news, it was circulating that Karachi has been hit. We were awaiting a confirmatory call, briefing in the morning.
Yeah.
And that is why I am requesting that when I was in the MO Directorate in the Kargil war, the Ministry of Defence used to hold a daily briefing with reps from the Directorate General of Military Operation, MO Directorate, Army, Air Force Ops and Naval Ops. And also a rep used to come from the MEA and we used to give a joint conference every day on the military situation. So now it is turned military. It is no longer application of pressure or short of war. I'm sorry, it is war. So we are all keenly awaiting the briefing by our Defence Ministry, which will authenticate the rumors that are flying around that the Virat has hit that aircraft carrier has hit Karachi and hit it hard, and I hope that blown up that bloody bungalow where Dawood Ibrahim has been hanging around for years.
Yeah, absolutely.
And running his bloody drug and smuggling empire from there.
Absolutely.
And the logistician in chief of the Pakistani terror attacks.
Yeah, absolutely. And Alisha has some more information she had on the BLA attack. Alisha is live with us from the news desk. Alisha.
Well, yes, Arnab, it's a massive setback for Pakistan because it's not only India but also there is Baluchistan whose armed forces. They have targeted vehicles carrying minerals in Kodkacha area of Mustang in Baluchistan where 6 Pakistan vehicles were damaged in the attack. This is one incident, and there is another attack which has happened in Baluchistan in Kohar area in Trump, which is the district Kech in Baluchistan, where armed personnel has ambushed Pakistani forces in this, where the forces were attacked when they were busy in military operations. So back-to-back visuals we are also been getting from Baluchistan, where there are armed persons who have been targeting Pakistani vehicles, and in the incident where we talk about Kodkocha area in Baluchistan, where 6 Pakistani vehicles has been damaged.
Yeah, so this is very important information, Shravan, that Alisha has shared, because this is also indicative that Baluchistan is pretty much an open field right now. We heard about 2 corps moving away from Baluchistan and being moved towards the eastern border of Pakistan, and they are still in transit. And Baluchistan is a very large area. very large area. You don't move from Baluchistan to Punjab to Bahawalpur overnight. First of all, it's a different terrain, there's a different language, and it's a different geographical setting. So you to acclimatize troops, to move them, is a huge operation. I mean, we say troop movement is not an overnight thing. That itself is treacherous. The terrain is treacherous, and the troops will get demotivated in this process because the conditions of movement are not very good, not very easy, and they also become more vulnerable, Abhishek, right? Shawan, in that period. So the whole Baluchistan area is very volatile now.
Well, if you look at the troop deployment, that's the frontier corps of the Pakistanis that was basically being redeployed. And the fact is that they've been completely vulnerable because they've also been transporting certain Chinese weapons from there, which has also come under attack of the Baluchistan Liberation Army. So they've been completely thinned out, and the period that they're essentially taking to redeploy is the reason why they find themselves at a disadvantageous position. So that is one of the reasons why at several of the posts at the eastern border, they are now vacating. One of the primary reasons why they've converted certain launch pads and they've carried out the attacks too. So clearly for the Pakistanis right now, with the kind of movement that's actually happening, the TTP on the one hand, then you have the Baloch Liberation Army, and of course the current situation in the eastern border, making it extremely difficult for the Pakistani
We should take
force.
that. Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
We have a report. Yeah, sorry, we have a report from Hoshiarpur where our reporter sent where the remnant of that Chinese, what we recognize to be a PL-50
missile or no,
it was completely intact. It was
fantastic forensic evidence for India to really reverse engineer and find out what snake oil the Chinese sold Pakistanis because it did not
Obviously,
fire.
it was cheap snake oil. It was cheapskate snake oil because it did not work.
Yeah,
let's hear the report.
Like many Chinese stuff, it did not work.
It didn't work. Let's hear the report from the start.
उसकी तस्वीरें आप देख सकते हो। ये गांव कमाई देवी है जहाँ होशियारपुर में भी एक मिसाइल आकर गिरी है जो कमाई देवी पिंड में बाहत्ता पिंड बोला जा रहे हैं। यहाँ मैं अपने कैमरामैन को कहूँगा कि वो तस्वीरें दिखाएं कि यहाँ पर जो मिसाइल गिरी है उसकी तस्वीरें आप देख सकते हो। ये गांव कमाई देवी है, होशियारपुर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में पड़ता है। कमाई देवी बाहत्ता पिंड का नाम, गांव का नाम है। पुलिस प्रशासन यहाँ पर अपने मोर्चा संभाले हुए हैं। कह रहे हैं कि आर्मी अभी आ रही है, थोड़ी टाइम पर इसको साथ में मिसाइल को लेके जाएगी। हमारे साथ गांव के वासी भी, उनसे बात करते हैं। सर, ये मिसाइल है कौन से गांव में गिरी आकर?
गांव है जी बेहत्ता जी, बेहत्ता गांव।
एक कब की घटना है ये?
कल शाम की है जी, तो 8 बजे ही।
कल शाम 8 बजे की है?
हाँ जी, हाँ जी।
तो अभी किस तरह का माहौल है देखने को मिल रहा है?
इस तरह का माहौल तो अभी ऐसे ही है।
तो प्रशासन की ओर से क्या किया जा रहा है?
प्रशासन तो पुलिस के बंदे आए हैं, तो शाम को आएंगे तो फौज वाले वो इसको देखेंगे तो डिब्यूज करेंगे, इसको
डिब्यूज करेंगे। तो गांव में कैसा माहौल चल रहा है अभी?
गांव का माहौल तो ऐसे है, नाराजगी भरा है। हाँ जी,
नाराज है गांव वाले?
हाँ, दुख भरा है।
Narazgi wala mahol hai. You know, this is a very strong response. Narazgi, we are angry at the Pakistanis. And that's the sentiment. General Bakshi are still there with us, I hope. I can't see you on air. Do we have Dhruv Sharma calling in from Delhi?
Yes.
Dhruv, are you there? Dhruv?
Yeah, hi, am I audible?
You are,
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yeah, hi. Jain to the entire Republic team and Jain to General Bakshi.
Yes, sir.
And this is my 3-year-old son.
Oh, wonderful. Give him our love and hugs.
So, I wanted to know from your team and General Bakshi that are we going towards the eminent 4 parts of Pakistan which is going to happen and we taking over POK pretty soon, probably within this week? Or there might be some other strategy the army is thinking of?
Sir, what the army is thinking of, they will say at the appropriate time. But what I can tell you as a military veteran is the way to splinter a nuclear armed state is the way the Americans did to the Soviet Union. They destroyed the economy. right? And the Soviet Union splintered into 15 states. We expect Pakistan to splinter into 5. Sindhu Desh, Baluchistan, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, West Punjab and Syrikya, right? That will happen when the economy collapses. How will the economy collapse? Please listen to what Moody's rating agency in the United States is telling Pakistan. You can't afford to fight a war, but they have started a war. Asim Munir has started a war. This war by itself and the losses that we inflict will sink the Pakistani economy, flush it down the tube. If they don't get the 1 billion they are supposed to get from the IMF today, they are sunk. Once the Pakistani economy, goes down the tube of history, Pakistan will start splintering. I assure you of this process.
Thank you very much for that. We will take...
एक धक्का देना है.
Yes, sir. So we take one more caller with you, sir. That's Sanjeev, I think, from Faridabad. Sanjeev?
Hello.
Sanjeev Malhotra. Yes, sir. Loud and clear, sir.
Okay. Jai Hind to you, Arnab and Major General Bakshi. I have a simple one-line question.
Sir.
We have hit the family of the terrorists and killed them badly. When do we kill this brother of Pakistan who has brought in 2 cargo planes and a ship at Karachi port? When do we strike them?
Of course, there's a lot of anger building towards Turkey.
We may have already... we may have already hit them for all I know. We are awaiting the briefing by the MOD. I'm sure we'll have good news.
Absolutely. There's so much anger. I'm told that one ground handling company of the Turkish has almost got a very strong control over ground handling, cargo handling at airports in India. I think they're a big security threat. I think they should be thrown out. I would, General Bakshi, you've held on so well for us. You're getting a lot of calls. You're a man in big demand. So maybe you have to go for a while, but I'm going to be analyzing this situation. A couple of points I want to ask you, General Bakshi. This has also fortified our air defense and offensive capabilities. Because each one of our missiles of theirs was intercepted or neutralized. Not one reached its intended target, or we would have known by now. Yeah. And our response... This is also proves that for all things that we criticize our defense ecosystem, and you've also been critical of, for example, a couple of recruitment exercises. But overall, General Bakshi, you will agree with me that our air defense ecosystem was not there when Narendra Modi took over as Prime Minister. Our air defense ecosystem has been built painstakingly over the last 11 years under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. This was not there in 2014, sir.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Arnab, I am not decrying. I think a tremendous amount of work has been done. Had the 36 Rafales not come in, we would have been in serious trouble. Had the air-to-air missiles not come in, BVRs, we would have been in trouble today. Had the Russian S-400s, they have proved to be a war-winning factor. They came in the Modi era. I'm not saying that. I'm saying when you were about to get a perfect 10, the perfect 10 would have been if we had the Rafales, 120 of them. If we had 5th generation fighters, if we had far more artillery, today we would have finished Pakistan for good by now. Now it will take a little longer. Now it will take a little longer. That is why we were hollering in the veterans community. And for if you want to fight defensively, I'm afraid there is no option but to go in for manpower. We have just ordered the TA officers to be called up. So manpower is vital. That is what the Russian war, Russia-Ukraine war has shown. because losses are very high. Entire units can get wiped out in a total war, in a full-scale war. You need manpower. We have no dearth of manpower, youthful manpower looking for jobs. So I think after this is over, we can talk about it in more detail.
Yeah, after this is over.
More detail because we always learn
the
lessons.
visual.
Learning organizations are winning organizations.
Okay, we have visuals of an unexploded missile being investigated by the army.
Yeah.
I have those visuals. If I can go full frame to those visuals. No, these are the visuals of, yeah. Can we go back to the earlier visuals? They were just rolling. In the meantime, what you are seeing here appears to be another PL-15. The PL-15 are duds. But now these are visuals of a projectile, unexploded projectile surrounded by the army. This could be a gold mine for the armed forces because it will, as Abhishek you said, when you have an unexploded PL-15 around you, then you can go back. You have to just neutralize it, and they can back engineer it and understand what this whole projectile was all about.
Absolutely.
But this is expensive equipment that the Chinese gave to Pakistan. Why has the Chinese armory failed so badly? I mean, are the Chinese not answerable, or were they giving them second grade stuff?
This is definitely a second grade equipment, or in fact, it is marked second grade because it says PL-15E, meant for exports. The actual one, they keep it for themselves, which they have hardly used, by the way. But this is called PL-15E, which is for exports to poor countries like Pakistan, which obviously just feel happy to get a toy.
Okay.
And they don't know how to fire it.
So when we get these visuals out here, and they have been, now the army surrounds it, what are they going to be doing with it, Abhishek? Now, they've got this PL-15E unexploded missile, and they're observing it in Hoshiarpur. There are about 8 people there. They're going to move this away and probably put it under the radar of our own ordnance forces.
Absolutely. So if you look at it, even an exploded weapon has its ballistics. Now in this case, this is the entire thing. It has not exploded. So you have ballistics plus forensics plus of course reverse engineering, as I said, and tremendous amount of intelligence and information in terms of the weapon integration with the platform, in terms of the weapon firing, in terms of its chemistry and the whole mechanics of it. So I think this is going to be a landmine in terms of information gathering on the Chinese weapon system that PL-15 is. For whatever worth it is, at least we would know what the Chinese have and what they have been selling and what version of their original equipment.
Okay, we have more breaking news inputs with Tanisha now from the news desk. We have Tanisha giving in a live input. News is coming in very fast right now. Viewers, we're about a couple of hours away from the official briefing. Tanisha, what more do you have?
Well, absolutely, Arnab. This is a huge thing because this is a gold mine, like Shravan was saying, like Abhishek was saying, because remember, this missile, the P-15 that we've just found is undetonated. Shravan is also joining me on that. Shravan, why is it that this missile that we have found could be a gold mine for the Indian Army?
Well, in fact, you already have the Indian Army and Air Force team inspecting that. What I'm given to understand that preliminary information, this is fired from one of the fighter jets. Once it is basically investigated, remember this helps them in future. It's a big advantage for the Indian Air Force because it gives them advantage way ahead in the future too of the nature of the weapon that is being used by the Chinese and that has been given to the Pakistanis.
Well, absolutely, Arnab. So there you have it. It could be a gold mine because it could then give out several revelations which we are looking at. Back to the studios.
Yeah, so this is important information. Welcome here. Thank you, Tanisha and Shravan, for that. We'll keep coming back to you as we get more news inputs. Good afternoon. How are you doing, sir?
Fine, fine.
How's it looking, sir? What is the army doing with all those PL-15s and all this Chinese armory that is lying around right now?
See, I can only comment in the other way, like you have discussed, it is a data landmine and it could be a knowledge bank and what all thing you can suspect it, but what I feel that our technology, what we have acquired and what we are building at our home, that is much more advanced in what Chinese are been using and exporting to the poor countries. This definitely is going to be a good asset for us, that we will be able to understand how and what technology they are using, but definitely we are not going to replicate the same, and we have no use of these kind of technologies. We have got our own.
Anyway, the Air Force and Army team has reached Hoshiarpur. Also, we are told that Khwaja Yusuf Khwaja Asif has admitted, Abhishek, that their air defenses have been completely ineffective. I'm going to run a small soundbite if you can hear that. Abhishek. Yeah, let's hear the admission.
I believe apparently in that soundbite, Khwaja Asif is effectively explaining the ineffectiveness of their air defenses. He's suggesting that we did not stop the Indian drones coming in because those were spy drones, and had we targeted them, they would have revealed and captured the information about our weapon systems, and so we let them cause mayhem in Pakistan.
That's the kind of madness. I mean, for someone to say that we did not bring down the Indian drone because they were spy drones.
Yeah,
and if we had brought them down, then the drone, after being devastated, would have spied on us and walked on its own feet and got into an Indian military jeep, come back to the raw headquarters and given the information to India.
That's what
I think this is certification from my side that Khwaja Asif has lost his mental balance completely. By the way, here is what he said. Hear this.
कल का जो ड्रोन हमला हुआ वो ड्रोन हमला बेसिकली हमारी जो लोकेशंस हैं उसको डिटेक्ट करने के लिए जो है किया गया। वो एक टेक्निकल चीज़ है जिसको मैं उस तरह एक्सप्लेन नहीं कर सकता, और इसलिए उनको इंटरसेप्ट ना किया गया ताकि हमारी लोकेशंस जो हैं वो लीक ना हो या वो लोकेट ना हो। कल का जो ड्रोन हमला हुआ वो ड्रोन हमला बेसिकली हमारी जो लोकेशंस हैं उसको डिटेक्ट करने के लिए जो है किया गया। वो एक टेक्निकल चीज़ है जिसको मैं उस तरह एक्सप्लेन नहीं कर सकता, और इसलिए उनको इंटरसेप्ट ना किया गया ताकि हमारी लोकेशंस जो हैं वो लीक ना हो या वो लोकेट ना हो।
Okay, now this is mad logic. General Bakshi, you heard him?
Yeah, Arnab, they are getting hilarious, but very curiously, partially he is right. When we hit back at Lahore, we had used the Israeli Horop, which homes in onto whenever any air defense radar opens up, when it lights up, that homes in onto that radar, and that is how we blasted that Lahore radar facility. Air defense radar was blasted to smithereen, और ये इतने डर गए कि हमारे अटैक ड्रोन दूसरे सबको इंटरसेप्ट करना बंद कर दिया।
So he is unable to distinguish between, you see, there are different levels of interceptive drones. There are semi-interceptive drones, there are surveillance drones, there are precision strike drones, there are collateral simultaneous drones which also carry out both the functions together. Then there are drones simply to watch over the particular area. And then there are the drones which project power with a surgical precision. Yeah. The fact of the matter is that we have got a range of drones.
Yeah.
Now these idiots have got confused Samar with what drone it is in the sky. Tomorrow if you have a drone in the sky over Pakistan which would shoot a big fat Indian wedding, then the Pakistanis would not touch that too, because they would think that they will give away their information. Basically, I think this soundbite proves that we've got the Pakistanis in a chakkar, Samar.
I have
Abhishek. Can you put that pathetic Khwaja Asif's picture up there?
I have
his defeated body language. Look at his posture. Kuch pata nahi. He looks like an illiterate fool out there, and he's making an ass of himself.
I have
the Pakistani National Assembly. Put his picture.
I have this information. In fact, when the Pakistanis saw those Indian drones coming,
put the idiot's picture.
They shut their weapons off. They physically removed those weapons. They thought that their locations would be revealed. I mean, imagine the comic situation where Indian drones are coming and the Pakistanis get spoofed and they think, okay, fine, we fire them, but if we fire at them, our locations would be revealed. So they switch off their weapons, they remove them physically, and the drones reach Rawalpindi. I mean, the comic nation and this funny nation, and they think they can escalate a war with India.
No position, and the man doesn't know what he's saying. He's saying, कुछ technical बात है, मैं बता नहीं पा रहा हूँ क्या है. कुछ technical बात है. I mean, at least get a proper briefing note.
Guy here.
Samar,
the drone guy here.
Shallow knowledge is dangerous knowledge. And when you don't know something, it's better to admit that you don't know rather than make a fool out of yourself. So basically, drones are so small in size that they are eventually not detectable on radar. They are not detectable on radar. And as per the latest that is there in technology, only the fiber optic drones are detectable from the place of the origin of the controller. Why? Because the fiber optic has a heat signature and frequency band which can only be detected with a certain set of sensors which is basically going to recce and survey that area. So these are highly technical things, and I am very sure that Pakistan is now washing its hands off out of embarrassment. They don't have any technology to detect anything whatsoever related to drones, and I'm sure that the party
the breaking news grid is Pak Defence Minister didn't counter drones because we would have our location would be revealed. We didn't want to reveal location, so we didn't take on the drones. We didn't bring down the drones.
They allow the collateral to take place.
So then how did we bring down their drones?
Probably they would be seeking.
The fact of the matter is, sir, the fact of the matter is we have the equipment, they don't.
They don't.
We have the money, they don't.
It's quite evident.
We have what is called, ladies and gentlemen,
L-70.
Okay, there's been a Jai Shankar as breaking news. The British Foreign Secretary has just spoken to S. Jai Shankar, and S. Jai Shankar has just told us that there's been a meeting right now. There has been I mean, this
is important because we have just signed a trade deal with them.
He said that we've spoken together on how to counter terrorism. So a multi-nation effort that's going on right now, and it's only the the bankrupt Turkey which is going out to help Pakistan. So I call this, as it's said in English, this is called blind leading the blind.
Yeah, absolutely.
Turkey and China and Pakistan, two blind nations, in an attempt to become the Islamic superpowers of the world. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to take a quick break. I'll come back in a while. No break should be dropped. Okay.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
क्या हो गया भाई?
भैया आपसे सीखकर म्यूचुअल फंड्स में SIP शुरू की थी, लेकिन कभी कभी अपडेट्स देखकर मेरा मन भटकने लगता है।
सुन, ये लिफ्ट जब ऊपर नीचे जाती है तो तू निकल जाता है।
नहीं भैया, यही तो सही मंजिल तक ले जाती है।
तो बस म्यूचुअल फंड्स का भी यही है, डटे रहेगा तो तू भी अपने सपनों के पास पहुंच सकता है।
हाँ, बिल्कुल आपकी तरह।
सही है।
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
पाकिस्तानियों ने जंग शुरू कर दी है। अभी मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के जो है मदरसा है, उसके ऊपर 4 मिसाइल दागे गए हैं। 4 मिसाइलों के साथ हमला किया गया है मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के मदरसे के ऊपर। हम अपनी अफवाज पाकिस्तान के साथ खड़े हैं, लेकिन मेरा सवाल है कि हमारी एजेंसीज कहाँ सोई हुई थी, हमारी अफवाज पाकिस्तान कहाँ सोई हुई थी जब ये हमला हुआ? मुजफ्फराबाद की भी खबर है कि मुजफ्फराबाद वाली साइड पे भी ये अटैक हुआ है, लेकिन सबसे पहले मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर अटैक हुआ है। ब्लास्टिक मिसाइल के साथ उन्होंने हमला किया है। मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के मदरसे के ऊपर 4 मिसाइल मारे गए हैं। अभी ये कहना कबल वक्त है कि गोया कितनी सच्चाई है इस खबर के अंदर, साइड से ये मिसाइल आए हैं, ये अभी कन्फर्म होना बाकी है। लेकिन ये
At Amity, we are committed to building a stronger India through world-class education and research, to nurture ideal citizens who, together with the leaders of today and tomorrow, will make India a world superpower. Amity University, India's leading not-for-profit private university.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रूमका नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं,
रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
Unlike in 2019 when we had hit Baluchistan, which was in the wilderness, and Pakistan got an excuse to say that none
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought
Cricket fans.
MDH की देगी मिर्च
देगी मिर्च का तड़का अंग अंग फड़का
MDH की देगी मिर्च
All right, breaking news now coming in. Omar Abdullah has completely changed his narrative, his tone, and now he's credited the Indian Army, saying that it is the Indian Army and the defense systems that saved us. This is the same Omar Abdullah who had once upon a time doubted the Indian Army, and today he says that it is the Indian Army and the air defense system that saved us. Shravan is joining me more on that. Shravan, a completely changed narrative of Omar Abdullah.
Well, in fact, there have been several civilian deaths that have taken place. According to the Ministry of External Affairs, about 16 civilian deaths have been reported so far. And what the Pakistanis have essentially done is they've targeted civilian areas, particularly in Poonch, Rajouri, in Samba, and also as far as Kashmir sector is concerned, you have it in two areas, in Kupwara and Uri. And that is one of the reasons why. Remember the Lieutenant Governor, Manoj Sira, who was there a short while back in Uri speaking to the family members. The Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir also now essentially crediting the Indian Armed Forces for being able to save the lives of many.
Right, absolutely. In fact, we'll just listen into that bite of